All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's match day number 15 here at the ESL Pro League, season number 5. I'm Stunna, this is Vendetta, and this is the final match day of the week. We've got some real good ones here for you today. And by that, I mean we got two best of ones later in the day that are really, I think you want to tune in for. Misfits, SK.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of things, we've got Renegades and Selfless.
Yeah, but, it kind of tells two different stories about where the teams are at so far in the season. You've got, obviously, SK Misfits lying towards the top end of the table, fighting it out for a playoff spot in Dallas. And then you have Selfless and Renegades, who are kind of doing the opposite. They're trying to stay alive at this point. So both matchups have incredible high value for the respective teams, but just at the very different specter of it all.
No, most definitely important for these teams to secure these matchups at this point. I mean, we're still at that threshold of the season where things can happen, and it's actually what happens now that determines how it goes later for these teams going into the playoffs. Some of them are going to wish they had one more round here rather than later. But let's take a look now at the round differentials, the records, and the teams here sitting amongst your North American region. Vendetta, walk us through it.
I mean, got SK still undefeated at the top, followed by Cloud9, Team Liquid Energy, a bit of a surprise team so far in the season. Optic Gaming and Misfits making out the current top 6 of the league. Then you got Luminosity, CLG, and Immortals just right on the cusp of that playoff spot, trying to get it into that good company. And then towards the bottom end of the table, you have Renegades, Complexity, Rush, Winterfox, and Selfless. We're seeing a bit of a divide. I think from 9 and up, there's still a fight to be had in terms of making it to Dallas, and the bottom or the rest of them from 9 and down, they're going to have to fight for survival at this point.
Well, in case you're wondering why it is he keeps mentioning Dallas, that's because this all culminates to a LAN finals at the Verizon Theater in Dallas in June. So make sure you get your tickets at proleague.com/Dallas, where you can get your tickets. Make sure you get your tickets. I think that's the point, right?
Yeah, that's the essence of it. Yeah.
Analyze this one for me. Break it down, Vendetta.
Breaking it down, short and sweet. Get your tickets to the Pro League Finals right now.
Absolutely. Well, look, later tonight, we're going to have Renegades and Selfless duking it out. Not two teams that are like at the very tip top. But,
it doesn't lessen the importance of the match.
Of course. For these two teams, this is everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we've stressed the importance of these matches here early on in the infancy of this season. And as you'll see right now in front of you, we got SK and Misfits. Before that, over on the secondary stream, Luminosity, Winterfox, and Energy and Immortals. I bet the Energy Immortals game would be pretty good.
Super sick game, actually. That's going to be really fun. And again, Immortals, they're on that rise where they want to get into the top 6 right now. Energy doing super well for themselves, sitting at 4th. So obviously they want to continue their good trend, but Immortals, they need to get going. They need to, pick up steam and actually win some games in a row now.
Right. They need to sort of, hey, it's about that time to step it up and start doing some major work around here. Well, let's talk about our second matchup of the night. Let's talk about Selfless. Let's talk about Renegades.
I mean, again, massively important match for both teams. Renegades have been looking better and better. The last couple of weeks did well in Starlighter qualifier and that kind of thing, and actually got a couple of nice wins. One versus Liquid, for instance. So, at the start of the season, I think they started 0-6, which is very surprising to us. They've gotten a bit better, going for the better part. And Selfless on their end, they're still a part of that one-win club that nobody really wants to be in. And I guess, this is a good opportunity as ever to break out of that curse.
Let's take this opportunity now to look at that Renegades lineup. Right here in front of you, Azur, JKS, Ustillo, Adder. Now, you're going to see Uber in there, too. You're like, wow, when did that happen? What's going on right there?
That happened about yesterday, so fairly recent. Caught us a bit by surprise, really. Yam stepping down from the active roster of Renegades, being replaced by Uber for the next couple of weeks. And then you have Adder as well, who I initially thought was a permanent member, but judging from the tweets we've seen from Ustillo, he said, thanks for Yam for his services and everything, and we're going to be using the next couple of weeks to find our permanent 4th and 5th. So a lot of changes, might be happening for Renegades in the future. And as you can see back of the screen right there, Nexa has been rumored. The Serbian player, right. Kasad being a Serbian coach for Renegades, he's been rumored to actually make the move over to NA.
So let's examine the situation at hand. Right, Yam's out of the picture, going back home for personal reasons. Obviously, Yam was bringing, as you do see these clips right here, quite a bit to the table. He's been with that lineup forever, very instrumental in any success they've had for the longest time.
Yeah,
I do believe.
And since Sponge, decided to retire from CS, apparently Yam took over calling for Renegades as well. So not only are they losing, an opper, a captain, but they're also losing an in-game leader, right? And we often talk about how important that is to have on, in place to actually grow your team and make them better over long periods of time, and they just lost that. So now they're in a kind of similar situation as Optic in the sense that they need to find permanent members, but they need to find the right ones to fill the correct roles, and that's going to be really tough to do.
Exactly. And, dating it even back to Sponge leaving this team, it's been a different team ever since, I believe, when I look at them.
No, I think that's absolutely fair to say. And when people recall the Renegades of old with Sponge in the team, a lot of people gave him flack because he didn't necessarily have the firepower that you wanted to see out of a player at that level. But he definitely brought something that made Renegades as a team a lot stronger than what we've seen as of late.
Well, we're going to take a look now at their opponent. Let's take a look at the Selfless lineup. And yes, you're going to see ZQK there at the very top alongside of Caboose, CJ, Nifty, and even Dizzy Wee might even be a talking point all its own. But just before we went live, there was a tweet from Selfless saying that ZQK would be playing in place of Slimmy tonight.
And I mean, it wouldn't be a day of North American Pro League without a roster change just happening about 2 minutes before we go live. So ZQK hopping in for Slimmy. We're not sure if this is short-term, long-term, what have you, but obviously, when we talk about finding replacements and that kind of thing, ZQK is not a bad replacement in that sense. He has, a lot of experience at the pro level in that sense. He basically was a part of the first Brazilian teams back in, the late 2000s to actually play international tournaments back in CSS with Team Target Down and so on. So lots of experience on his end. He's been an in-game leader. He even played in Fallen's team, Kaboom, etc. in the early days of CSGO too. So it's going to be interesting to see how it works. I'm not sure how communication is going to fare and how much of a charge he's going to take. Obviously, being a stand-in for Slummy, who is normally the in-game leader on that team, but it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out tonight.
Well, you would hope that before this, that they most definitely probably approached the whole idea about communication, right? So
yeah, you'd assume they thought that
not a
far.
surprise there that these guys should be speaking English amongst them.
Yeah, no,
but we do know him as an in-game leader, as an opper as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that implements into this game. I mean, is he going to come in and pick up the reins where Slimmy left off? We're going to see Slimmy in the server as a coach. Like, what's going to happen here?
Yeah, that's the curious part, right? And it's like you said, CQK, also known as an operator in addition to being an in-game leader. And we already saw last week with the changes Selfless made at that point that Nifty took up that primary opping role and was actually doing pretty well for himself in that regard as well. So maybe ZQK takes a bit of a backseat, becomes a secondary opper, and we see Selfless go back to doing more double op setups, or he might just leave it completely and just try to get familiar with the squad he's playing with if he's going to in-game lead.
Well, these two teams tonight are going to be facing off on Cash and Mirage.
Yeah.
And we're going to dive into that one a little bit later. But now let's get into this SK and this Misfits matchup. I think this is our title fight of the night.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair to say. Both two top 6 teams currently in the league. SK being undefeated so far, but here's the, tiny bit of a fun fact for you. The fact that Sean Garrett's team last season was the only team to actually break that streak Cloud9 had. So that, he's the main reason they ended up at 25-1 instead of 26-0. So he might be able to do it this season again and break that, great run of games from SK. But that remains to be seen because it is a pretty tall order to go up against this Brazilian squad, especially, when you have to consider the fact that SK have been looking better and better each week.
I mean, they are world champions. Let's take a look at that lineup right now. Let's take a look at SK. For Fallen, Coldzera, Taco, Phelps. And I would ask you which player sticks out, but I do believe it's fair to say these guys are nuts.
Yeah, it's like everybody sticks out, right? In their own manner. Everybody's extremely good at the roles they play. I think Fur especially has had a bit of a resurgence ever since Phelps joined the team. He's gotten another crazy aggressive player to jump around with really all over the map, which is fun to see. But in the end, you can't really not talk about Coldzera, right? It's pretty much impossible. The guy is
possible.
Yeah, it's the reason why he's regarded as the best player in the world by so many people and so many pro players as well, right? Like you don't want to play against Coldzera because he's just so damn good at every facet of the game.
Right. He's a very versatile player. We're gonna take a look at some now at some highlights now. Coldzera, a very versatile player. We can see him pick up the rifle. We've most definitely seen him do work with the AWP. And we also see this sort of tendency about him to not going first. Rather, he's not opening up the rounds for his team. but he's definitely cleaning up a few frags here and there for them to really solidify a round.
Yeah, no, he's gotten into, or they've in SK they found that sweet spot for him where he doesn't have to charge in first, and he's still going to be able to have an insane impact. Just being that third or fourth guy into whatever bomb site they want him to be at. So, SK kind of found the golden recipe here to how to utilize a player like him. And it's like you mentioned, the versatility for coldzera makes him so incredibly valuable to that side because he's able to do stuff even when he doesn't have money for more than a deagle. You can rely on him to make the smart choices. He's not going to overpeak into situations and throw away rounds in that manner. He's just going to be extremely reliable, and who doesn't want that in a team?
Exactly, and I mean we've even echoed that sentiment across the board. I mean, we can look at a few teams with a player with such skill and fragility as coldzera. I mean, we'll pull up these stats right here, right now, and I mean they speak for themselves. These numbers don't lie. Like coldzera is in there, he's making impactful plays, and he's able to put down some pain on the opponents. Yeah,
and the cool thing about it is obviously we have, a small sample size of different stats in the back here, but, it doesn't matter what category of stats you actually pull up. coldzera is going to be in the top 2 for every major category you can find really in CS, as long as it's a positive one, right? So that's just how insane he's been all season. The only guy who's even close to him in terms of rating so far is Automatic, and we've been going at length about how good Tim has been for Cloud9, and that kind of just goes to show how sick of a player Cold is.
No, 100%. It's time now, though, to take a look at Sean Gares' Misfits. Let's take a look at that roster. Pull it up right in front of you. Twist, Relics, Shazam, and Sick at his side. And in this matchup, I believe this could be, a very much strategically placed matchup if these guys went and did their homework.
Yeah, and oftentimes Sean's teams are the kind of team that does the homework before going into a matchup, right? And it's not like there's a lack of information to actually find on this SK squad either. It's a good mixture of experienced players and just Sam and Sean, and then you have some up-and-coming talent and Twist, Relics, and Sick there to round it all out. But I think it's a really fun and exciting squad. And we said it at the start of the season, it's going to be cool to see how they progress and how they improve, hopefully, as we go along. And I think we've seen, definite moments of that in the recent weeks.
Well, they most definitely grabbed those 2 Ws last week against Cloud9 with a big asterisk. But, hey, a W is a W, right? So
exactly.
Matches were played out. The results are final.
Yeah.
Going into tonight, are they going to have that special umph about them that they need to take on a 10-0 SK Gaming that is currently bringing the ruckus?
I would want to be more positive than I am, but one of the issues that they're going to run into is the fact that they're playing Mirage and Cobble, and that's 2 great maps for Misfits, no doubt. But the problem is you're going up against SK, and their 2 best maps is Mirage and Cobble as well.
Right, we're going to have Cobble and Mirage tonight. It's going to be Cobble first and Mirage second. Yeah, following. So last season, Sean Gares was the one who was able to put that W against Cloud9 and was actually on Mirage, albeit they've never really favored Mirage. They don't love it. In fact, for years, they avoided it.
Yeah.
But, that being said, they were still able to take that W off of Cloud9. And even tonight, is there a chance that carries over?
There is a chance. I mean, Misfits have been doing well for themselves, especially on Mirage as of late. And we've seen games, in the past where SK have looked kind of lost on Mirage, even though it's been, as of late, a very, very strong map for them. They've grabbed wins off of North, VP, and so on and so on. So top-tier teams, right? But I've seen SK play versus CLG and struggle mightily to actually close out games on that map. So there's definitely a possibility for Misfits to grab a W here.
Well, it's time now for my favorite segment of the show, the Stromboli Report. We're going to look at SK's Cobble. How's it going, DeBears?
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at SK, one of my favorite teams to watch, because they mix it up, they play well, they got great fraggers, and this, by far, showing no respect to Selfless. What are they? They have, like, 1 or 2 wins in this league. He doesn't care. He's rushing up middle. He's just like, hey, guys, guess what? This is pistol round, but I'm going to knife you in the back. I bet you this guy was really confused. I bet you Slimy's like, what just happened? And he gets another pick. Even though he gets these 2 kills and a knife, they still lose a round somehow. Bad play by SK after that. But again, for some reason, SK, they seem to be the type of team to start slow. And maybe they'll fix that in the future. Right now, this is a nice play by Fur in middle. He waits for his team mate to pop flash, and look, he gets a kill and he falls back. That's the difference, okay? He doesn't overexpand. He doesn't try to get 2 kills. He falls back, smokes, and makes it harder for the T's to kill him because they have to push through smoke. They got to use more utility to clear spots. But again, Fur comes up through this A Halls. Now he's in a weird spot. Okay, he's in that right Halls spot corner. He's going to try to. Fallen is supposed to bait for him, but Fallen gets picked off. They're coming A. Fur's in a really bad spot. So at this point, just get as many kills as you can. 2 kills, great. He gets 3 in the round, and pretty good by Fur to make something out of nothing. And this round, similar spot, but with Fallen, he's on the boost to where it's more. He can't be seen from the A Halls. So if a lot of people play more out, so they can kind of seen from A Halls, but he's hidden from it. He's helping middle with Fur, and as Fur going to pop flash the A Halls, both Fallen and Fur are going to peek this mid, guys, and look at that nice crossfire. They're looking at Fur, but Fallen and Fur got a sick crossfire, making it easy. After they clear middle, focus on A, nothing A. Let's take over B. Almost textbook, looks great. SK, very hard team. Would not like to play them. Maybe because I like them. Back to you, Stunner.
Thank you, Eric. Now, look, we're going into Cobble first. Is this going to be a bloodbath, or are we going to look at a one-sided bout?
It might be a bloodbath, but I'm going to go with SK for this one. I think they're just a stronger team overall, and I think especially Fur has been playing so well, being aggressive on that A-bomb side is going to create a ton of opening, or space at least, for SK on that CT side.
Well, absolutely think I can echo the same sentiment. Let's throw it now to the commentators who are going to deliver you this one. How's it going over there, Blue and Dazed?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the Selfless roster. They're just like a team of fill-ins at this point. What's going on there?
I mean, who actually knows?
It's weird how that works out. I don't really know. It's too selfless.
Yeah, a little bit too much, yeah. But it was, once again, ladies and gentlemen, going to be myself and Dazed bringing the action. As is per usual this evening, the games themselves are getting ready now as the players are hopping into the servers. So when we do come back from this break, we are going to have our first matchup. Do stick with us, and in just a few moments, we'll be jumping in to our first match of the night right here at the ESL Pro League.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Well, unfortunately, someone, and by someone I mean DJ, was able to point production to some footage that I streamed about 2 weeks ago that I should have deleted in all retrospect now, but it's too late for that. Apparently, we have to show it on the stream, so let's just take a look at it. Days.
The greatest thing.
Oh, wait, what is this?
That was you.
Oh, I didn't know we were showing that image too. So this is a new hobby I picked up. I'm doing electric skateboarding. It goes really fast.
Electric
as you can
skateboarding
see.
and falling.
The falling's not on here, thankfully. I've gotten a much cooler helmet since this video, I do have to mention. But
It's a regular Evel Knievel out here.
living life on the rails. Look at this,
You
dude.
literally look like a toddler right now.
I'm hanging off. Oh, I see. Oh, see, look. See. Oh,
Wow.
I thought Ven was gonna give me some credit, try to save things, and then
A little wobbly. This guy was
just rolling
recording
with
you
this.
from his car, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know where this guy came from. I think he was just in his car
He was-
for a
he
good
was there
20
for the
minutes.
show. The stunt.
Just checking it out
the
though as he walks
daredevil.
back.
Yeah.
It was a rough landing going back to the tripod there, but I don't know why.
Yep.
I don't know why I did that.
Why do you stroke your beard when you have zero facial
I think I
hair?
just had an itch on the face, so I just like, just you know.
I don't know. I think they were a little bit too generous.
Whoa! What? That's it? That's all you're gonna give me? Not even 5?
No, 1 out of
No?
10, man.
Well, that's unfortunate. Let's
You're
hope.
going like 3 miles per hour. You just showed that it could go
Let's be clear.
24, but you were going slower than any normal skateboarder would even
well,
go.
in case you didn't see the photos on Twitter, I did go like 24 miles an hour about a week later.
Oh,
And-
show your hand now.
But yeah, my hand's still a little bit messed up. You can probably
Yeah.
can't see it from far away, but I crashed and I messed up the hand. There's like still a pretty nasty bruise on my stomach. Yeah, there it is, 24 miles an hour. I don't know if it was that fast or not, but basically physics sucks because if you're going too fast on a loose board, you're going to lose control and faceplant. But I had a helmet covering my whole face. It's all good.
You had a face helmet, guys.
So it's a serious
When
sport.
Blue does anything,
I mean, you could technically consider me an extreme sports athlete, you know? Isn't that right?
it's pretty loose, a loose definition of
I
that.
live in-
But
I got a wild couple of hobbies people
yeah,
just don't
true.
know about.
You have a drone.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Okay, wait. How much have you used your drone?
Recently, not much.
Like,
'Cause-
in
well-
total, how many
well-
times have you used it?
I don't know, like 20, 30 times maybe?
Really? That many?
Yeah.
And your electric skateboard you rode twice?
Well, I got it like 3 weeks ago, but I've ridden it like 4 or 5 times.
4 or 5 times.
Yeah. I've been busy. Plus, DJ's here with his car now, so I don't have a license or a car or anything. That's why I got
Yeah.
it, because I needed a way to get around. But anyway, moving on from those shenanigans, all of my interesting hobbies. Yeah, we are about to get started and ready to jump into this first matcher now. Let's kind of get your initial thoughts on how
Actually,
these.
you know who has really interesting hobbies though?
Who?
Is James Bardolph.
That's
Every
that's
like
true.
week on Twitter, I see him posting something about going skydiving or like snorkeling or like things like that. It's crazy. That guy lives a crazy life.
He was talking about getting a helicopter's pilot license like the other
Yeah.
day. So
Yeah.
I mean,
you're
people-
kind of on that same level, Blue.
Yeah, I'm
I think
more-
last week
I'm like-
you re-upped your WoW subscription.
No,
It's pretty
haven't
similar,
played that
right?
game in like 3 months. Just putting that out there, save myself.
Are you still paying for the subscription?
I
Blue?
think so, actually. I
Yeah.
have to cancel that because I'm just wasting 15 bucks a month
9
right now.
level hundreds.
It's only like 5, but anyway. Yeah, so we're about to get started here. SK versus Misfits. The analyst has talked about it, about how Sean Garris' team in the last season, when they were still had Echo Fox, obviously a completely different roster. He was the only, he had the only team that was able to take a match off of Cloud9 in the last season.
So
With-
he thinks maybe Misfits could give SK their only
Yeah.
loss of the season.
Mhm.
It's possible. I mean, it's definitely possible. I don't think it will happen, though. I think SK has been preparing a lot. I think they've been practicing a lot. I think they're really taking... Because the thing about SK is they had a roster change, and obviously using Phelps now. And generally when that happens, you kind of go in over. You play a lot of Counter-Strike. And this is a very dedicated team. SK is very dedicated players, very dedicated team. They're going to be practicing a lot. They're going to be very well drilled. Last time we saw them on Cobble, I was very confident that they play this map at like a tier 1 level without a doubt. You know, so this is going to be very difficult for Misfits.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits themselves have not really shown them, like, you know, clicking into that high gear as of yet. They're still showing a lot of issues.
Well, the good thing for Misfits is that they beat Cloud9 2-0. Remember
yeah.
During the day we cannot speak about, the unspeakable day. No, but during that day they actually beat them 2-0. And that's like... That is huge. I mean, because if you're battling for, like, let's be real, Misfits probably isn't going to be in the top 3, right, if they make playoffs. But they're trying to battle for that 5th or, like, 6th place spot. Those 2 wins could make all the difference.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Like, they could... That is huge.
That could be the difference that, you know, pushes them into the playoff slot, essentially, at the end of the day. So it's a really big deal to be able to take that, and especially, you know, if they can upset. Basically, like, a lot of the time for these, like, middle of the road teams, it often comes down to how much you can upset against some of the bigger teams that are almost basically guaranteed a spot right at the beginning of the season.
I mean, this season as a whole has been, like, very different from last. I remember last season. We did not have nearly as many fill-ins, as many mid-season roster changes. I don't think we had as well. Nearly as many like coaches playing and things like that. I mean, obviously Scoodle was injured. There's nothing he could do about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened. But you know, at the end of the day, they did have like a coach playing, and we've seen that happen like just throughout. The first half of the season. It's been constant. And if you're lucky enough with your schedule to play against the teams who are like, you know, using a coach at the right time or maybe going through a roster change at the right time, it can kind of inflate your record a bit because you really only play these teams, you only play each team once, right? So if you're going to play against Cloud9, under normal circumstances, Misfits probably at best case scenario splits with Cloud9. You know, most likely goes 0-2 if they have Skidoo. Let's just be real here, right? So going 2-0, I mean, against a team that you're not favored to beat, and then if you could just beat all the teams that you're supposed to beat with your Misfits, I mean, all of a sudden you're making playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're pushing yourself in. I mean, the crazy thing with all the changes that are happening is that we almost always see the roster swaps and whatnot tend to happen right before, like 3 to 4 weeks before the start of the season, and then it's pretty stable from that point forward. But it seems like there was like a little, you know, a couple smaller change-ups among some of the lower teams, and now as we're, you know, halfway through the season, a lot of the big changes are just happening right now. So it's really caused a lot of chaos, and even amongst the lower teams, there's just, you know, even more instability than we're normally used to here, especially among like Selfless, who I don't like. I think they are literally using like 4 fill-ins at this point.
Yeah.
So
right, you got to get your camp under control. All right.
It's like 3 or 4. It's got to be by this point. But it's just really weird how things continue to pan out. You know, across the entire division. It seems with a few exceptions. When you look
I mean, it's even more than that. You know, Optic, one of the best teams in North America, right? They're going through roster instabilities. We see Liquid. They just lost Pimp. You know, so they're going through. So even the higher tier teams and SK before the season started, you know, they made a roster change as well.
Yep.
So there's been, I mean, almost every single team besides what Cloud9 has been making changes. I don't. What other teams haven't made any changes?
I mean, I don't think so because the Misfits roster just formed right before this season, so they're like a whole new team, technically speaking. And besides that, yeah, I don't think there are really any teams that like have come into this that either aren't new or haven't made any changes besides Cloud9. They're a roster that's remained consistent.
I mean, it's just been a crazy start to the season because of that.
Yeah, it's really a shame what happened with Optic too, considering, you know, like I said, they were pretty much, you know, the best team in North America. They had those 2 finals towards the end of the year and whatnot as well, taking E-League and then going to the ECS finals as well against Astralis. So.
Yeah.
And everything sort of fell apart as we got into the new year. So it's caused a lot of chaos in this region. But speaking of chaos, we are finally live with the match, ladies and gentlemen. SK getting their start off on T side, Misfits jumping over to the CT side, and Shazam, well, finding some action right at the beginning of the round here, but unfortunately not getting very far with it. Phelps just destroys him, and immediately it's SK off to a 5v4 start in the pistol.
Yeah, Sean Garrett's going to try to even it up at CZ, but they're ready for it. They're waiting for it. Counter aggression comes out from Sick. He gets taken out. So this is probably just going to be a pretty clean round unless Twist could do something absurd.
He does manage to pick up not one, but both of those kills. If he missed it, he did actually pick off Fur right at the end. Unfortunately, it's of little consequence. As with Taco finding the trade and Cold Zera picking off Relics in the rotate, that will not go any further. SK win that pistol, get themselves off to the good start on T side, And now we'll probably see Misfits just go for the usual second round investment here.
That's actually the same pistol we saw them run the last time we watched them on Cobble. And last time we watched them on Cobble, they didn't kill anybody at A. They just pushed it back, and they immediately just went back to B. So basically the pistol is you take that control. If you get the fights, you take them, and if you win them, you could obviously, you know, do whatever you want mid-round or take the site, right? But if you don't get them, you go back to B after showing that presence. We saw that do it last time, and they went back to B the time before, and then they also had that lurk at drop. So now we're just going to see the anti-eco coming out. It looks like they're going to try to take drop control. This is neat, boosting above the smoke.
Now if Sean does peek back in, it's actually pretty easy pickings for him.
Very cool, though.
Yeah, not going to be on the mark to find the frag itself, but it's still... And again, there's really no damage traded out from it either. He doesn't get any response to that at all, so just free early damage on the Sean. And hoping that someone from the right would have peeked in there. You can see Twist kind of hiding out in the window, and they'll just nade it out just to be safe here so that after that fades, they can deploy and get that control. But Misfits actually going to re-aggress in here with Sick now and putting Sean outside to watch from behind the boost-up box. Still very slow, though, but with plenty of time left, SK don't really have reason to worry just yet. They're all still sitting back, and again, they have broken wall platform control here, but actually Fur is found out in the initial push, Fallen able to trade, and you can see, again, the early damage that's been done to not one, but really two players here. And after this, well, Shazam will be able to trade out one more. It does still look like SK have pretty good control of the situation. Sick finding another pickup here, too, but I think he runs out of ammo and tries to ditch out of there, so SK still close it out, but not bad damage by Misfits at all here.
Yeah, 3 kills going Misfits' way. Shazam even getting just a USP kill. He's saving up for an op on that first gun round. But the setup just was kind of odd, right? They had nobody close. They had nobody statue. They had nobody hiding Coop or anything. And because of that, SK obviously only has to worry about one direction, right? There's nobody that's going to shoot him in the side or anything. And that kind of makes it a lot more difficult to win the round. Usually on eco rounds that you play, you're usually not going to win it if you're just taking straight up gun battles the whole time. You usually want to, you know, make some easy kills happen.
And speaking of those battles, right from the start of it, again, Misfits put so much pressure and drop that it actually overwhelms 2 players from the side of SK. Thankfully, Phelps and Taco are bringing it back pretty clean now. And Shazam is already brought down to be the last man standing, but consistent damage is going to be great here from Misfits heading on to that first gun round, as SK's not going to have that huge economy built up right at the start of it. They're actually going to be looking relatively weak with all these deaths.
Definitely a pretty good pair of ecos for Misfits. Let's take a look at SK's money here, right? And the main thing is if you can get your ecos in order to make it so that you win just one round and they have to save, then it's fantastic. As it stands now, most likely you're going to have to beat SK twice in a row before they have to save, so it's a little bit different. But a main reason from that is because they're keeping the MAC-10 and they're keeping the ump. Because of that, you're going to see Twist just buying ump. I think he's probably going to be the draw player.
And immediately, SK are going to try to go into high gear to push in towards drop, but the problem is they still heavily stacked it. So right off the bat, Twist gets himself a double kill, 6 on the steps, and they don't check it, and he manages to pick up 1, gets some great damage onto the second guy as well. It seems like SK tried to force the issue too quickly here, and Misfits were basically just sitting there with a full 4-man stack on the site ready for it. So now Fallen jumps below the broken wall in an attempt to change up the dynamic a bit, hoping to find 1 or 2 players from Misfits over-peeking for intel there to see if they're still here. But it's not looking good, to say the least, as he creeps back up. He might have an angle against Relics in a moment. He did just miss a chance right there. Now he has to go out for it, and he won't even be able to get the first kill he was hunting for. Now Coldzera versus the world, finding 1 by the statue. He knows he has presence by that boost-up box and drop, and I think he just saw it's Twist jumping fast over the statue here. And plenty of time to play with, but ultimately the odds are just stacked against him too heavily, and Sean will end the round, put Misfits up on the board here.
And that's something we see a lot from SK is if they win the pistol on a map like Cobble, they really just like to brute force things and try to go very, very fast. We see it on Train as well. If they win the pistol, a lot of the time they just try to go very fast pace, see if the other team is ready for it, you know, or anything like that. And sometimes they just have like some of the quickest halves of CS you'll see. And they usually do it online against other American teams. On LAN, a lot of the time slowing it down though, playing a lot more passive. Shazam going for a pick and first punishing that very nicely.
For the rest of SK here, probably actually going to be sending a lot of players directly in here in towards short A and even through the mid connector here too to try and add some pressure to it. I doubt they're going to follow through that quickly onto the site though, as they still have the bomb sitting in the B halls, currently being defended by Taco. And on the Misfits end of things, well, they haven't tried to overcommit towards any of the sites just yet, although that may be changing in a moment with Relics just hanging out on the site connector. Sick goes for, a big push up there to try and check up on the broken wall platform, make sure they're not pushing there. He has confirmed it. But other than that, yeah, Relics did fully rotate back over here into the doorway, and then Sean down at the bottom of the ramp. He's holding it. Relics tried to hold up at the top of the ramp, I think. So he gets knocked out by falling on a peak. Sean's not really in a great position to be able to swing in and trade that out without putting too much risk on his own life. So things is not really working out again when it comes to the entries here, and it's going to allow for Phelps to swing in. They pre-check Sean's spot and take him down without too much trouble. Twist would be the only one that could really save this if they don't check the alleyway, but Perp, he's looking towards it. He also dispatches of Twist without too much trouble. So now it's just going to be Sick, and he'll ultimately probably just fall back to save.
Yeah, and Misfits actually did give themselves a chance to win that round. I mean, they had 3 players more towards A after that happened to kind of just play more aggressively over there. And if they come A, maybe they can win it. Obviously, the kills don't go their way, but that is a smart move, especially on a map like Cobble.
And SK actually really wanting to hunt down this kill. You can see that they even delayed the plant for a few seconds back over there at the site. So they've got Sick boxed in now, and he has been checking for his flank. He's going to get that kill, and now he's only got one more in front of him, but didn't realize that Taco had also pushed past the wall there. So it's going to allow for SK to finally take him out. At a heavy cost to their own players, though. And keep in mind, their money is not necessarily amazing right now.
Yeah, if he killed him, I think he would have won the round because he would have heard the player flanking him and been able to get in like a great position near the bomb. Maybe taps it. He knows he's flanking him. He could just, peek some headshot angle and kill him. Instead, loses that round. So now they're actually going to be on a save. Even though they had 3 alive, their economy is really broken right now, which really hurt. So 1-4 for SK. They had 2 chances to break their money. They don't succeed on the first one, but now they do. And Misfits probably going to save here and then probably try to buy next round.
Phelps just creeping right up again, trying to hunt down anyone else that would push into the mid-connector, looking for an early pick out against these Ts here. But Misfits, we have already seen actually some pretty good work in their stack over here towards drop, so I'm curious if it's going to have the same effectiveness when they try to do it here towards A short and or A long, excuse me, and the mid connector itself. As Phelps swings in first, gets that kill, gets himself behind the door to avoid being traded out by Sick, knows he's there for sure, so he's just going to hug the doorway there to give himself the most room to work with. They also did push out a bit more towards the exit to A long, but ultimately Phelps is just going to swing back out there, take down Sick, and Shazam has pushed himself into the suicide steps. There's going to be a smoke in the way, which, well, it's fading now, gives Phelps another opportunity to frag. He succeeds in it, and following with a perfect read, grabs Relics as he's pushing out from A long, so textbook shutdown from SK here to push them up to 5 rounds.
Yeah, clean, easy, simple round for SK. I think Misfits is probably going to buy just because they had about 2,000. They're going to be at 1,900 here, so they should be able to get a decent buy. Sean will probably get an ump or something like that and maybe play around the drop room. One of the things about Cobble is, we saw it in that second gun round, is that like that early frag. If you get that early frag and you make it 4v5 on T, it's one of the easier maps to convert the round. It's really easy to predict what the CTs are going to do next. There's only a couple places they could really push from. Yeah, they can maybe boost drop, but generally you're going to see B plat control. Sometimes they try to re-aggress at A in the halls or mid, but it's very easy to punish things like that. So the CTs just don't have that many options to even it up. Where as you see like a map like Overpass even, there's a lot of different areas that you can go. You could try to even it up in the bathrooms and make like these chaotic situations work. Pushing long A, you could push, sewers at short B and stuff. But Cobble's a little bit different.
And now Misfits, once again, going back into that usual 3-2 split here. Actually still pretty heavy commitment out towards long A and into the suicide steps in the case of Shazam. But thankfully SK at the moment are playing this into more of their own sort of default here. And while they do have 4 into the B halls though, so there could be a pretty quick follow-up on towards a platform/drop push that we are used to seeing here. And it's going to fall to those 3 on Misfits to try and defend this. They're playing a lot more close this time. You'll note back on the back on their eco rounds, they tried to stack over there towards drop at this time. They are adding a lot more pressure over here towards the platform area instead, as they even go up to nade it back out with not much success, unfortunately. Fallen just shooting off so many op shots, but not being able to connect on anything here. And again, really just waiting for SK's Q to go into the site here as time gets lower and lower. 45 seconds now remaining on the clock. And it does appear that they are finally going to attempt for the push. Fur starts us off. Even the Molotov inside of the window room, too, is going to restrict them from pushing back in. They have themselves a smoke covering off the cross between the broken wall and the boxes there, but perfect positioning from Relics, and he does push himself forward to be able to trade out both Taco and Fallen, taking them down. That re-gives huge amounts of control of the site over to SK, over to Misfits, and all SK have to work with now is going to be that drop room. Relics moving himself out, gets one before going down, but now Sick chimes back in. This leaves Phelps into a 1v3 scenario with only 10 seconds remaining on the clock. He's going to try to work something out here, but it's just not going to happen. He's stuck behind the boost up box. They know where he is now, and they're all playing this together, so they can very easily swing back out and overwhelm him while only losing one more player.
Yeah, and a broken by Misfits, 2 umps and mag 7, still able to win this round, but their economy is in shambles, and if they lose this one, it'll be 6-2, and Misfits is going to have about 1,500. And it's going to be a very tough road for the rest of this half.
Oh boy.
Oh my. I hope this continues for the rest of the season.
Probably is. Just make random appearances here and there. Here. I really regret buying that helmet now. Just far too many bad things has come from it. All right, well, it did take us into another gun round, though, as SK still had enough to buy through it, and there's a lot of confusion because of these smokes. 1-1, now 2-1 trades in the favor of SK, with Fur picking them both up. The rest of Misfits actually split pretty far back. Only Relics on the site. They're working on a flank from Sean, but Phelps spots that come in. I think Sean was just fully running on that one, so he was able to hear him and detect that pretty easily. Now for Shazam, I mean, he's gotten here in time, but they still have to make the impact, unfortunately. And they're both stuck behind just the boost up at rock position while they're still working against drop presence from the T's. So both Relics and Shazam get taken down without too much extra pressure, and SK re-pick up the round and reset the losing bonus for the guys on Misfits.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they have Relics playing long B like that. I believe that was Relics, right? That was crouched underneath?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Like, when I think about Relics, I don't think about him as, like, a close-range player. I don't think that's, like, one of his skill sets to be in those, like, chaotic environments like that. I'm surprised he's in that situation. I would think he's more suited to, like, maybe the A site or playing around Statue. But, yeah, so SK wins that round, puts Misfits on a forced buy, and SK is in a really good position this half.
SK, again, just splitting up into the default once more, but they are getting a little bit more adventurous with, I believe that's Phelps over there towards A long, as he's moved all the way in to try and clear it out. Misfits have been no strangers to putting additional CTs out into the open here, but this time on an eco round, they've gone back to stacking areas of the map, and once more, it's over here towards the drop room where SK have continued to pressure their own players towards to get that early control, and oftentimes actually have gotten tripped up quite a bit, which has caused some delay. Still, for the most part, they've been able to recover upon it, but now Phelps sneaking his way back in. Shazam, fortunately, poor timing with his choice to look back over there towards the ramp, and it's going to give Phelps an easy frag to start things off, and he can even start to move back in and crunch. Gets himself an additional kill before going down to Twist. Fallen is also with him here now too, so he's going to try to creep back in. And I'm not sure if he noticed Twist go inside of there, but he assumes he has, and now just waiting for him. Lines up the perfect headshot. They even called for his teammates to now rotate back out of those B halls and just come over to the site, volleying out the only place on the site they didn't check to make sure that there's no surprises waiting for them. And again, like I said before, it's just textbook clearing from SK to win out these anti-ecos.
And all of a sudden on anti-ecos now, they just have like Phelps and Fur who could just kind of scout around the map, you know, see what's going on. Just an uncanny ability to win gun battles and also just kind of take whatever ground is given to them. So it's a weapon that Fallen uses on these anti-ecos to be very successful in them. And, you know, SK, it's going to be 7-2 now. Misfits does not have a lot of money. They're probably just going to be saving this CZ's, or maybe the CZ on Sean if he's able to save it. And, you know, we see Phelps already 14-6.
Yeah, just going off at this point. And
Misfits doesn't have a coach, huh?
No, they don't.
I mean, you don't really need a coach when you have the greatest tactical mind in North American. No, yeah. That's a meme for my stream. Everyone says that. It's like the most copy-pasted thing.
Yeah, it's not, 2 years ago anymore, unfortunately.
No.
It's been a while since he's...
Shots fired, Blue. Damn.
Well, I mean, he's just been out.
Shazam having a rough game, though, man. 1-8. Not really making any impact for Misfits. Kind of not really in the play, though. You know, SK has been going B almost every single gun round, right? They've gone A a little bit on the ecos. So he hasn't really had a chance.
Yeah, and again, we can see here too, SK just clearing out drop once more. Misfits keep trying to stack it, but like the problem is SK knows this now, so they just watch out for that. And that time it was just an attempt to kind of send players in one by one.
I think Fur wants them to stack it. I don't think Fur. I'm pretty sure if there was 5 players in drop on when they have USPs, Fur's like perfect. He probably tells them in chat.
Good, yes.
Yeah, he probably tells them in chat. He's like, please play 5 drop. I am going there. And then he'll just murder everyone. Like, so just doing what Fur wants at that point.
So the pause is going to get called here, I assume, from Misfits' side. As clearly there are some issues here with just their CT side and not being able to defend much. A lot of this is coming down to just the fact that, again, all of the opening duels, as you were mentioning, is going by the way of like Phelps and Fur, and they're just having no problem walking right up and taking control.
You know, when you're on and when you're on the CT side and you lose the pistol and you're not able to string together multiple rounds, this is what happens. You get in these just terrible economic situations. And at the end of the day, Misfits is saying, like, I don't even feel like I had a chance so far. It just seems like I have umps. I'm just rotating. I don't have the utility. We win around, but then we don't win it cleanly, and we don't have much, going for us as far as weaponry and utility is concerned. And it's just one of those games where it just goes by you. I mean, this game has only been like 15 minutes long so far. And it's already 8-2, and Misfits is in a pretty dire situation, right? It just happens like that in CS:GO when the economy dictates it like this.
Yeah, and this is one of those games too. I think you also brought this up. Where SK, I mean, they have no problem. Hello, chicken. Where they have no problem just SK just playing a very simplistic T side and letting their own individual players do it. I mean, again, this has been an issue for them against like more pro teams in the past, where the problem is they rely on that a little bit too much, and it becomes problematic when they go against some of the bigger teams over in Europe and whatnot. But here, they have no problem just going for these very direct strats and relying on the entry power that we've seen in multiple rounds here to shut down any attempts at setting up defense on the CT side.
Yeah, now they're going to change it up. They have 4 towards A. Who is that? I believe it's Taco towards B. He just threw B nades, I'm assuming. Kind of try to keep their guys there, and then it's going to be some type of like a 5-man A take. Probably very bursty once again.
And once more, everybody just going to be trying to move in early on here after, I think a pop flash going to be working its way over the top here. And indeed, completely blind Shazam.
No, that was so sick.
Shazam chooses to fall back so late, so Phelps just rolls right out and destroys him. There's a nice flank on its way in from Sean, though, and he's going to be able to line up 2 frags back-to-back as he goes through Suicide to line those up. Still, though, site control is under the power of SK, and with Taco knocking out Sean, they've lost that flanking advantage. But with 2 hiding out inside of the shed here, they're going to see if they can make a difference against Phelps, but I think he's realized what's going on. In fact, he's watching out for more, but he gives himself away to 6. So now it's an advantage to Misfits in terms of the manpower here. Fallen and Taco, both playing from different positions, though, so they can have a nasty crossplay if they try to go out the door here. Fallen already getting 1. Taco can restrict them from going outside of the shed, but no, misses his first attempt at a duel. So now it goes to Fallen, who's playing in the usual corner here, lines up some good damage on the first player, but he loses half his own HP and immediately goes down to Twists when he meets full contact. It's Misfits finally picking up another gun round, as they'll pick it up 3-8.
Yeah, nobody watching the flank. Sean just walks through the danger smoke, kills 2 in the back. They definitely knew Phelps was pushing, and he was up close. They must have heard him on the rotate or something like that, because they really hard cleared it and waited for him, and that was like the key kill. It's okay that Sean flanked 2 because they traded on it. A 3v3 post plan at A, you expect to win that much more often than not, right? You're fine with that. If you could tell me every round is going to end in a 3v3 post plan at A, I would say, all right, we're going to win every game,
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Phelps was kind of caught out. They knew where he was, and that was the key kill that round.
Fallen, again, just gone hunting there, and he almost had himself a catch. As we could see, players were starting to mess around with both the broken wall and the steps. Phelps as well, getting tagged a little bit there through Suicide. CTs have put heavy presence inside of there once again, this time with Shazam and Sean playing it together inside of that area. But for SK, most of their players are back over here towards the B push. The A play didn't really go so well as we saw in the last round. They got flanked down. They weren't paying attention to it, so they're going to go back to what works out for them, which is, for the most part, just these direct B hits. And it's being restricted a little bit, but the problem is yeah, Taco has this boost up spot, and it is outside of the smokes. So if anybody goes for a wide peek right now, they're from the Cubby and Relix's case, they're sick, just swinging out from the boxes. That's an easy shot for Taco to hit if they're not paying attention to that position. And now that they start to fade away, it's time to move in. We got a minute left to take control. Taco's going to move out, catches the first kill. Relix has to try and make an impact here to trade it back out, but I think they know he's sitting in the Cubby as well, as they're just waiting it out even longer now.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't time their peaks together, where maybe Sick takes contact, Jiggle peeks, hides, and then Relix wide swings, and then sick wide swings after that.
He's not going to get mollied back out, but nobody's really paying attention to it, though, so he sneaks away with a kill. Thankfully, drop control was pretty quickly gained from SK, so Cold's going to be in a great position to find the trade back onto that one. But at the same time, Twist also having himself a good angle, knocking out another player from SK, and has the angle lined up to where he's just going to be able to sneak off onto Phelps here when they boosted him up on top of the box. So again, picking him off from range, Misfits being able to find a slight advantage to work with here, but now they've gone towards drop, where at the moment Coldzera just destroys all three of them. Shazam, Twist, and Sean all go down to it, and it's a 4K on the round for Cold.
Great job by Cold, and again, Misfits money, man. They win one round, they lose the next. They're, either going to full eco or just pistol armor. I mean, Relics gets half armor here. So yeah, they're going for it. They're saying, hey, we just can't, we can't give SK 10 rounds and be down 10-3. I think that was a little bit of a miscue by SK though. When they threw those double mollies, I think they should wait on that Olaf smoke a little bit, the broken wall smoke, and then let it clear out. Because you saw Relics doesn't get that kill and he doesn't run away if that broken wall smoke isn't there, right? So maybe wait a second on that, throw the mollies, and then, once it's clear, then throw it.
Good timing on this flashbang to try and push for control of the platform, but Coldzera does move in to try and bail out his teammate. Unsuccessful in doing it, but he does trade out the frag there and tries to push back the second player that had pushed up with him. Shazam will remain alive for right now. Nobody paying attention, but Phelps pulls out a molly as soon as he goes through the doorway there. He had himself what could have been a free kill against Twist, but he's able to react in time with the molly getting pulled back out, and now SK throw away what could have been an advantage towards them. We have to hope Fur inside of the drop room here can trade it back, and thankfully he can, taking back down Relics and holding control to wean off any more of the rotators from the other site. Fallen also dispatches of Shazam before he can have any impact, but now there is an AK sitting a little bit further back. Fur, really late on that peek there. Sean just went full race car over towards the doorway there, so he's able to escape the wrath from the window. Coldzera, though, can spot the shadow, so he's just going to destroy Twist through the tree, and now Sean has to try and pull off a 1v3.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. Cold and drop room seem to be pretty synonymous here in this half with him.
This has got to be probably the... 2-12 for Shazam. I think he's been like one of the statistical leaders this whole season, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just...
God damn it. It's just like the face of regret.
Today's a great day. Today's a great day.
So Misfits are going to be broken here. Again, just working with the P250s. Shazam doesn't have anything. I think he's saving for the op on the last round here. And again, Fur just rolls right into the drop room. They don't even try to contest it this time. They do have a CT. Hiding behind the flower pod. Good adjustment from Fur though to grab Sick as he peeked out from the sidewalk. Cold trying to swing in from the other direction here too as he's looking to check behind him, it looks like. But Shazam and Twist both picking up some kills as well. Taco pushing himself forward here, trying to bring it back, but Misfits are holding. This is a 4v2 all of a sudden, and they're trying to move this back over to make it an A take here as Phelps goes in, takes down Sean, but it took so long to get that kill that they've got Twist sitting in the site now.
Yeah, SK getting a little loose here. Kind of feel like they got this game in the bag. They're going a little crazy right now.
And Twist, nicely played from behind the APC. He grabs both of those kills right at the end of it. No armor as well to work with on that one, so good stuff from him.
They're living life dangerously, almost as dangerously as you live life, judging by the clips we see of you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. They're not there. See, that's the thing about SK. Like you, they're not afraid to just take those risks.
Never know, man.
With the full face helmets.
Drones, dogs, and longboards with me, man. That's the way I live life. Never know what's next. Nintendo Switch. That was the other one. That was a good investment, though. The thing's a lot of fun. But getting back on track, SK on the final round here are going to look to try and get that 11-4 advantage. But the problem is now they're going to go against a nasty buy from Misfits here. And we can see, once more, fast attempts to move out for platform control here on B. But Shazam also takes down one closer towards A. And Fallen really trying to get this boost to work for him, but just not being able to find anything over top of those smokes. CT's even reapply it this time towards the steps. And he tried so hard to get up on top of that box, but
acting a fool.
Just couldn't do it.
The blooper reel, man. You didn't think you'd see it from SK, but it can happen to anybody.
You never know in CSGO. I think that's Eric that said that first and last season. So, Misfits pretty much in full control of this round now, especially with all the utility being wasted on SK's side. They've got one more smoke to try and make a take. If they could somehow turn this around, it would be incredible. But without any map control, and now especially being down to 40 seconds remaining, I don't see how they're going to try and do this. It does appear as though they'll attempt to make just another direct B hit here and hope that it works out in terms of their entry power. I mean, they still have Fur and Cold rolling. Those have been some of the big hitters so far in this half, but Cold's leading the charge, and that could prove to be rather risky as he immediately goes down to Relics. And Misfits looking good now to hold on to it as these last two pushing out towards Baruch. And there's so much defense set up from the CTs here. Taco missing his first shot. Both are playing like right next to each other as well. And there's so many back by the tree and rock and this big box boost up position. Taco sneaking off one, but then immediately Twist and Sean knock out the other two. So a little bit of light from Misfits there at the end of the half as they do bring it back up to 5. Still a lot of recovery to do in the second half though. We'll see if they can keep it going on the other side in just a few minutes right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we are back here again, ladies and gentlemen. Our first map of the night. It's well underway between the guys from Misfits and the Brazilian squad known as SK. They currently lead 10-5, although it could have been something like 12-3 there. They got a little bit too loose at the end of the half and unfortunately threw away a couple opportunities, so it's going to end up a little bit closer than some may have imagined with Misfits, showing up really poorly there at the start, but being able to recover a bit towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. We see it all the time. I mean, the team feels like they just got it in the bag. They kind of just, everybody does whatever they want, and they kind of get punished for it. It's really what happened in the last couple of rounds. I mean, they were playing against USPs or P250s or whatever, and they all just kind of ran around. And then on that last round, they're just trying to do some crazy boost for about 40 seconds. So it happens. They feel like they got this game in the bag, so that's kind of why they were doing that. Like if this had been 8-6, you probably wouldn't have seen that, but being 10-3, a lot of the time teams just get a little bit loose, they get a little bit wild, and they just kind of just want to have fun.
It's a great view of the map here. Real scenic. So, yeah, the match is live, though, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to jump into the pistol round here now. And as we take a look at it, once again, SK, assuming that they are still a little bit closer on this pistol round, the match is still very much theirs to lose at that point. But if Misfits can bring us a good pistol round and allow for them to come back into it, well, we could very well be looking at 8-10, another close matchup there, where SK is going to have to start off strong immediately on the gun rounds if they want to, retain this big advantage that they had coming out of the half now. Looking like Misfits pretty much is going to go with a straightforward attempt to drop out of the window. Everybody's going for it too, but look at it, it's just a slaughterhouse right now. Coldzera and Fallen both take down 4 players, and Sean tries to sneak out the other way, but Phelps rings around, and he wants a piece of the action as well, so he picks up the last one. And it's easy for SK to find the first pistol here on the half.
Wow. That was just a slaughter. That was a slaughter, my goodness.
No contest at all. So easy stuff for SK to be able to keep that lead going. And yeah, a little bit worried there with the possibility for Misfits to try and retie if they won the pistol, but not anymore. As they're right back in control. And without the plant, Misfits just forced into this one. Going to go pretty straightforward straightforward here, but look at this with Phelps. Leaping right up on top, finds the bomb as well. Coldzera coming in to bail him out when he does get flashed. Now he's just winning. He did run out of ammo there on the SMG, is why he's going over to his USP, but Shazam finally taking him out of the action here. There's still a lot more to deal with, though, in terms of CT sitting on this site. In the first one, the bat back at them is going to be Fur. Shazam, though, now armed with his own UMP, is able to pick up one, but that's going to be it. Fallen gets a nice quick double kill right at the end of it there, and SK, again, pushing forward up to 12 now.
Yeah, Misfits just looking outmatched. But
yeah.
Doesn't look like they're standing much of a chance against SK. I mean, SK is just kind of playing with them at this point. Fallen by an op against P250s. They got a deagle on Shazam. So it should be another easy round for SK. You know, everybody going towards B except for Sean Garrett's just kind of watching the Dragon Lair. You pretty much know Fur is going to push at this point.
He is going to be going for it pretty quickly here. The problem
There's
is
pretty much zero question that was going to happen.
he does end up meeting his match early on there, though, as they spring a trap for him, but a small victory for Misfits.
He tweeted me like 2 days ago.
Fur?
Yeah, and he said, because he wanted to do the Road to Global with me, he's like, hey, Diz, I'll queue up with you. And I'm like, no, man, you'll kill everyone, and then I won't get any frags. And he's like, no, I could play passive Kappa.
Just keep me in the back and let me out of the cage when everybody else goes down. Well, for Misfits here now, again, they got that early kill. I think they were hoping... I mean, they're trying to play... It looks like that's the point. They're just trying to play against the super aggression we were seeing from SK, as they're just sitting back and waiting it down. But after losing one player there, we don't want a repeat of what happened at the end of the half before. So I think they're going to play things a little bit more normally for the rest of this round. Good timing on the Molotov, too. Just as they were about to push through to it with the smoke fading, delaying them even more. As it does look like they're going to go pretty straightforward out towards the platform here with their bomb. Still delaying it, though, is actually, again, they do end up swinging back over towards the mid connector, but yeah, SK has even presence across the map, so they're going to know this is coming. You already have a third player rotating in from B, and the fourth is hanging out and drop in case they wanted to split it. Phelps getting himself some nice frags here, and Fallen helping out as well. Coldzera picking up one more, and oh, both players just going down right at the same time. There's 6 sneaks one in onto Phelps, but that's going to be it. SK picking up those first 3 rounds, granted not as clean as they could have had it, but with the loose style they're playing, you can't really fault them too much for that, as now Misfits are going to get their first buy.
Yeah, they should know Fallen has an op. I'm sure he took a shot that round. But SK probably knows that, you know, Misfits doesn't have an op as well. And whenever you're Fallen and you're an operator and you know that the other team probably doesn't have an op, it actually just opens up the map a lot for you, right? You can go for almost any aggro pick you want. And probably get out safe, or at least make him use utility to push you back, or the worst case scenario, take a good amount of map control.
Sean's trying to hold back here again and wait for his team to deploy, and it looks like they're going to go again pretty quickly. They've already got smokes they want to move out, but Molly just got in the way, so now they're going to leap through that. They had to use one of their smokes to try and get past that Molotov here now. And again, there's a lot of confusion as they end up getting smoked out and flashed out themselves. And all right, so that smoke's going to roll right out there. As Sick, again, is actually, you know, making good work of this along with Sean. They've been able to actually knock out 2 of the CTs right up on the site. Rotations were quick, so they are back in here, but the problem is it's 3v5 to go back in. Molly gets wasted, ends up just diving itself right into a smoke there, and there's so many players from Misfits just stacked over there, either below or right on the steps here on the platform, so it's not giving them a whole lot of room to work with. They're taking it slow again. Everybody on the CT side has a kit, but oh, Shazam might have just put an end to it right there. Knocks out.
He got mollied out and still got 2 kills moving to his left, and Misfits took almost 0 damage besides the nade damage. That Molotov and the HE grenade are what took everybody from Misfits. That did about 250 damage, just that. But I don't think SK fired a shot during that take. It was just clean. Sean Garrett, somehow he gets a kill. It looked like he was just full blind, just sitting there for like 3 seconds. That was pretty funny to see, but he got a kill before that. You know, Taco and Phelps just playing very close. And not able to really get anything going. They just get blind. Misfits gets unblind before them, and now they're on this broken buy with 2 umps, 2 mag 7s, and an M4 on cold.
Trying to watch out for all avenues across the map here now. Fallen playing the first shotgun out over here towards long A, and he might get himself an opportunity to find some frags with it here. Sean is going to be first up on the bat to try and go in and challenge him here, but Fallen swings right out but misses the shot. He goes down. Coldzera is there for 1 and 2 trades along with a third, and he puts a stop to all of that aggression from Misfits. The remaining 2, well, we're either going to attempt to drop split or now, unfortunately, have the option to go just directly into B, as this is all they have. But Phelps, unfortunately, gets stuck on the flashbang there, so it prevents him from going for that direct roll in on the window that I'm sure he wanted to do. And the T's just trying to slowly work their way out to make some sort of a take happen here. But with that smoke in the way, will prevent Taco from pushing directly, and it also stops them from moving out here for a few extra seconds. And in that time, well, they've seen Phelps regroup up with Taco. And while they did take down Phelps, Taco is still here. He's still behind them, and he's got an easy angle to sink at least one kill there. Takes down Sick. He's done great damage to Twist. And if he peeks out too far, Cold's just going to be waiting for him. Good shot from Twist, though, but unfortunately, when he goes up against Cold, Cold's going to win it out and put SK up to 14.
Just huge, like, impact rounds by Cold. I mean, the guy is 24-8. I think he had 2 3Ks before that. He got 2 on the pistol. He got 4 that round. Both his 3Ks were, I believe, on like impact gun rounds. Remember when he was in drop room, he got a 3K then. And he had another one earlier in that first half that I can't remember quite when it happened. But I mean, just giant impact rounds by Cold.
And off of that, he's pretty much pushed SK right through into what is going to appear to be a relatively easy victory if everything goes as planned from this point forward. Misfits forcing into this round as much as they can with 2 AKs and 3 Tech 9s. It's not our nuke game from last night, so again, we would imagine that SK still hold a pretty good advantage here now as Fallen grabs the first shot. He definitely knows there's more coming up, but he tries to take a second peek anyway. He's got to be careful because they're getting close up to that wall, but bails out just in the nick of time. First sees the shadows on the other side, gets the first one and the second, and Fallen even grabbing a third from behind them there. Coldzera is going to have no problem swinging out to grab the last kill, and it's clean up to 15 for SK.
That was easy, man. That was such an easy hold for SK. That was so routine by them. Fallen and Fur. I mean, look at this. Just
dominated.
What are you going to do? You're jumping up over a wall into a close range mag 7, and then you have to worry about that and an Opper deep peeking you from, I believe it was APC.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Not much without any
really not much you can do.
Yeah.
That's generally why you have one person long A on a shot like that, bro. So that doesn't happen.
We don't see that pressure at all from Misfits, so everything ends up going pretty poorly. And now, well, obviously they force into it again here in what could be the last round, but the buy is not going to be that great. 4 Tech 9s, 1 Deagle on Shazam. Everybody stacked up at the broken wall approach. So we will have to see if they can make anything out of this one. They're also going to put some players in drop there too, as you saw a moment ago. Drop guys have already initiated. CT's not really heavily contesting it. Great shot from Twist to find it midair. Sick also grabs one too. Fallen trading element, that's all he's going to get. And there's Cold though and Taco working together to destroy the broken wall push. Twist coming in on a flank, but he's only going to be able to get 1. And off of that, SK do close out in dominating fashion here on Cobblestone and take the map 16-6, I believe, being our final score.
Another 3K by Cold on that last round, I believe. Guy's just a monster.
The whole
I was talking with the legend.
The legend.
Okay, A2Z last night about it, actually. Yeah, A2Z. I was talking with A2Z, man. I was blessed to even have a conversation with that guy. No, when I was telling him, I'm like, Coldzera, like, you know, whenever I play with him and I watch him play, he seems so under control, but then he kills people so fast, and he has such composure to when he plays, and really very few people in the world can do that. I mean, we're talking about like him, Forrest, you know, those type of players. Nico, just very composed under like pressure and never panicky, nothing like that. Just, and it's really a pleasure to watch.
All right, well, to close out the discussion here on map number 1, we're going to bring our analysts into the conversation. SK seeming unstoppable, guys. What contributed so quickly to Misfits' demise here on Cobblestone?
I think it might have something to do with SK running around like they own the place.
Yeah, that was SK imposing their will onto Misfits for the better part of that first half. You know, you guys, ended the cast talking about Coldzera, but I think it's, you know, a must to bring up both Fur and Phelps, because that first half, it was pretty much their show for the first 10 rounds. They, like you said, they just kind of ran around doing whatever they wanted, and can't, you know, off the top of my head, couldn't think of a single round where Misfits actually came out ahead in any sort of opening duel in these rounds. And that's obviously a massive issue. If you're Misfits, you need to have some sort of a advantage going into these rounds, especially when you're playing on that CT side where economy becomes a massive issue. You need a lot of utility to be able to hold off set executes on this map. And they just get into that rut, which is nearly impossible to get out of.
Well, we saw a 10-5 half from SK over there as the T side. I mean, was it the storyline that Fur and Phelps were just out there having their way with Misfits?
Well, honestly, yeah, I think in a lot of ways. You could see them slowing down the tempo eventually as we get towards the later stages of the first half, and I think that's somewhat due to what Sam was mentioning, the fact that when you're when you have a big lead, you can get complacent and not be as crisp about what you do in terms of how you actually progress, get map control and so on as a team, and you more or less let your individuals just run about and do whatever. And obviously Misfits able to capitalize on that because they're not a weak team by any means, so they're going to punish you if you overstep your boundaries in that sense. But I think it could have been a lot worse of a scoreline from the first half if SK just had kept it going the first like they did the first 10 rounds.
Absolutely. And moreover, I think this is a prime example of we saw Shazam, right?
Yeah.
And he got off to a rough start in that first half. And I think this is a prime example of what could happen in that Misfits side if they don't have all of their pieces moving properly.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an issue, especially if they want to compete with the very best in their region, right? I think it's a necessity. And we talked about how Shazam has been a massive part of Misfits being in the spot where they are right now, earlier in the season, right? He's been having a great season so far. But I think, not to... I don't think you can blame him too much for his performance in this game because, as pointed out already, SK focused heavily on B initially, on a lot of their weapon rounds, which puts Shazam in a position where whenever he has an op, he becomes the rotator over towards B. And we know retakes on both of these sides are extremely tough to do. So you're not really getting him in a position where he can succeed without too many issues.
Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have SK and Misfits on Mirage. Make sure you guys are here when we come back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back here. It's time for the second matchup of match day number 15. And you know what? I think the first one might be a little foretelling if these guys don't wake up.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. Again, we preface it going into the matchup, the fact that these are very strong maps for SK especially. Obviously, not to take anything away from Misfits, Mirage has statistically been one of their better maps so far, in the last couple of months. So if there was a time to bring it back, it probably would be right now. But they definitely need to step up their game from what we saw in Game 1.
Like, there's a good chance that perhaps they woke up from that first map and they're like, okay, we're awake now, we're warm. Like, maybe we can get into it and get in deep on Mirage. Maybe Shazam comes forth and is able to put in quite a bit of work against this SK lineup because his team so desperately needs that right now.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's vital for Shazam to get off to a much better start. First off, to just kind of shake off the rough cobble game he had.
Well, it's time for Mr. Strongberg. That's right, I misspelled his name on purpose, Strongberg, to run us over a little bit of Misfits on Mirage. Take it away, Eric.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to Surrounding Strategies. We're going to take a look at the up-and-coming talent from Team Misfits. As you can see, there's Sick, Twist, and Relics. Relics? What? That's right. He's up-and-coming. He's good. And this match will show you why. Twist, great entry fragger, Shazam, solid opper. They're in a 2-5 situation. They literally turn a 2-5 into 1-2 in their favor. How does that happen against a team like C9? I don't know. C9 just over peeking. They're not peeking together. Eventually, Shroud has to save the gun, and they win the round. So nice pickup play right here. Now, Relics, he tosses nade. He's going to go to the spot. His teammates died, but you know what? He's playing his role. He's up here. He's like, okay, guys, well, I guess I should make a play. He peeks. He gets 2 kills. Nice aim by Relics. And now he's in a 1-2 situation. I really like this move because most likely Cloud9 knows he's in the sandwich Tetris area. So what he does, he falls back to A halls. He takes his time, so it thinks that Stewie might take B. Stewie kind of pushes middle. And he puts him out of position, but this allows him to take a 1-on-1 against Shroud. So he took a 1-on-2 and a 2 1-on-1s, and ended up winning the round, out-fragging or outsmarting Stewie in that situation. Now this round, nice smoke. If you guys want to know smoke for the B apartments, or I guess outside of it, you kind of push yourself up against this wall, aim for that lineup, and it'll just pop, boop, 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 right in there, right in the sweet spot. It forces the CTs to play back. You see automatic, he gets pulled over here because he sees that smoke. This just allows him to walk cat or underpass, and it gives him more room to work that connector spot without having to worry so much about the catwalk. But Stewie doing Stewie things, opening smoke and connector. So Relics, I'm going to do a Stewie thing, push through the smoke. Look at this. They push each other. They're pretty confused because Stewie just came from there, and he gets 2 kills. Nice timing, nice game sense by Relics to able to time that so well, and then watch your flank. You look through there, Stewie's gone. Where is he? Well, he's probably going to be pushing through smoke behind you. Smart play by Relics, knowing your opponent. And right now, 2-on-1 situation. Relics is taken out, but he does the damage. He gets information, and Twist is able to finish the round. And Misfits, they're showing a lot of promise, and they keep looking better and better. And just looking for this 3 new talent. I feel sorry for Ryu. Just you got a good player. Let's just take him away to another team. Feels bad, man. Back to you, Stunna.
Thank you, Eric. I think it went something like boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, that's how you throw that balcony smoke. Now you know.
I think it sounds like that too in game. I could be wrong.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, CS:GO sound's always been kind of wonky, right? Maybe he actually hired Stromberg to create the sounds for CS:GO. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance. We definitely come out with a more interesting sound pack out of that. But look, we're gonna get into Mirage here with Misfits and SK. Give me some sort of prediction here. Like, what are we expecting to see from either side of the map here?
Well, definitely for Misfits, I think we're going to see a much better showing, just straight up, much better game from theirs. And I think Shazam is going to have an easier time to just get into things, even if they start off with a rough start on the CT side, if that happens to be the case. I think there's way more opportunities for him to actually move around with that off, get into different spots to potentially get his groove going and find early picks for Misfits. On the SK side, I kind of think they will actually start off in the same kind of with the same mentality as they had on Cobble. So you let Fur, you let Phelps kind of roam around as you like and take it from there.
Absolutely, Fur and Phelps being that driving force there on Cobble. Can they do it again with SK? Can Shazam bring the ruckus that Misfits so desperately needs to bring here on Mirage? And to deliver that action, we've got Blue and Dazed.
Well, if he brings what he brought in the last match, probably not, unfortunately.
Not much ruckus.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ruckus going on there on Cobblestone.
It's about 4 kills of ruckus. And almost all of them were with his USP, actually. Remember on the when they were full ecoing, I think he got like 3 kills with like USP or something like that throughout the game. So, not much ruckus.
Not a lot of ruckus. So, it is going to go over here towards Mirage here now. But the big problem is once again, SK have also been showing a lot of strength just over the course of this entire roster's history on this map. So, you can't really be worried for them going into this one. It's all on Misfits. They have to show us something special. And if not, then in my eyes, at the very least, this is going to be another easy one for SK.
I mean, the issue is like, if SK plays at their worst, do they even lose to Misfits playing at their best,
Yeah. We can already see Fur tries to take the early aggression, but unfortunately is battled out by Shazam. So a little bit of ruckus to start things off. However, Taco is going to respond back with a bit of his own, bringing one player down to 7. Relic swinging out, though, is able to take down Taco. We're in a 5v3, just like that. Misfits not trying to move forward to take any control off of it, though, just hanging back and seeing if SK try to do anything else aggressive. And while they may be right upon that, Phelps moving inside of the Palace here, just going to be hanging up on the pole right now, and it actually could serve to a great purpose of possibly opening up a flank if nobody goes inside of the Palace, as now everybody from Misfits is shifting back through T-spawn over towards ramp.
So it's going to be the A play, and Fallen's going to bait for Phelps here. Phelps is going to have a really good chance to shoot a couple people on the side. We'll see, though. Relics is sitting B. He might throw some type of a fake or flank. He could play a big part in this round.
And Fallen again, just drawing the attention, trying to get out the intel, but that nade's going to do so much to him. And Phelps is seen the second he swings out from Palace, so immediately countered out cold, finally having an impact. And Fallen, just the swift peek and kill, and then right back into the depths of the smoke there as he takes down Sick. So maybe an opportunity yet, but it'll go away pretty quickly as Shazam does catch Fallen trying to tap his way through the smoke there and is able to read off of that to eliminate him. And for Cold, well, he's going to be swinging right back into a 1v3 setup where pretty much everybody's positioned against him. Nice shot, though, to take down Sean. Just a split-second spot onto him. He goes hopping forward to try and knock out Shazam, but no. It's Shazam with a beautiful 3K that starts us off right from the beginning of it. 1-0.
Yeah, much-needed pistol for Misfits. You know, they don't even make this game close if they can't probably win both pistols. So I think on Cobble they lost them both, didn't they?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, they did, because CT side it was drop. T side, remember they went up at 3-0 for SK. So they take a mid control. They have 2 MAC-10s. This is one of the worst things you could do if you're Sick.
He's going to roll right up towards it.
That is like the biggest mistake. You never want to do that. He is so lucky there wasn't like a pop flash and then people peeking window and bottom connector. He's just out in the open. That's like how you lose anti-ecos, is because people do that. And especially with an AK. I mean, I know he switched it for the MAC-10, but why would you have your AK doing that?
Yep, and now off of that, he will have to toss the AK over to a teammate as he's going to be tagged on a 27 HP off of Fallen. For the rest of SK, though, was still split up evenly across the map. No over-rotation or over-commitment off of that spot. And at the moment, Misfits, again, they got, bot mid-control and everything like that, but they haven't actually moved it in towards anywhere yet. Shazam was able to go through the ladder room inside of the window room. And now they're adding additional players inside of the connector here to try and make some form of an A-take as they swing through. But Fur holding close corners outside. Oh, looks away at the wrong moment, but they actually don't follow through with the kill. They rely on Shazam to do it. Thankfully, it goes well, lining up for more kills here too, but switches over as he runs out of ammo, and that's going to give Fallen the opportunity to take down Shazam, even if back down to a 4v4, and then dip back outside here. As things still go onto the site for Misfits. They get control here, and Phelps still has an angle on the backside. They may know it's there, but at the moment, Coldzera is just shutting this down single-handedly. 2 Deagle kills back-to-back, looking for a third here now as he's going to get pressured by Relics. Relics will get the better of him, though, and not only that, but Twist takes down Phelps in that flank position. So all that's left alive now is Taco and Fallen. Fallen winning back by that ticket booth, and Taco moving back in, has a great opportunity for a kill, but he misses it. And now Relic survives, but no! He goes back in to finish it off, and Fallen had knocked out Twist just a second before that.
Yeah, not sure the general direction of Misfits. It looks like they wanted to go through connector when he was in window. They got that first kill onto Fur. The kill that really hurt them was Shazam not reloading his gun. Just like that mental error. I mean, if he locks down that window room and doesn't die, Cold's not able to go in there and get those 2 kills. It really breaks down from there on that very important frag. Just not reloading. Simply not knowing how many bullets he had.
Yeah, and that's going to cost them heavily, as now we're right back in a chaotic one-on-one scenario here where Misfits just forced directly into it. And this time I don't think they're really going to play around with the outskirts of the map anymore. It looks like they're going directly towards A. Problem is SK's Fur is also moved directly forward towards top mid here to try to open up a flank. If he went a little bit further, he may have just been able to grab Sean for free, but instead with all these nades and whatnot exploding over here towards the B side, he's going to decide to investigate here instead. And he won't find much besides the flank onto Relics, sneaking up on him. Let's see.
What's the knife him?
I think he does, but I don't think he's going to be able to. He's moving too quickly. Yeah, just playing it safe there as he does take him out. And now, meanwhile, the A site hit pretty much got destroyed. So it is going to be pretty quickly here in the favor of, well, I say that, but SK.
Twist hit some great shots, man.
Still holding on and tries to go for a third, but finally put down by Fur.
Yeah, he really does. He hits some awesome shots. I'm telling you, though, the main problem I have on Misfits, and I've said this when we casted them before, on T side, they really have nobody that's like a good entry fragger, that's good up close, good in those chaotic situations. Meanwhile, SK has like Fur to do that. They have Taco to do that. They have Phelps to do that, who thrive in those situations. Misfits doesn't have anybody. They all want to be like 3rd, 4th end. They all want to hover. They all want to get clean gun battles. They're not willing to take those like dirty situations that are, you know, where a lot of time you're just going to die. Let's be real. And then on CT side, when they just don't change their setup, a lot of the time they just play this super static setup where they'll just play like a 2-1-2-1 Mirage every round. But yeah, we'll see if that comes into play on Mirage. Mirage is a little bit more open, though, so sometimes you don't need people who just want to, you know, who have to just run in first. But Twist, again.
It's hitting them from long range now as he takes down Fur. So we have to see if there'll still be any chance for Twist and Relics to work together to try and recover this round, but at the moment it's still SK in control. Twist, though, having himself a few more chances to take some shots down the way of middle, but he fails to realize that they also had Fallen push back out there towards bot mid, so he is able to box out Twist, and now Relics with a Glock. Gets some good damage to Fallen, but Phelps pulls in.
How do you do so much damage on that head armor, too? Like 3 bullets, like 60 damage. That's pretty nice. But yeah, Twist can hit some... I don't know, man. He has really, really good aim. It's pretty crazy. And he's so young. He's like 15 now or something like that. He's really young.
It seems like a lot of the Misfits players actually are on the younger side, at least the ones that came from TSM.
Besides Shazam
he's 17.
and Sean, they're all very young. I think 6'19", maybe.
Yeah.
Same with Relics, and I think Twist is like 15.
So, well, they just said in the chat that the Observer said he's 17.
Twist is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what they think anyway. I think they're right. Yeah. Where you go. But Misfits, again, going for this early mid control. And for the most part, again, obviously with the window smoke, SK are just going to give it to them. They look to respond to this much more on the outskirts of here, like over towards Cat and in the connector. Now, they did spot Fallen, I think, on the jump up there a second ago. So they know he's here, but he's got a pretty safe angle, so he's not going to be pressured anytime soon. And again, the real task for Misfits is to actually get outside of mid and into one of the 2 sites. And without getting just completely destroyed like that. Fallen hitting a nice shot to destroy Sick. And immediately there goes all the connector pressure. So
well, the problem is they spotted him, but they didn't know he had an op. So that changes things.
A little bit. And yeah, again, now they just go right back to the old standard here, which seems to be the A play. With pretty much everybody pushing out ramp, they'll have Twist waiting inside of the Palace there, but there's also a guy with a position to kind of counter out Palace along with Tetris pressure. Fallen and Phelps is ripping it to shreds, and now all that's left is going to be that Palace guy Twist, who Phelps has plenty of time to wrap back around and get into a position to counter out.
Yeah, that's one of the most difficult spots to counter when you're coming out of T-Halls. Now Misfits at 3,000, I expect them to probably pistol armor here. But, I mean, they could also full save. They do have a good amount of money bonus, though. So you're going to see Tech 9, Smoke Flash, and then... No. Well,
take them a second.
They're thinking about it. So they don't buy much. They're going to try to get the bomb down at B and just kind of explode off contact. You know, and they have a chance to win this round because if Twist hits a 1 deke, you know, and then they flood, maybe they catch coldzera off guard. Well, coldzera now has a really good position to play for this, so they're expecting this B hit.
And Misfits again moving in towards it will try to more than likely overwhelm the site at the very least or dive back down for some mid control, but this 2-man setup inside of the apartments here, even getting out of these halls is going to be rough for them, as there's still plenty of utility to utilize to hold them back, even if they take down like coldzera on the bat of things. Taco did move back, so it is still just coldzera, but are they even going to check towards his position as they go in? And nobody looks towards it. There's 1, there's 2. He can't get a 3rd, but Taco thankfully is down below, and he's going to finish off 2 more, leaving it just down to Twist, and like it's no problem at all, rolls right up with the Deagle to find the last shot.
Yeah, pretty easy round for SK there, and they just have a ton of money. Almost no deaths besides that first round.
So clean here again for SK, especially, I mean, it's just like Cobble when it comes to the anti-ecos here when Misfits don't have a full buys. They really just don't seem to struggle with it at all, and Misfits kind of just walk into a gauntlet every single round and get destroyed.
Yeah, and another big problem for them is that, as they do a little underpass boost, is that Phelps has just been in A-holes like every round.
So they've been able to hold decent aggression outside there. This time, though, it does look like Misfits are going to get off to a small advantage to start things off, taking down Fur right from the beginning of it. This boost up, though, could still do some massive damage, as we can see now. They're going to try to go out towards mid. Taco has not been hit by that flashbang. We need to see when they do roll out if they're watching out for this. And oh, beautifully done by Sick.
Now they know where the other player is, too.
He almost loses his life, but he holds onto it. Now Phelps swings into the smoke, and I don't think they noticed him. So he's been able to hide in this and circumvent, and now he's got a free flank against them. The spray's messy, but he still gets the first kill. Has to dive into the smoke, though, as, again, risking his own life is going to to be a bit risque here, as now Twist moves back, takes down Fallen further into that B-bomb site, and Phelps tries to wait it out there on Cap, but that doesn't play out, and now all of a sudden it's just Cold Sarah, who's going to have no choice but to fall back and save.
Do they not know that he's there? Because Shazam is not, like, Shazam was not watching it. Cold actually could have flanked him. I'm wondering why they wouldn't be watching Underpass at all.
It's a bit odd, but now as they just post up in the B-bomb site and wait out the timer here again. Twist is looking for the flank now from that direction. So we'll have to see if Cold can counter him out. Again, timing on this will actually work out for Cold, as he at the very least gets that kill. But now they're on the hunt to try and take him back down. And
They shouldn't be, though.
Seems like Cold is ready to challenge it here. Hides behind the television, knocks out about half of Shazam's HP. They're going to go back to wait for the peek over here from top mid. Can't get any of these kills, but definitely keeps himself alive, which is the real important thing here.
I mean, look at SK's money. Why would they even attempt that? Just like the risk of hunting for him is disastrous if you lose, you know. If Shazam lost his op there, I mean, not a good decision in my opinion. But anyways, Misfits, they win that round. They're on a full buy now, but they have, I mean, SK's economy is really, really good. So, you know, they're still going to be able to buy even if they lose this round. And that's really important to note.
Misfits again splitting themselves up early on just to play into the outskirts of the halls and Rampant Palace as well here. Not going to be making any serious moves right from the start to take any map control as they wait down the timer a little bit. And on the SK side of things, it's pretty much the same story as they have an even split of players all across the map. Bit light on B, but still to the standard that we expect, just having Taco there to defend things. And a bit heavier on that A-bomb site, with Phelps probably being ready to rotate at any moment here. So Shazam looks like he's going to take the first strike here at top mid, working with his teammate sitting behind him now to try and move out and counter out any early aggression from SK. We saw it in the last round, and they actually managed that quite well. It was Twist that hit that shot as they tried to boost up behind the B sign over there. Now Relics moving in, and again, Misfits will basically be gifted control of this portion of the map. It is still going to be getting outside through either Connector or Cat. That is the problem area for these guys. Immediately when that smoke fades, Phelps jumps right out, finds Relics still trying to push his way from Underpass, and there goes that mid control. That's all they had. Sick probably just going to hang out here at top mid for a few seconds while his teammates do start the execute over on the ramp. But Shazam, a good first shot, knocks out Fallen. That opens up the site. It's still most of the remaining players around this area are back over there looking towards mid and Connector.
What is that smoke land? That's pretty cool.
So let's go further back now.
Jungle.
Yeah, just really deep jungle smoke, or really high up jungle smoke. Ferb, again, though, like we said before, still waiting a Connector. Counters out Sick without too much trouble, but that is still the site under control for Misfits. And even the op, I think, from Shazam going up on top of the steps momentarily before he falls back towards Tetris here. And waiting it out now, SK. A lot of manpower to work with. Shazam takes the shot, but way off the mark there. Thankfully, Sean's also available to assist with that as he moves in and knocks out Phelps. That should clear out jungle for the most part. Now the real question is, where's the rest of these players going to be working their way in from? As Taco's finally ready to go in from Ticket. You have Fur coming in on the flag too from the ramp area. He picks up the first one on Shazam. Twist available for a trade, but Cold also pushing back in. Twist holds his own though, but now he's alone in the 1v1, but lines up the final frag and ends up with a 3K on the round, bringing Misfits up to 3.
Nice shots by Twist. They do only live with one alive, and after Fallen goes down, it's actually pretty obvious that it's a retake because Phelps is normally their A player, but after he gets that window kill, it's you know, it's kind of obvious that there's probably nobody at A, and that allows them to get more aggressive. That allows them to get CT spawn control, allows Shazam to peek towards Tetris, towards jungle and whatnot, right? Because they know it's a retake A, and kind of get set up nicely in all these spots.
It's going to be a lot more aggression this time, though, from SK, since they're still in the full ward, but they are running low on cash. You can see 2 sitting right at the threshold of the A ramp area. And for Fallen, he's already found his first mark. Sick, they're going to creep right up, or attempt to anyway, on Cold, but he's ready for it. And although he's brought down extremely low, he makes it out alive with 12 HP, so that's immediately taken a lot away from the Misfits roster here, as they're already dealing with a 5v3, and they didn't get anything for it either.
5v3. Sean picks up the op, so he's going to try to even it up, maybe make it 3v4, make some type of opening for Twist and Relics.
As they are still trying to work this over here towards B and Fallen, missing the flick from outside of Connector, but Sean not being able to challenge it either, as he's a little bit too slow on the trigger. I won't be finding anyone inside of that window room. SK have pretty much long since cleared out from here and gone back to just a standard 3-2 split across the map with deep commitments into either one of the sites. Misfits do seem to be favoring towards A again, and finally Sean hits that shot. Nicely found on the Fallen there.
Shot. Yep.
Catches him on top of the ticket booth. That's another one gone, and now splitting it 2-2, but Misfits again still taking it so slowly, trying to move into the site, and that is going to allow for more of them to line up to counter out the mid-aggression. Phelps catching Relics. The last two trying to sneak their way in towards A now, and it's even going to call for rotates. Another great shot from Sean, though, as he picks up a second against Phelps here. That will clear out the immediate site, but they still have Fur on a flank back over there from the T-steps, and he swings back out, but he gets hit by a flash, I think. He is able to follow through with the kill and a twist, and Cold swings out from Ticket just in time to prevent the plant, prevent the bonus money for Misfits, and immediately put them onto sort of a half-buy here, or just an outright force considering the money situation that they're going to be in now.
Yeah, and it just seems like it's like the same old, right? It just going back from Cobble. SK wins all the important economic rounds, you know, starting from that second round eco, and puts Misfits into these terrible situations where the game just goes by so quickly and you don't even feel like you have a chance to win because your economy is just disastrous the entire game.
There's never really given enough opportunities, unfortunately, to make that big impact, and when you do finally battle back into it, you never are able to build yourselves back up enough to stay alive here. And now Phelps waits out the push. He gets two that are lined up for him before being taken out by Sean. Fallen waiting in the connector, and this time they don't have any mid-pressure to back up and take down Fallen on a trade. So they're down to two. There's basically no room for these guys to successfully push out and get that plant. So another easy anti-eco cleanup for SK. And these are the rounds that they truly show their dominance on.
Yeah, Phelps just leaving A ramp open. Just, you know, hears him coming out of halls, gets flanked by Sean, but still takes out two beforehand. And there's no follow-up smokes or anything to cut off any rotates. So it's a very easy round for SK from there. Now it looks like top mid smoke comes out, but they even this round they don't have a good buy, right? 3 Tech 9s, an AK, and an AWP. Very spread out at the start. We'll see if they let Shazam have some time to work with, maybe. I think he's towards B right now, if I'm not mistaken, right?
And Fallen even boosted up here on top of the bench to get a better view of what's going on down there in the
first time I
apartments.
saw someone do this, it was Astralis. I'm not sure if they're the ones that made it, but it's an impossible angle to you know, challenge if you're a T or anything like that. You're just dead. There's nothing you're going to be able to do about it.
Well, thankfully, presence in that area of the map is going to be pretty light here now, as they only are going to have a max of 1, and they've already destacked it anyway. Taco's still waiting back out. Shazam has pushed through it, but actually, with Taco's full attention there on the apartments, it lost for Sick to just walk right in from Cat, as Intel was ever relayed, so takes down Taco. Look at Fallen, though, already out through the market again. He's going to challenge. There's 3 players sitting on the site, and he still has reinforcements, you know, a few seconds away. They're back in market now, so they can help him out. He didn't get super adventurous there. Just wanted to make sure that they didn't push all the way up against the wall. He's trying to take these shots against Sean and possibly Sick as well, but they're just not giving him the angle he needs currently. Well, so Ferp, he's going to start off the party. Sick being able to trade, and finally Fallen hits that shot against Sean, leaving just 2 alive here for the T side, and they know where they both are hanging out from. One over here on Sick, hanging out just around the arches, another one way further back. Sick holds on for one, tries to transfer the spray, but he'll be unsuccessful, and now Twist with a Tech 9. We'll see if he can pull off some incredible shots again. Lines up, he actually does stop the defuse, but there should still be enough time here for Cold, and actually, no, there is not, so he's not going to be able to pick it up, and Misfits do end up winning it out. Beautifully timed from Twist, and great job on getting that diffuser to be able to stop them from picking it up after they trade him out.
Yeah, and we'll see if this trend continues, where Misfits wins a great round there. They catch him off guard at B. As soon as Fallen left, Taco wasn't ready for Cat to come up at the time that it did. He gets caught out of position, dies. Fallen in market, wasn't in position to really contest or anything. And Twist winning a nice 2v1 with the Tech 9 at the end, right? Just cross the map, kind of just ADing. But this is where it's another hugely important round. Like, this is a big swing round, and thus far throughout this series, we've seen Misfits lose each and every one of these to SK. I mean, I know they won the round before, but it's kind of like now SK has another chance at it, right? Because I'm sure they're going to buy here. And if Misfits loses this, I mean, we're probably looking at least 10 rounds for SK.
This is going to be a technical pause, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for the Misfits roster here, but I believe it's already been unpaused or will be at any second, so we should be jumping right back into the match now. And indeed, there we go. Back into the buys we shall go. And for SK, taking a look, it seems like their money is finally running.
Oh, man, 15-6. What has he been in this series? Like, so far? It's insane.
Probably, what was he, like 24-8 or something like that on the last map? Probably got a few more before the map actually ended. It's got to be something like 40-20 or something of that nature, maybe even less than 20.
What a beast, man.
Well, let's let's take a look and see if Misfits are going to be able to make anything work on this. Just direct push this time. Smoke deployment coming back out. Nobody checking the sandwich though, but Phelps, as he missed the first trip stack player that pushed back in, and now he's a little bit confused about himself, as he's only going to be able to get that one before being traded up by Sick. Cold, though, helping out beautifully right at the edge of this smoke. He's already knocked up 2, and he's going to look for a third. Can't get it, though. Sick being able to trade him back out before more damage gets done, but then Fur and Taco work together to stop any more progress from being made.
And there it is. That's probably going to be 10 rounds for SK at least, I would think. I mean, Misfits, they could buy here. They've just been in this situation so many times where it's just like late in the half and they have $2,000, and they've been consistent. They usually buy in these situations, so they're going to do it again. But they're almost never able to convert it, you know, like. This is something that always impressed me about Optic, is when they had these sort of buys, I thought they were extremely good at winning with these buys. And, you know, like a team like FaZe, for instance, you know, they were winning a lot of these buys with Deagles and Tech9s and things like that. We see SK, they're really good with these buys. To be a really good team, you have to know what to do on these rounds to give yourself the best chance to win. And we don't really see that from Misfits. You know, we usually see them buy it here, but they don't convert on it. They don't have the success rate.
Yeah, now for Misfits here, like you said, without that success rate, and for the most part, SK just completely shutting them down on these types of rounds. We will have to see if Misfits will have any hope at all of trying to upset here. They do have 2 smokes to try and go for an execute, and it seems like, again, on the earlier portion of the round at least, that they're pretty straightforward about this, trying to go through the apartments and the back B halls over here into the sites. So with everyone kind of grouping up now as the time gets lower and them not getting any early aggression thrown out against them by SK, they're going to be able to proceed forward into those apartments and try to line this up for some sort of success here. But even Fallen just jumping in to try and check towards underpass. They know that something's going on in those back B halls. They can hear them moving around. The Molotov timing from the CTs is flawless. It does hold them back here for another 5 to 10 seconds. And you can see the rotations are already on the way. So this is looking like it might just be another shutdown here unless they can trade out these kills right now. Fallen already got 2 as they were trying to jump towards Van. Coldzera from Get Right along with Taco. They have a beautiful cross spray here. And Twist, well, he'll surprise a little bit at mid as he knocks out Phelps, but it's pretty much irrelevant at this point as SK have won the round.
Yeah, I mean, Twist may hit some nice shots, but he's always last alive, and in positions where, even though he's hitting those shots, a lot of the time it doesn't make much of an impact, right? Because it's like in 1v4s and whatnot, where people are generally just over-peaking you anyways to even give you a chance at hitting those shots.
So again, another full eco for Misfits. They do have to save for to have somewhat of a decent buy on the last turn there, since they can't really get anything done on ecos.
And one of the reasons, you know, going back to Cobble that I was talking about is, like, SK, they have players who are very good in those chaotic atmospheres, very good up close Counter-Strike with Tech9s, with umps, with Mag 7s, whatever, right? And that's one of the reasons they convert on those rounds. That's one of the reasons they have success when they have, you know, Tech9 armor and a couple smokes. Same thing with Optic. Like, Rush, in my opinion, is one of the best players. Like, any type of, like, mid-range to close range, the guy's a god. He's so good in those areas. As, you know, SK, or Misfits, just going to get cleaned up here by this double window setup.
Yeah, Phelps and Fur just working together. They know they have another one coming out of underpass here in a second, too, and it's just no problem at all. Last one alive. Twist gets nothing done this time, as SK have all 5 alive going into the last round here.
Yeah, and you know, they have Naf, they have Tarek, all these players that are really good, like Mixwell's super good up close too in these chaotic situations. That's one of the reasons they convert on those rounds. Misfits just doesn't have like the players, in my opinion, that really thrive in those type of an atmosphere. So maybe, you know, buy like a little bit more conservatively instead of going for those plays.
And right out towards top mid again here, but this time there's a lot of resistance coming in from the CTs. Right at the get-go, Fur having some trouble, though, actually, with this spray. Thankfully, Molotov from Fallen does finish the job, but at the same time, Phelps tries to push through the smoke, and that's going to give Sean the ability to push back in and take down Phelps. Puts us into a 4v3. Still double op setup for SK, though. But now, again, Misfits just falling back to the go-to after either success or failure in the opening push towards mid, which always tends to be just going directly over here towards the A ramp and trying to push into that site.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to do a fake with 2 towards A. Twist in the halls. Not sure who's going to A ramp here. It's Sean Gares, and he has a smoke and a decoy. So maybe they try to get out A and then send bomb towards B. But the last time they did this, Cold was very aware of it, and he just waited and waited and waited. It was actually on the pistol round, and he was able to kill Relics as he was trying to lurk on him. So we'll see. It's all going to come down. A lot of it's going to come down to how quickly Cold rotates.
And everything remaining quiet for Misfits as we do wait for those 2 smokes to be deployed. The ones that they do carry anyway on Twist and Sean. Again, keeping Twist attached for the main push is not going to work out so well. Cold doesn't flinch at all. The call of those smokes probably coming out on the A-bomb side, and even just tosses the volley on the ground.
I don't understand what that was. Why did he peek? But then those 2 guys are in T-spawn.
And now Cold just spotted another one, so he's just going to fall back and get ready for it. Oh, good shot from Relics, though. Takes down Cold, but still a 2v3 with SK still having the ability to push directly back in from Market. Fallen only going to get 1, though, and he tags Sean a little bit lower. So Taco is going to have to try and clutch this back out, as unfortunately Cold was not able to hold for as many kills as he would have liked here. He's going to push back in. Nicely found from Taco, though. Immediately takes down Sean, and all that's left is Twist. This is the big man on the table for Misfits, so he'd have to hope he could clutch here as he's trying to remain hidden, but no, it doesn't work out. Taco just waltzes right in, takes down both of the remaining players from Misfits, and puts yet another round up on the board for the Brazilian squad. They are going to end up pushing 11-4, guys, at the end of the half, and much like Cobblestone, it's looking like they have complete control of things going into the second half. We'll have to see again if Misfits have any attempted to come back on their CT side. Stick with us here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
We are back, and once more, while there was some bright spots there for Misfits throughout the half as they were able to trade at a few runs, it was never consistent enough, and off of that, it's still very much SK that hold the bargaining power as they jump onto their T side now for their second map of the night on Mirage. Yeah,
this is going to be a tough road for Misfits. It just seems like they're just a bit outmatched by this SK team. I mean, SK is playing pretty loose. I feel like they know they're going to win the game. Kind of, you kind of can watch and get that feeling that, they're just kind of having fun a lot of the time too.
Yeah. They just, I mean, we had it happen back.
One thing by Misfits though, Twist was LMS like every single round. Did you notice that? Mm-hmm. And it wasn't even like a lurk where he was like even in position a lot of the time to win the round and like a good flank or anything like that. He's literally just the last alive and like a lot of the time in a position. I mean, even the round that he clutched in the 1v2 with the Tech 9, frankly, that probably doesn't happen. 9 times out of 10, SK probably wins that round. They have 2 on the bomb, and Colt's covering them, and just kind of didn't, hit him, to be honest. He shot like 10 to 12 bullets at him. Most of the time, Colt probably kills him there. I mean, I don't know, like the game plan by Misfits is just strange, and I think it goes back to just, their skill sets are just not that type of team that is comfortable in like having people get in your face and taking position and stuff.
So SK onto the T side. We'll see what they choose to execute towards, and it's a 3-2 split to start things off here. No one going to be moving directly into the sites just yet, but it is very fast up to the apartments for the 2 over here towards B, and as well into the palace and kind of leading up to the ramp for those over on the other side of the map. Like I said, though, no movement into the sites, no fast plays, no attempt to just crush A right from the start of the round. And I mean, while in the Misfits camp, we can see that, well, they have taken a pretty stern stance over there towards A, 4 stack in this direction, in fact, with one of them playing very, very close up and outside even now of the ramp, and that being Twist, just forward and wanting to challenge us immediately if it does come in this direction. well, the SK players still have presence over there towards the palace area. This does mean they can kind of shift down and add a little bit to it downstairs over there and out through the connector. Twist tries to hold on his own and looks for the player over on top, but then just loses himself to the double push from Taco and Fallen.
That was really well played by SK. Okay, but I don't know. I think that positioning was just so poor. I mean, they flashed over. SK is not stupid. Okay, you're going to flash over, they're going to expect somebody to be there. And they cleared it with such precision. That was such a nice clear by them. Now they group up towards B. It's the absolute right call. Only player there being Relics at Catwalk.
And then they will go to deploying even their smokes to try and clear this back out. Catwalk's been smoked out, so they can't do anything about it. Inside of Market, there is going to be a bit more presence from Sean, but he's not really going to be able to do anything to challenge it. So now SK just push forward even more so. Fur holds the door to Market here, and he's going to be able to catch Sean reloading. A little bit of a miss there to start things off, but he does follow through with it. Shazam, however, will be able to trade, but now Phelps controlling the cat area limits the CT's potential even more. They're doing good work here. In fact, Shazam, a 4K. Can he get the ace now? As he has dominated this, it's a full 10-second defuse. Fallen's going to try to roll it, and he does deny the ace and keep the pistol held together for SK.
Shazam's pistol is so good. Those were like incredible shots to even put themselves in a position where he could be in a 1v1.
And again, he kind of dominates it. Whew, just even, I need to catch that one. Just completely stopping players in their tracks as they're trying to relocate on the SK side of things. So very close, but just no dice. And this is going to, unless they upset here in the second round, put Misfits into a pretty bad spot. They did go for a stack again over towards A. 4 stack over here, and Fur, in fact, is able to challenge Shazam a little bit at the beginning, but it's a short-lived one. He does fall back almost immediately after that to group up over here in mid.
Look at how they took middle. Do you remember on Misfits anti-eco? What did he do? Sick just ran down into bottom connector with no window smoke, no catwalk pressure, nothing. He just runs down to the middle. Then you watch SK, look what they did. They went behind the box, they spanned to the left where they're still safe, one on the right, one in the middle box, one on the left. Then they threw the smokes, then they started pushing up. Yeah, Phelps died and he got 1-deeked or whatever by Shazam, but do you see how like they stopped anybody from just being able to do a flash push through connector? Because that's like the most common anti-eco on Mirage. You throw a flash from A to bottom connector, you peek window, bottom connector, and cat together. They stopped that. Whereas when we saw Misfits, Six just runs up with an AK to just challenge everyone. It just makes no sense.
With the loss of Phelps, though, now, the rest of SK, again, have connector control, but have yet to actually try and push back into anything. And in fact, Shazam will not only find another one, but Sean is going to pick up a kill here, too. So just like that, being able to hold good mid control, SK are only down to 2 remaining players, and they have not traded anything out. Sean and Shazam even picking up extra gunpowder here. So Taco trying to push forward. At the very least, finally knocks out Sean. They still have presence on the other side of connector, but it is pushed away from the actual doorway there, so it's not going to directly challenge them on their own cross. They're attempting to move the bomb in towards B, but even here again, Coldzera getting challenged once again from the connector, and Shazam just peeking in for another one, gets his 3rd kill. This is 7 kills in the last 2 rounds alone. Sick closes out.
Yeah, and his first 2 kills were at A, and then he goes back. How did he get to B?
He had a race over there after he got his first kill.
He ends up in the B hall. Oh no,
the second one. The second one. God.
Do you think Shazam did that after he got those frags? Yeah, because that's a look of satisfaction out of your face.
Thinking.
That was a look of like, when you did that, you were thinking, I'm a badass. That's what you were thinking.
That's not a satisfied face in my
I think so. I think it was like you're satisfied with yourself and how cool you are that you rode the electric skateboard. That's what I see when I see that.
Well, then I didn't face plant on my first attempt to ride it on the live stream.
You were like, check this out, guys.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
I still don't know why I wore that helmet. It's just so bad.
Can we see the picture of the helmet again? Do we have that like ready?
We'll probably see. We'll see if we can get it up in a second. I'd prefer not, but it's not about what I want.
It's what the people want.
So SK, again, attempting to get fast mid-control. They catch Sick out in the open. Shazam just gets destroyed by Coldzera. Is hopping on top of his teammate, and now he's in full momentum swing.
What
Look at
a cool
this.
shot.
They just hop right in and completely deck all of the Misfits roster.
That was so cool. So, honestly, we were kind of making fun of you, so I think I caught it all, though. So they fake B. They throw the catwalk smoke, similar to what they did on Pistol. Those players immediately go underpass while one runs top mid. Those underpass players boost up into window, while 2 probably end up going through connector, and then there's probably 1A ramp and 1A hulls. So a little bit of a B fake into a quick like convergence on A. That's very cool by SK. And again, look at the rounds they win. Pistol armor and things like that. Clever ways to win the round. Players who have skill sets that suit that. And that was really awesome.
Yeah, Misfits, well, they're going to try to force into this one, as you can see. Only 1 and 4, though, and in the player that has, it's already lit down to 18 HP, trying to go for a fast cross. Fur just grabs Twist's head out of the air as he tries to drop down over there from the connector. Fallen's even watching out because he saw them go through underpass, so he knows that there would be a presence here if they tried to push towards it. So with the early control and the early kill and a half, really, with Sick being down that low, going in their direction here. Now, there's not a whole lot to worry about on SK, as they're easy sailing here for the first couple seconds into the 4th round. They're going to be able to possibly find Shazam here, too, as he just hugged the wall. So he kind of gave himself out into the open. Fur, the same thing against Sean here, just finding him in an open duel. Just, the guys on Misfits, just the positioning doesn't really seem to be there, nor the awareness of the current situation. And this is going to allow for more than likely be just a clean closeout for SK against Misfits.
Yeah, Sick just going to try to save his gun, see if he can get an exit or 2 maybe. But that is like one of the most satisfying feelings in Counter-Strike when you're playing with like a team like that. Like SK, you know, I'm sure they drive around that strat. They thought it out. You know, they went in the server. They were like, okay, when we throw these 2 smokes, that's going to dictate this person's rotate. We can catch them like this, and then you know, to win that way and implement it into a game is like one of the most satisfying feelings. That's something that makes Counter-Strike like feel so rewarding to play, or when strats like that are successful.
Even the best attempt that they had to pick up a kill here, Sick just swings out, kind of surprises Fur, but still wins it.
FaZe has some strats like that on Mirage that I was like super impressed with, like with the smokes, running through the smokes, with like really crisp movement and flashes that are like so well drilled. A couple of their strats were like really awesome to watch. FaZe has a couple of them like that, but yeah, I really like that shot a lot by SK.
And based on the track record so far here, SK should have no problem at all getting themselves up to 15 rounds off of this one here. If we're going to go for that really aggressive peak, but they've got a lot of guys in connector, so yeah.
Go straight down middle. Even Fur can't be successful doing that.
Thankfully, Cold further back in the cubby is able to hold out and evenly trade things to put it back into the control of SK, at least a little bit here. But also, both of those Misfits guys have AKs now, so that could prove to be a little bit dangerous. Thankfully, you know, plenty of utility in one on. They're just rerouting the bomb through ramp. So as long as Phelps holds off the gates here in mid, they should still be in pretty good shape to try and win out the round.
The difference is SK is up 14-5, so a mistake like that is like not that big of a deal. But when you're Misfits and you're up 1-0 at the start of the game and you're huge underdogs, mistakes like that end up losing you games.
Phelps trying to spot over here from behind the work table as he gets himself into a duel versus Twist, but just not able to find him in time. So he goes down, and actually that reignites the possibility for Misfits to just waltz right in here, knock out Fallen, who is playing to a spot that they're definitely going to check towards here. They are focusing underneath the platform right now, but their next spot is going to be over here towards Tetris. So let's see. Fallen lining up the first one, though, and they're just going in one by one. In fact, he thought it was from Ticket at first. He swung around there for a second, using a lot of his ammo, though, but he does close out on it. And Fallen with the 2v1 pushes SK up to 15.
Yeah, and they put themselves in a good situation to win the round. I mean, it's a 2v1 at the end of the day, right? But 2v2, even with guns and a full eco like that, is really the best you could hope for in a situation like that. Just Fallen, you know, there's no kit Misfit on Misfit's side. Fallen, just a great clutch player, reads the situation very well.
And now they got to go 10 rounds straight for OT, not even for the map win, which is pretty much impossible. They may be able to try to keep it together for a few more and fight it back. But
what was that?
From Sean or Cold?
No, Sean, the smoke peak.
Yeah. Cold is running right out there, capitalizes on it in a very big way. And pretty much giving himself away right at the start of the round. And this is even going to lead to them having connector control too, as there's no presence here from the CT. Sick has to try and go back into the murder hole, but again, they have no presence over here in connector, so Fur just dominates Sick as he's running out from the jungle area, and then spins around to get Shazam. All that's left on the site now is Twist. He's going to chime in for one, but that's it. And now it's all down to Relics to pull off a 1v4 attempt here, as he'll just push himself slowly back into mid, but in connector, he's already going to meet himself a close battle versus Fallen. Fallen does miss. That'll give Relics the opportunity to find that kill, but up on top in the site, it's Cold Zera that gets a quick closeout. And once more, it's It's going to be SK that dominate the playing field here and take control of the second map, giving them the 2-0 record for tonight.
Yeah, just looked vastly superior to that Misfits team. But you know what? We watched the game. We learned a couple things. You know,
don't rush.
What to do, what not to do.
Don't rush
a couple cool
connector at the
strats.
beginning of the round.
Well, no, really. I mean, it's a very common mistake that I see. I mean, I see it all the time because of Rank S. I see it all the time, and I always tell people, you know, don't do it. Like, that's the most common thing to do on eco round is just to like stack up connector and flash, and then everybody peek from, you know, post mid control, right? But yeah, we'll see what our analysts have to say.
Yeah, as we bring them into the conversation, guys. Again, Misfits just seeming to fall flat here. What were the big issues?
Well, I mean, yeah, right off the start, it was. I mean, we looked at a 16-5 there on Mirage, and then even before that, a 16-6. SK coming out in dominant fashion, and Misfits garnering all of 11 rounds across 2 maps.
Yeah, SK just kind of showing that they're not willing to give that undefeated streak just yet, and honestly, a bit of a disappointing showing from Misfits. Expected a lot more to come out of them. Sean highlighted the issues we've seen of them earlier in the season, where they've been static on a CT side, and you know, not doing a whole lot of adaptivity or not being that adaptive when they run into issues. On this game, or in this game on Mirage, I thought they were actually pretty static on their T side of Mirage, which ended up being you know, a massive issue for them. So yeah, kind of disappointing showing from Misfits all over.
It really, you know, it really was. I believe those guys are poised to do big things just when they bring it all together and like how they want to attack it.
Yeah,
I think they've got all the potential in the world. It's just a matter of making it happen. But at this time, we're going to take a look at round 15 now. We're going to load that up in front of you. Vendetta, walk us through it.
Yeah, so Misfits, for the better part of their T side, wanted to go for mid control, and 90% of the time they actually didn't find anything to actually come away with it from. Oftentimes they would just lose a player single-handedly and then go back and try something desperately to see if they could luck into a round. This time around, though, they actually end up in a situation where they do get two frags. So they get the better trade, and normally this should more or less be the guarantee for a round if you're Misfits in this kind of situation. What I don't agree with, though, is their decision to actually split up after they've gotten the man advantage. You're basically giving up the advantage that you had initially so you could set up for what they wanted to be an A fake here. So you're going to see them rotate more or a couple of people towards A, throw over a couple of nades and whatnot, and then try to gather up with the guys on B. But in addition to that, you have Sick, who gets a bit over-eager eventually and is going to peek out into the sole defender of that B bomb site, which is Coldzera, which again just doesn't play into the plans of what you should be doing if you're Misfits. And it's a completely unforced error as well. There's no reason for them to actually do this kind of a thing. So Misfits need to be able to, you know, root out these kind of mistakes if they want to have shots that actually taking maps off of good teams, especially when you fumble around and, you know, you end up winning pistol rounds, losing the following anti-eco, that kind of a thing. You definitely need to make sure that when you actually have these full buy rounds that you're able to take advantage. Because as it is right now, you can see Sick get caught out, and you haven't really garnered and gained anything from the fake you wanted to throw towards A. You don't have any utility now going in towards B, and the man advantage you had is just kind of gone altogether. So it's going to end up in a 1v1 situation eventually. That, you know, as you can see, Taco being the sole warrior here left in a 1v2, he's going to be able to close that out. But if you're Misfits, you need to win these kind of rounds. It's just a necessity.
No, this is definitely the 1v2 I was discussing with you before we came back on air here, and Taco being able to close this one right here, almost is nail in the coffin
as you can get.
Yeah, and even going forward past that, I mean, that pistol round, Shazam, I believe, gets a 4K. Goes to stick the defuse, it's full defuse.
Fall comes in.
Yeah.
Just ruins his day.
At that point, that's the one foot in the door you're hoping that Misfits can grab, but they're unable to grab that, and as the story unfolds, we see them lose the map.
Yeah, and we saw that over the course of both maps, really. The fact that, you know, in a lot of situations, Misfits end up losing those crucial rounds, the money swing rounds, more or less. And in the end, that's going to snowball into a bit of an avalanche that you can't really do anything about if you're Misfits.
An avalanche you can't really do anything about, but what you can do is get off your tail and go over to youtube.com/ESLCS, where you can pick up this VOD, the VODs from yesterday. You know what? I'm going to be a visionary here and say that you can also watch the VODs for the next matchup that we're going to have tonight. Will also be on that link right there. So make sure you get over there. Try to learn something, even if you didn't earlier. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, it's going to be Renegades and Selfless. We'll be right back.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
All right, and we are back here on ESL Pro League, and it is match day number 15. Guess what? We got some more matches for these guys at home.
Got two more.
Got two more. A doubleheader, two best of ones. We've got Selfless, and we've got Renegades. Now, you're not going to note these teams for being at the top of their pack this season. In fact, in their own rights, both teams are struggling, some more so than others.
Yeah.
But what is the feeling going into this one with these two teams? Obviously, weird vibes surrounding
Renegades.
The Renegades side right now for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think none of these teams really have a good feeling going into this. Partly, well, obviously, Selfless, they're still sitting at one win throughout the season. That ferocious one-win club, really, that nobody wants to be in. Renegades on their end, we're starting to pick up the pace, actually grabbing a couple of wins, getting up to 3 at least so far in this season. Then, obviously, the news came out yesterday that Yam's leaving the team, decided to take a step away from competitive CS. So, they kind of go back to square one, having to find a replacement for him. That's going to be Uber, at least for the next couple of weeks. And, it doesn't really seem like there's any piece to be found for either of these teams. And now we're getting to the point of the season where, well, you kind of have to get everything going. You have to win your games, and especially when you're going up against teams in a similar situation.
Well, Yam, being a part of that lineup for such a long time was definitely sort of a pillar player over there. Let's take a look now at that lineup as it stands, though. We've got AZR, JKS, Ustillo, and then you'll notice Adder and even Uber now in sort of a stand-in role here. Does this lineup give you faith that Renegades are on their way back up?
No.
Well, all right then. That settles that. We're going to cut the show here, and we'll see you guys next week. Good Lord.
I mean, honestly, though, I would have been more confident in them if they still had Jam on that lineup, not Yam on that lineup, simply because at that point, they'll at least have practiced with him to the point they have something prepared that they can show up, that they can bring to the forefront when they're playing. With getting Uber in at such short notice, they're probably not going to have, any way of implementing him aside from just telling him like, oh yeah, Yam used to play these positions, so go there and make the best out of it.
Well, Yam, obviously, we're seeing some of the impact he's had there. He's been there since the Sponge days. He's been there throughout a lot of it, and it seems the sentiment over there on the Renegade side is that these guys don't want to see him go. It's almost that they're citing personal reasons for him to step away from the roster as it is. But it's kind of bittersweet in its own right.
Of course, and they said it's personal reasons. That could be, given the kind of crazy schedule that the Renegades players have had, they've more or less not been home for the last 2 years. And I think it's natural for someone to potentially get homesick, especially when you're so far away from home and you don't really have the opportunity to, take a short flight and then visit friends and family, right? And in addition to that, he was their captain. He was their in-game leader ever since Sponge left. So it's a big gap to fill for Renegades.
Now, it'll also be interesting to see how that affects them going into the Asia Minor. But let's take a look now at that Selfless lineup. We're going to see Caboose, CJ, Nifty, Dizzy Wee, and a guy you might know by the name of ZQK.
ZQK, yeah. One of the more old-school Brazilian players, has a past in CSS, playing for Team Target Down and those kind of things. Another change for Selfless.
Well, I got one more change for you, as if that wasn't enough changes.
Really?
DSR is going to be playing for Dizzy. So if you could just go ahead and just pretend that never was part of that, and it's actually DSR there instead of Dizzy. So, yeah, as if you didn't have enough changes, there's one more for you, Vin.
I love how we had the ZQK change happen 2 minutes before we go live. So we do the pre-show for today with Dizzy in mind, and now as we get skip about 1 hour in the ahead of time, they have another lineup change. Like, this is world record pace at this point.
North America at its finest. Now, the first matchup we're going to see tonight is going to be on Cash, the second being Mirage. Give me a quick thought here on Cash as a whole for either of these teams.
Well, initially, I thought Selfless would have a pretty good idea, pretty good chance going into Cash. Obviously, roster changes make that a bit wonky, but, I think that still it's going to be their best opportunity to grab a W.
Well, let's hand it over to the guy that catches all the W's. That is Mr. DeBears, who's standing by with little Selfless's Cash.
Welcome back, guys, and thank you. Thank you for another Stromberg Strategies. We're going to take a look at Selfless, one of my good friends Ryu's team, who I always wish them the best, but they always seem to struggle a little bit. Hopefully, we're going to take some highlights, some good plays. You see Caboose, one of the star players of the team, really have grown a lot since being in the league for a year, or for one season. As you can see, he gets nice 2 kills already in middle, making it known that this is Caboose's middle, all right? This is his middle, not yours. And as you see, they eventually make their way towards B. They plant the bomb, and he picks off Taco. Nice kill. He's playing it safe, not over-aggressing too much. And then instead of flash peeking, he peeks. He waits for his flash from his teammate. Good call and good communication. Now, right here, Selfless, they're making noise, they're loud. Caboose, this allows Caboose to walk out middle because Fallen, as you see, he hears the noise, he goes, oh, I gotta come to A. Nice time by Caboose, and he's able to run up middle, get 2 kills, 1 on Fur, 1 on Fallen, and that's all, I mean, his job's done. He got 2 rotators from Highway, so his teammates don't have to focus too much on Highway. They focus on site and truck area, and Nifty eventually kills Phelps and forces Cold Zero to save the gun. Great job in Selfless. We need more plays like that to where they have more lurking contact plays and playing like that. Right here, you could see that they're doing like the NIP strat, Ninjas in Pajamas. You can look on this on YouTube. They toss their smokes. They miss their smokes, which Fur gets a kill. But luckily for them, they out-pistol him, and CJ the King playing the bomb and smoke. Even though they lose a round, the goal of the strat was to get the bomb down. And this is one of the easiest strats to do, to get the bomb down, because you have smokes all over the place, quad, forklift, and then right behind the site. So good play from Selfless, and hopefully they won't become another farm team for another organization. Feels bad. Back to you, Stena.
Sometimes, just sometimes, right?
You never know what to expect from the Bears.
You never really do know. Now, look, before we get it over there, before we get this match underway, it's going to be a tough one for me to ask you what the prediction from you is going to be here with Selfless Renegades.
It's kind of hard to decide as well. Honestly, I'm actually going to side with Selfless for cash. I think the loss of Yam is going to be a bit of an issue for Renegades, and then we'll see how the second map plays out after.
Quite a bit of turbulence across the board, but no stranger to turbulence is Blue on his skateboard in his own time.
That's true.
It's very true indeed. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, so we're going into this match now between Renegades and Selfless, and really, like I think the analysts have talked about, both these rosters are just a mess right now.
Yeah.
Is that an understatement to say that, or?
I mean, Selfless, let's see. Last season, they had Breeze, Relics, and Mitch, I believe, with Nifty and Caboose, maybe?
I think so.
I think
he came in at some point.
Now it's just Nifty and Caboose, and they just keep playing, just
like ring around the rosy with
I mean, I think
different players.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a roster add rule where you can only add 4 people through the season.
Yeah, well, I mean, thankfully they have quite a few. They keep recycling in and out, but it just seems like they just don't know what to do with the full 5 now. As apparently, I mean, I just checked it as well. So last I was where CJ who joined the roster as a stand-in 2 weeks ago, is now.
Thinking emoji.
is now on the team as a full-time member, but I didn't see any news about that or anything.
Yeah.
But now he's just on the team full-time. I didn't even know that happened. As far as I knew, he was still just a stand-in. So
I know this is going to be harsh, but I think we have too many teams in the pro league. I think there should be 12 max. I really do.
Well, getting back into the map here now. Renegades on the CT side, Selfless over here on the T side. And we can see, again, on the opener here, Selfless probably going to be going for a quick boost up, but actually Nifty playing around there in the mid-garage immediately takes down Uber right from the start of it, knocking him out of it. And we can see the rest of Selfless, again, not really going to be looking for a response to that, just happy that they got the early kill and holding back in the event Renegades try to do anything hyper-aggressive here at the start.
Yeah, so Nifty with the deagle. Oof, almost takes out JKS. Adder with the kit nade, immediately throws a nade, so they should know 2's there. That might be why they are backing out.
And again, shifting back over here towards A main, where they still have a player up on boost, but haven't sent him over or anything like that yet. They haven't actually gone for commitment into mid or tried to take any serious map control here. It's still pretty quiet on the opener, but now they're going to move together here and try to push forward, try to swing around over here and get themselves out onto the A-bomb site. Ustillo as well is going to be the only one here to defend this, but there will be a quick rotation from, I believe that's Azar on the other end of it, but he gets smoked out, so he can't really contribute unless he pushes forward, which he does, but CJ's jumping headshots out buzzer and then destroys Usillo like half a second later. Good stuff from him. I'm pretty sure that's going to seal the deal in this round. Adder and JKS may try to move back in and retake this, but at 2-on-5 with both coming from truck, which is going to be the most obvious spot they'll check, it's not looking good. Is ZQK already battling them out over here towards the forklift position? The quad guys see it's coming back in. They know they're both here for 100% certainty now. So as the last two from Renegades do attempt to roll back in, well, we can see JKS at least getting himself up close, but can't find the kill. It's actually Adder that kind of steals it from him, but they get that at least. A lot more to go, though. And with Caboose trading out onto Adder, JKS is stuck in the corner. Nice shot at the very least to take down DSR, but he won't get anything else besides that.
Yeah, JKS is he's I think the best player on Renegades. He plays a tough role a lot of the time on CT side. Very, very clutch player. Just really, really talented. I like JKS a lot. And Renegades now with Uber, I mean, he even has the Renegades logo, so I guess is he their permanent fifth? Do we know?
I mean, I don't think they made an official announcement yet, but judging from that, yeah, I would have to say so.
I mean, you'd think, why would he have the logo on if he's not, you know? That'd be odd.
You can even see ZQK stuff.
Uber does some odd things this. Maybe you just put it on. I don't know.
It's showing some team spirit.
Yep.
Yeah. Just really wants to earn that spot.
Yeah.
It's so weird that, the trade.
Uber used to be on Selfless.
Yeah.
Remember?
Mm-hmm. And then he was either he left for that team and then went to Complexity, and now he's off Complexity. They traded Yam, who again I think he went to step down as well. They traded Yam out for Uber here now, so it's just a really weird sequence of trades.
The problem with Renegades is, I mean, like strategically they are. I think I don't even think it's close. I think strategically they are the just least advanced team in Pro League. It's honestly astonishing sometimes, like the things I see from them. So Uber doesn't fix any of that, like none of it. So I don't know. Maybe Adder does to an extent. I have no idea. I've never played with Adder. I don't really know anything about him. But their problems are just leadership.
Yeah, he played with Cordy at what do you call it? Oh my goodness, sorry, I'm blanking right now. But yeah, the second round over, I mean, Selfless just cleared that pretty quickly. He played at DreamHack, the last DreamHack event over in Germany there with Makalele's team that they had for him for like one event.
Okay.
And he actually did pretty well. The team itself did horribly. I think they got knocked out like one of the first teams in the group stage. But but he himself like had a few pretty good moments actually. Okay. So he kind of showed up and he was like a surprise player. But besides that, again, like I'm not too in depth with the Swedish scene, so I didn't know much about him.
ZQK's ping, by the way?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I had a feeling. I'm like, there's no way this guy's in America right now, right? So he's playing from Brazil.
That's horrible. That's like if you're playing from Europe on the West Coast right there.
Look at CJ's ping. He almost has 100 ping as well.
I'm going to be amazed if he can even pick anything up. High compensation's gotta be helping him out big time now, but
that is rough, man. Like 200 ping-ish, that is rough.
Well, Renegades again on the full eco. They don't catch anybody from Selfless, and Selfless just walk onto the A bomb site here for a free plant. So they're going to try to post up and be a bit of a menace to them on exits, but the round itself is very easily going to go into Selfless's hands there, as they'll end up 3-0 right at the start. It also is weird that like ZQK of all people ended up filling in for this team. Where did that come from?
I know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
How did this come to pass? That
I got some questions for Ryu, man.
Because he's never had like any, relation. Well, I mean, obviously he was on what is now SK for that short amount of time and whatnot here. But yeah, and again we can see Renegades getting a couple of these trades on the exit, but overall still pretty nice for himself as to roll out of there. And with their last round being as clean as it was, I don't think they're gonna be worried. Uber tries to sneak in there to find a gun, but there's nothing for him to pick back up. And those rebuys as well, I think she's still gonna leave a semi-decent amount of cash for Selfless to force up, even if they lose this next round here.
Yep, and like I've been teaching you, Blue. They got a couple chances here to break the CT's economy, and that's usually what leads to these big halves. And there's no Molotovs or anything on Renegades because they really fully bought up, fully invested on that second round. So Selfless, it looks like they're going to do crisscross smokes almost certainly, and then I think they're going to send 3 outdoor, probably led by Nifty's Mac 10. So you're going to try to keep that highway player there, keep him looking towards middle, and then bust outdoor.
They hold aggression early on here inside of A-Main, but Nifty's just going to swing right back out. Azur does trade, but unfortunately, Azur was not ready for 2 more to come back outside of Squeaky there, so immediately it's Selfless to get control of the A-bomb site. Great swinging from Uber, though, actually. He catches Caboose just before he can actually get that bomb onto the ground, so they have to recover it and reattempt it here in a second, buying more time, but not paying attention to his backside there. CJ's going to walk right up, grabs JKS again. Great stuff from Uber as he leaps up on top of the shed there to trade on CJ, keeping this even into a 2v2, and now isolating ZQK in the backside. DSR looking away at the wrong moment. He is able to recover, though, as Uber messes up there in some respect. But now Adder is going to try to push back in. He's got the angle against ZQK, who's just scared in the corner there, not ready to do anything at all. But DSR's playing smart. He doesn't want any contact against this. He's just going to tag onto it. And Adder, having to trade out his gun there, just sneaks away as he picks up the AK on the way out. But he knows he's not going to clutch this, so he'll run away. He kept them in the site for a little bit longer, and in fact, he might be able to knock it. We probably should actually knock out ZQK right here. So he'll find that frag. DSR is probably going to escape with his life here. Now Adder just sits back and waits, but they won't meet each other as DSR goes to the vents.
Yeah, and the whole point of that strat is just get them looking towards middle, kind of just pop out door at a random time. Ustillo must have made noise in A-Main there. He must have been running around a little bit. I think if he's fully quiet there, he probably wins that round really easily. There's very little chance that Nifty's coming out of that door and just swinging hard left if he doesn't know he's there. So a bit of a mistake, in my opinion, by Ustillo. Adder able to save that AK, so they get a couple half armors around that, and they're going to try to work around that to win this round. And Uber, a little bit of a mistake. I think I don't think he reloaded when he entered the site, which is why he wasn't able to get that kill.
Well, he's going to be available here to pick up 2 quick frags right at the start. Nifty and CJ just don't seem to respond to his presence down below the counter boost at all. They only bring him down to 23. That Molly should burn him back out, though, so they finally take him down, but ZQK...
He got another kill.
Wait, he did?
Yes.
How?
I think he just shot through the smoke and killed him like twice before he died.
All right.
So great stuff by Uber. Showing complexity what they're missing.
This is what you've lost now.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it seems like ZQK, from the times that we've seen him kind of get into combat here, is really not being able to contribute as much as he would like.
Yeah.
Even on the site there, he was hopping around. It doesn't even seem like he's able to see these players quickly enough when they peek out. So it's gonna be rough sailing for him. But thankfully, the rest of his teammates have been able to make up for it up until that point.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless is having a rough season, man. I think they've lost twice to Rush and got like crushed by them even.
Well, Caboose now is going to lead the charge here for Selfless as they move in towards the B site. They didn't check the back box here, which means they actually hold a good presence. JKS lists to try and swing out here and line up some frags. Gets Caboose, tries to go for the second, but CJ is there for a trade, so now the rest of the team is probably going to follow in. Problem is Renegades are already here. They've got 3 players in the vicinity of the site, so even if Selfless do move in and get control to the platform there, they're going to have so many issues, even with just trying to evacuate back towards A now, because Ustillo has a flank against them in T-spawn here. So it's really weird style of movement from Selfless as they kind of go in, they get half site control, and they don't go anywhere else. So they will get the bomb back out of the checkers room right now and try to send it at least into the vents to possibly move back over here towards mid. But I think he still realizes what may be happening, so he too...
He should jump up on the box, though. It's way easier angle to kill him.
He's just going to be hanging out right there, though, and won't go towards it. And Selfless, again, after a bit of a delay and some movement from them to try and investigate around their surroundings, they do go back towards B and go to the original plan here as Adder just sits back and waits for the close push out from checkers here. He's not going to have any additional support currently as Adder's a little bit far back, and when the time comes, Adder's kind of just sitting there. ZQK finally up on the board though as he takes down Azur, and now the last 2, well, there is a very limited amount of time to get that plant. Selfless are going to be able to get it with an excess of about 3 to 4 seconds there, and Ustillo and Uber, the last 2 here, if they did rotate back out, are going to have to try and get some sort of a retic going. Nifty, mollied out from cover, still picks up the kill on Ustillo, and there's just nothing Uber can do, so he's probably going to sit back, see if he can catch anyone getting over-aggressive, and then probably fall back to save his rifle. There's 1, there's 2, though, and actually he might have a chance at it now, as he's just going to swing right back into this one, see if he can get the guy at checkers or get up onto the platform, lines up a 3rd. The last one's down at 7 HP as well, but this is a really tough plant position. He does have a kit, so he's going to jump back onto it, see if that baits Nifty into the open. He does get the kill. Now the question remaining is, does he have enough time? It's going to be close, but I think he might just be able to swing it, and in fact he does. The Renegades, and Uber comes out huge again and steals the round away from Selfless.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm speechless. They just lost that round.
He was saving. He was going to sit back back and just wait for them to push him to get a couple frags and then probably fall back. And then somehow he turns it into a 1v4 clutch.
I mean, even killing those first two that were pushing spawn, why did they flash for DSR to peek when Uber cannot win that round if they just make him tap it? Cannot. That is crazy.
Well, big mistake from Selfless, and now they're what looked to be a very strong lead right at the start here. Just no responses coming out from Renegades. It's kind of gone the other way, and Uber is single-handedly bringing them back into this match now. JKS trying to challenge, but there's so many players out in mid, so he just can't find the target appropriately and gets taken down by Caboose. They even do some early damage to Uber, who is also trying to challenge from Z, but he's having so much trouble here, and he has to be very careful with these peaks. He's already lit up. He does have a bit of utility to contribute, though, so he might be waiting for them to go into the vents and then possibly try to molly that back out before he has to fully commit. Azur's got the aggressive hold in A main, so he's restricting pressure here. But beyond that, again, Selfless, you know, they get this early push, but there's no follow-up from it. There doesn't really seem to be an end goal currently. The same thing happened in the last round when they took Checkers control.
Yeah, but they played that last round well. Like, they didn't force it. Once they actually got that kill at B and took control of like Checkers and whatnot, after they traded that guy in the back of site, if they would have forced it, they would have lost because there's 3 players there. So they waited until the defense kind of moved a little bit, and then they took the site. And I mean, it ended up in a 4v1, right? They played it pretty well. They just blew it after that.
So
that's good. It's good when you like get a kill like that and you just wait, because a lot of the time the other team will just win you the round for you if you just know how to hold for pushes.
Azur outside of A main, he does get flashed, but DSR is not going to be able to capitalize on this. He got mollied out. Usilda did just give himself away after getting the kill here, and now is awkwardly kind of pushed up against the smoke, but he bypassed them. Still, though, they're taking out his teammates one by one, and he's just caught going up the ladder, so easy pickups for them. Adder's got a 1v3 set against him, and in a moment here, Nifty's going to swing right back out. Good attention to detail there for Adder, as he does catch that right before he knocks himself out. But still, Molly will get wasted into the back area there, but there was another one on the ground, actually, so he gets a second chance at it. As it's not going to push anyone back out. Both are playing towards the side here, safely behind that smoke. As he goes checking for it at the beginning, but won't find anything. The Molly into quad should send DSR into the open, and he's able to punish that, but great response from CJ, and that gives Selfless back control.
Yeah, and that's a reset right there. So even though they did lose that round, you know, in the 4v1 to Uber, not the end of the world. They gave Renegades an extra round before they reset them, but they did reset them nonetheless. So Renegades going to save this round, probably buy up the next round. So 5-2, it should be 6-2 before Renegades buys. And Selfless is in a good spot. They're really outplaying Renegades here. Seems like everything they're doing is working. And Renegades just doesn't really have too much of an answer. So they opened the door, and Nifty probably heard that. So he's going to wait here for a while. That was a very poor peek by Ustilla. Generally, you want a wide swing in those situations, I think, around that, because you can get behind the thing, and then your teammate can kind of peek with you. Instead, just jiggle peeking. Now Uber's sitting here. Not sure.
This is really kind of going to, I think, just wait it out and hope that Nifty goes in, not expecting there to be a second guy here. That's all the presence they have on A, too, as I think Azur's also with him further back. But A, it looked like he was going to be able to catch Nifty out. But Nifty, a swift recovery, picks up that kill, and Azur looking at the complete wrong direction there as he walks out from the squeaky hole. Nifty's just going to get himself a nice third kill. And just like that, well, it's split 1-1 on the sites, and it's pretty easy takings here now as they find him right from the start of their push. DSR taking down Adder. They pretty much secure the round easily, and CJ is going to rack up the last kill. All 5 alive for Selfless, as unfortunately for Renegades, we're going right back to where we were at the beginning of this match, as they lead 6-2 and pretty dominant control on a lot of these rounds.
Renegades made playoffs last season, didn't they?
They did.
And they didn't go because they wanted to play in the minor, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
I mean, they fell
They were
so
good. They were good last season.
I know.
Like, they were actually really good last season.
Yeah.
Like, Azur was just showing up as this crazy star player all of a sudden, but it all just fell by the wayside at the start of this season, and we never really saw it over again. They were actually probably going to be one of the favorites now after everything got destabilized on Optic and whatnot, but now they're like one of the... I think they might be the lowest team rated in the league at this point. I don't know what happened in the postseason and in between after the major qualifiers and whatnot, but everything just kind of fell apart for this team, and now they've had a huge descent. And once again, Selfless are just having no problem at all clearing them out on this round. They're not even really contributing at all up here. I mean, Azur holds that angle, just waiting the whole round for it, but he finally gets it. Still, it's a minor victory though, as they've already got site control, and it's 4v2, so they've got to save more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a team fall off as much as I've seen Renegades. Like it's definitely up there. You know, with making playoffs last season, competing with everybody, having really talented players to just, I don't even know, man.
And Ustillo finding the first 2 out of 4 to try and make this happen again. He snuck himself into the site. They've all actually evacuated already here, and there's not going to be nearly enough time to defuse that bomb without a kit, so he does have to back out of here, and unfortunately we won't see that clutch again, but still finding the impact at least, keeping the money a little bit lower there for the Selfless side as they force those rebuys, but they can kind of afford that now when you look at the team money here.
And Selfless doing work. I mean, ZQK only 1 kill so far. You can't expect much with 200 ping, right? But at the same time, you don't expect a team with someone with 200 ping that's also, you know, 1 in 10 or whatever on the season to just be like smashing Renegades like this.
Well, the worst part about the Renegades' situation too is, like, you know, they've got a big land coming up. They've got Sydney in like a month and a half here as well. So how are they going to try to get, how are they going to stabilize the roster, first of all, and then how are they going to actually try to get in shape to go up against like some of the best teams in the world there? Once again, Ustillo gets up on Shroud Boost. I think they run boosted that one. So they hear that one very easily and are able to knock him back out. And already, once again, right from the start of the round, it's 5v4. There's no response available there for Azure.
Caboose gets on the ladder in there. Actually, that's Olaf. There's a ladder to the right, though, that he can get on as well. So he kind of throws that smoke just to buy himself time. And again, Selfless, they make it 5v4. They're just kind of chilling, making sure nobody's flanking them. And if they just execute on A at like any time, especially after this smoke, they're probably going to win the round. I mean, there's no flashes on AZR. Who else is there with him?
Uber, though, and he can back in. They don't suspect him here, so taps onto 1. Oh, he gets caught tossing his gun away. They're trying to trade it out.
All day, though.
Yep. Nifty is going to take him back down, which puts us into another 2v4 against Renegades' favor. Azure still here on the site, though, and again, Selfless have not actually taken full control just yet. Azure waltzes into a Molotov, so that'll be a bit unfortunate. And JKS now has to 1v3 this, but not looking likely considering the site control, and he just got mollied back out.
Do they all live in the team house? Everybody on Renegades? Except for Uber, I assume?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they would have had to move Adder in.
Yet, but his ping is like the exact same as theirs.
So everybody except for Uber should be in the team house right now.
What do they do all day?
I mean, last season they were scrimming and all that from the interviews and stuff that were coming out, because there was a lot of publicity behind it too, because that was when they first rebranded the team and all that. But I think they as well live in the same house as like an Overwatch team too.
Really?
Or they're in the same area at the very least. I don't know if they share the house, but
is Overwatch 5v5?
6v6.
Oh, it is.
Wait, what was that? Did you hear a bike whistle?
I did.
Have you ever heard that before?
Only on your electric skateboard.
I don't have a bell.
Well, yeah, you do.
No, I don't. It's a remote. Wait, what was that?
I saw you riding it.
What was that bell?
You were in all neon when you were riding it down the street. Make sure everybody sees you and you have a bell just dinging the whole time.
I'm really confused. What? All right. Anyway, Renegades getting themselves.
CS:GO, man. I'm never surprised.
Like, what's that? I've never heard that bell before. Well, it's going to be upgraded pistols here for Renegades going into this. I feel like production's more
still low, man.
Yeah, he's just going to get burned back out. Uber, though, we've seen him impact from these corners before. And Nifty, did he actually see him there? It doesn't look like it. Regardless, Uber sneaking one in when he's just in a 1v4 against players in the open. Azure and JKS pretty disconnected from all of this. So once again, Self is just walking right out on the site. And they're going to have no problem finding a plant. They even go back on the flank, catch Azure up before he can have any impact. And there's nothing that JKS can really get done significantly unless Self is just going to hand it to him. Speaking of which, nice little find on a Nifty there, but that is all he's going to look for in terms of actually pushing back towards that site. He'll be happy to retreat into the vents here now and put this as his sort of staging ground to try and save. But even here, he might not be completely safe. He's going to get pushed up on top, and there you go, ZQK rounding out the headshot there to drop him and prevent any saves for the Renegades. This is just turning into a slaughter with Selfless having a huge advantage in it.
Yeah, and Renegades, man. What can you say? I lost for words this game, Blue.
I mean, like, Ken, it's just a mess at the moment.
Yeah.
They can't.
I mean, that's like a very common answer, Eco, though. It's just like, you just molly everything out of A. I'm thinking they probably heard move to forklift the way Nifty was trickle peeking it, just kind of making him shoot.
We can see again, Renegades still into that default setup here too, but it looks like they make it a little bit more adventurous in a B, which means they could, I mean, you already have the kind of early rotation going in. In fact, they may be just boosting a second player up into the vents there. But if Adder, the player that stayed in the site, decides to go back out and check it, they're going to see that at least in the initial Hall's position, there really isn't anything there. I think the closest they have is Nifty watching out for their wraps out from the corner just outside of the T-spawn route. For the rest of the team, again, it's been working, so there's no reason to change it. Just right back in towards A main, where after a little bit of delay here, they're probably just going to execute out once again.
I mean, Uber's opping, and he is not an opper. So, I mean, their roles are weird. They got rid of Yam, who was their opper. Like, who was their opper on the team? Is that what they're going to look for, a dedicated opper? They get rid of both their oppers, Ricky and then Yam.
They need an IGL, too. That's the other problem.
They need everything. They need Jesus at this point.
Yeah, it's looking like CLG in some respects here with the roster chaos, but even worse.
Yeah, I mean, at least CLG improved from last season and got some, you know, seemed like their players, like Ethan, for instance, got a lot better and whatnot. Kusa seems to be playing a lot better.
JKS dropping back down, very messy on the spray there. Adder's going to get mollied out a little bit. He still has a corner to play with here, and good shot initially to find ZQK. But he gets a second one and then gets straight back out. Azur, though, good swing in there. Finds two pickups, and again, the time here, I don't think they have enough of it. So CJ, he's just going to back right up, and off of that great play from both Azur and Adder, they're able to win out the round here. CJ, though, smooth moves, just sneaking his way in through Z. He actually catches Uber back out and does a little bit more damage before the round's up.
That's, like, honestly, you're not even mad if you're Selfless right now. You're saying, hey, that was a good round, man.
Yeah.
We got 4 kills. We got rid of their off. We have $1 billion. We're just going to buy. We're going to win this round. We're going to win out, you know, 12-3. That's what they're thinking right now. And, I mean, look at Renegade's buys. They just have a couple umps, 3 M4s, no op, pretty limited utility. It's not a good buy at all.
Uber again.
What is Selfless up to, man? Is Shell going to run out of the mid-smoke?
Well, Uber's ready for it. He's been one of the few consistent players here tonight for Renegades, if that's the case, but a little bit late on catching it there, so they do end up getting their way out of the smoke pretty much unscathed. A little bit of damage on the Nifty, but that was before they even pushed out. Molly over there towards the vents, though, is going to delay them for a couple of seconds. Actually, they could probably sneak through it if they wanted to, but they'll just sit back and wait it out, and that will be mid-control for Selfless. Now the question becomes, again, where do they go from here? They don't get that usual extra kill they have, which would justify this delay. So now they're just holding it, hoping they can get a peek out from Uber that they can punish. And if not, well, out he goes, however. So there's the chance at it, but it's just quick. And he goes right back behind cover when he confirms that they did move out and take full control here.
Yeah, so he spots it out, so they know they have mid-control, and they're just in a complete default setup. Uber watching Z, Highway, you know, spotting is open. There's 2 towards B. I mean, it's just very, very default. Let's see what the nades are, though. Adder does have a smoke, so that's going to help in case they do any type of a molly take.
For Selfless, so this really could still go either way, especially with ZQK putting up that pressure and Squeaky and Azur. Now getting ready to challenge things on Highway there. It's Ustillo and him that work together to find Caboose, and JKS pushing out from the B-bomb site that knocks out DSR. They're down to 3 now, but on the B-bomb site, well, Nifty along with CJ were able to sneak back in and take control here. So somehow bypassing, I believe that was JKS over in the halls there. He even catches ZQK and doesn't attempt to fall back from the B-bomb site, but now it's 2v4 in the post plant here, and Nifty's got so much work set up in front of them here. If he somehow holds this without dying after even 1 kill, he's going to do massive hero, but CJ also realizes what's going on, so he pushes back in, gets the aggressive kill. Nifty finding his first one, but then they trade out the remaining 2, allowing for Ustillo and JKS to be the ones to clutch it and put a 4th round on the board for the Renegades.
Yeah, pretty decent retake by Renegades. Everybody getting in position, getting that 3v5, getting that highway kill on JKS. She's getting very aggro at B. It was not expected at all by I'm not sure who that was, but, you know, Selfless in general. And that was the round they needed. That was really, like, the very, very important round, so that they can get themselves, you know, something, hopefully. I mean, they accidentally bought a Bison. But anyway, so no op again.
All right, well, Selfless again on the opening split here. Pretty quick into A main, and you still, with him being keen on challenging this, if he does go back in fully, yeah, I doubt he's going to try that again. He does lose a third of his HP on the attempt to challenge there, or just get that intel, and then backs right out of there. Selfless will hold control of it, but beyond this, things are still fairly normal on their opener here. Just set up into the default, and the same can be true for the Renegades. 3-1-1, a little bit more heavier presence there towards mid. The nade rolls in again, doing a little bit more against this, both the CTs. Don't have to push back out yet, though, and this is going to allow for some of the CTs to re-aggress. It's Ustillo, and while he is dropped down to 12 HP from the earlier 66 he had, he takes out CJ. He, again, has also been one of the big, especially on the entry series, and one of the big players for Selfless, so that's going to remove a lot of power from their actual push when they do finally decide to go into a site here. All holding back, and now finally getting ready to move back in and try to crunch from highway and A main, it looks like, with the remaining 4. Still only 2 on the site for Renegades. They've got 1 sitting in Z, and they just burned out Ustillo, finishing him off. So there's really only 1 sitting here. Uber is stuck behind a smoke in Z right now, and ZQK is watching for that when he does push his way out. They take him down. They did allow for enough time for JKS to roll back in, so he's going to be a problem back in truck, and Azure can help out with this. They never handled the cross spray, and JKS, I don't even know how, but he killed himself. So now Adder's going to be able to get the bomb onto the ground and turn this into, or excuse me, JSR is going to be able to get the bomb onto the ground and turn this into a 1v1. As Adder pushes back up, though, he's in the open, but it doesn't matter as he gets the clutch and puts another one up on the scoreboard here for Renegades, as they're actually making this relatively close after starting out so poorly.
I don't, why would Uber be playing Z with a 5-7 though? Like, he was their mid player, and the entire round he is middle with a 5-7.
Now, Selfless are going to once again split into what is pretty much just a default here for the last round. Quick into A main again, just kind of passively holding out towards mid to make sure the CTs don't push at them. And then beyond that, you've got CJ watching out for B Hall's pressure. But it does look like the CTs may be trying to do something here. But the problem is that DSR is watching out for that. Ustillo getting up on the counter boost spot. If he tries to go for it, DSR has got himself locked onto that position, so I highly doubt he's going to be able to get much done.
Yeah, I mean, that last round was a great sight hold by, you know, Azure and the truck rotator. I think it was Adder, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I have no, why would you ever be Z with a 5-7 like the whole round? That is crazy.
And Ustillo now getting knocked back out over on that. It took a moment, and in fact, he had himself an opportunity to kill CJ, but just didn't connect onto it there, only bringing him down to 9 HP. Now Azure, sitting back over here on this site, prepares for the hit, as it does look like Selfless are going for it. CJ, though, actually found the kill out in mid against Uber, as he had pushed out into the open there, so punishes him in that respect. Azure gets flashed. He can't see a damn thing. JKS with a quick dip over there towards the forklift, picks up 1, misses the second shot, and now he's double peeked out. Caboose finishes the job, and Adder, left alone here, is going to have to try and pull off another 1v4. We've seen it once already at the hands of Uber. But for Adder, this is going to be maybe too tough of a task. He does have 2 players, basically 1 tappable for him, both at 9 HP. DSR and ZQK are going to be the real targets, though, and they're the first ones he has to face off against. As ZQK waits in the corner, he's also got highway presence, and ZQK peeks out at the last second to finish the job. So Selfless lead the way in what is a very messy game, really, for both teams here to start it off. 10-5, though, in the advantage of Selfless. We'll see who holds the advantage in just a few moments here.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Okay, we are back, and again, things are very weird in this first match here on Cash, with weird positioning and weird plays overall here between both teams, but it's Selfless that has the advantage, 10-5. Sequence of really weird clutches as well coming out from Uber. Just, it's all over the place in this game.
Yeah, I mean, not a little bit of a different quality of CS than what we were watching with SK. I mean, Selfless could have won that a lot easier. You know, maybe like 11, 12-3 or something like that if they reset them earlier, later on in that half. If they were able to win that one, DSR, if he wins that 1v1, I don't know why he pushes up there. I think that was a bad decision. If they don't lose that 4v1 to Uber, I mean, but all in all, pretty dominant by Selfless. And they weren't doing anything crazy as far as like strategics. A lot of it was pretty scrimmy, pretty basic stuff, but I mean, Renegades just looks like an absolute mess. Like, the fact, like, I know you may think I'm harping on it by him playing Z with a 5-7, but it literally means they have no leadership. Because how could anybody who brings any ideas to the table or gives anybody any input or tells other people what to do and makes things make sense ever see somebody with a 5-7 play Z on CT side cash? Like, it's very telling. That play alone is very telling of how Renegades operates.
And when you look at the roster, you don't even really know who would take up that leadership role.
It's just, it's got to be just everybody just playing like their own spots as individuals without any communication, because that is insane.
Well, we are into the second half now with Renegades on T side, and it's a quick group up here through the B halls and an attempt to push out there. Selfless actually not even having anyone on the site either. They just have CJ inside of Tree Room right now to spot for it and try to see if he can pick up any headshots on the way back in. Gotta be careful on the angle though, as he did stay out for too long, which is gonna let Ysillo take him back down. And now Renegades have control of the site. However, again, like we said before, Selfless weren't really too keen on playing within that site, so they kind of just let them flood back in, and they're gonna try to retake it now, 4v5.
Yeah, I think ZQK is going to go and flash B main, and maybe they go out checkers. Is going to be the plan.
He does start off with his flash here, but the vent's not even broken here, so he does have to sound the alarms, go back in, and yeah, it's 3 quick kills for the Renegades. I think ZQK traded 1. Good shot from Nifty, but it's a very little consequence at the end of the day, as Renegades still end up winning it. And now they're on the path to a comeback, but they need to keep it strong here, as we will probably see the force from Selfless.
Yeah, no real plan there for that retake. Just kind of barrel through the vents and hope for the best. I think you want to at least time that with a flashbang from ZQK towards B main, and then that way if they're maybe holding vents behind the box, close B main or something like that, you could at least flash him.
Now Renegades again just splitting themselves up into the default now, since they do have control over the situation here for the second half, at least for now. But it's a big stack from Selfless over there on that A side. In fact, they put 4 players there, no presence in mid, and Seeded is hiding out behind the checkers box. Over on that B side is the only line of defense here. They're really hoping for some presence to work its way back out of there through Squeaky, as they've got a 2-stack sitting outside of it, and they may just get the reward here as Azur sprays, but it's just too far to the right. The door swings open. They're going to play Ring Around the Rosie, but oh no! Azur just leads himself into 2 kills against both Caboose and DSR. Uber waltzes out into ZQK's head, and now Nifty and CJ, well, it's really only Nifty here. CJ is a bit irrelevant now.
And I think Nifty having that USP means he's probably just going to opt the next round, or the next gun round. Excuse me. So they continue to play kind of just rock, paper, scissors, with who opts, I guess. The flashbang, like going into the door, though, I'm pretty sure it missed. I don't think the timing was proper. I think he opened it too late, and the flashbang just hit the door and kind of landed in their face. Like, let's see. That was a little bit before that. Thinking emoji, man. That's what you're doing. You're doing a thinking emoji.
That's what I said before, yeah.
I said that. I don't remember you
What are
saying
you
that,
talking
Blue.
about? He said I was like happy about myself or something like that. I said thinking emoji.
Did you?
Yeah. Taking credit for that. Well, anyway.
But I wonder how ZQK's English is, because I have no... Nice shot on his ER, by the way. I have no idea if his English is good or not, or like if there's communication issues, I have no idea. I've never played with the guy.
Yeah, again, it really came out of nowhere, because he had the short time on SK when they were known as like Kabum or whatever back then.
Kabum.
I don't know how to
pronounce. Kaboom, man.
Kaboom.
Kabum. Oh,
It's UM.
man.
Why wouldn't they spell it OOM if it was kaboom?
Because they're Brazilians, man. Brazilians do whatever they want.
Doesn't make sense.
Look at Fern, how he plays CS, just owns everybody.
It's like those gamerisms, like we're gonna spell it one way but then say it the other way.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Wait, your name is Blue, B-L-U. It's not even B-L-U-E.
But at least you still say it the same way. The E is silent. It doesn't matter if it's there or not. You're still gonna pronounce it the same way.
All right, whatever.
It's like
you say hypocritical to me.
All right. Well, back onto the first gun round here now, and Renegades are pushing themselves up towards A main. Probably just going to be a straightforward execute, to be honest here. Caboose and DSR are pretty far back. There's nobody at Forklift or anything like that. They did boost Caboose up on top of Big Red, but the smoke is working out to where Ustillo can just kind of walk right past him here. Caboose is not going to be able to spot anything until the third player is out, and by that point, there you have it. Ustillo and Azure had already wrapped their way around or gotten into good enough positions to trade, and now these remaining three for the CT side, well, they're completely detached from the site. Nifty, at the very least, spots the fact that JKS is hiding over there in the mid garage, so punishes that, re-evens in, and kind of reignites the potential for a retake, but they still have a lot of work to do here. And the bomb, thankfully, now just going down, gives them a bit of time to work towards it, but no kits either.
Whenever you're crossing like CJ did, you always need to jump spot the catwalk every single time.
Nifty.
And they don't do it, and I think that's going to cost them the round.
A good shot onto Uber, takes him back out, even the second one too. And wow. The fadeaway onto Ustillo. He ends up with a 4K on the round, and Selfless right back into it.
Yeah, complete retake on A. I think that was 3v4. 3v4. JKS's lurk was way too early. Way too early. So the reason that's early is they took the site and they took it clean. You know all the other players are rotating. You know the ops middle. You want to flank when they're actually retaking, not before they retake, because before they retake is when they're watching it. So that lurk was way too early to put it in the 3v3. Ustillo, for whatever reason, moving from his catwalk spot. That's a very powerful shot. I mean, if everybody else just stays alive in that situation, they win the round 100%. All that movement was just, I don't know.
So Renegades, at the very least, thankfully got enough cash out of the pistol and the anti-eco rounds to where they're still going to buy into it for this run. I imagine after this, though, they either have to force it just directly eco, since the money is going to run out pretty quickly here. DSR, there's an imperfect smoke sitting. Actually, they should be good to buy again in the next round. Uber, though, just destroys DSR as he does try to use that initial smoke in A main a little bit.
Well, Liquid's been doing that lately where they throw it shallow and try to use it like that, so that might have been by design.
And it works out for Uber and the rest of Renegades. As again, they get a 5v4. They're capitalizing going to need more. Here's Nifty, though, coming back in with the op. He's picked up one of the Ustillo. He is kind of exposing himself to players that could push out from Squeaking. He does have to pay attention to that, but he will push back in and see that it's empty in a moment here. And the problem is they're drawing a lot of attention to this, but they're going to need some assistance back over there towards B, as currently ZQK playing so close up, but it works. He actually takes out one of the only player actually that's pushing the back B halls, and Nifty even catches the flank from Azure. Now, Adder did take down ZQK, so we're still going to see site control, but it's an even 2v2.
Yeah, and there's no reason they should lose this post plant. That's just going to be 2 post plants in a row where they're in a great position to win the round. Adder with a nice spot here.
And he's just waiting down below. Gets one, gets the second. Nifty somehow clipped off Uber in the meantime, but yeah, I think he pushed right there on the wall. But yeah, nicely held from Adder, and he does end up just closing that out 1v2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult spot to clear when you're coming through those vents, because if you just go straight up and peek it, you're usually going to die to it. If you start spamming, right, to try to kill that guy, a lot of the time if they're anywhere else, they'll just wide swing and kill you. And then if you try to, the other way you could clear it is to crouch and then head glitch up, because it's kind of like a peeker's advantage, and then try to like pop your head up to where their head is and then just shoot them immediately. But the problem with that is while you're crawling in there to get in position, they can peek you and kill you. So it makes it a very problematic position to deal with.
Stillo just wants to go for a shooting gallery start to this one, directly peeking into A main. Problem is he's been responded to, but Azure has the same sort of trigger finger there as he moves out, taking down Caboose. Uber knocking out CJ. Quick clear outs here with the loss of Ustillo being, and now Uber being the only exceptions to that. But still, Renegade just going right through this one, not hesitating at all, and picking up their 10th, putting it within 1 round of tying this up now.
Yeah, and the kills for Selfless are so just unbalanced, right? Nifty at 26, ZQK all the way down there with 8. Everybody else 16, 12, and 14. So Nifty really doing the brunt of the work on Selfless now that he's back onto that op. I have no idea why they switched off that in the first place. I thought that was like the one thing that they really had going for him, was that Nifty was improving. you know, kind of learning how to play with that off and at a pretty high level. It's ad molly by JKS, though. It gives Nifty this positioning.
And he's just going to push right up and wait to see if they swing inside here. Thankfully, it's a lot of attention that'll be drawn for no reason, as once again, Renegades have pushed a lot of their players inside of A main and Squeaky Halls in an attempt to possibly push towards that site. It has been a favorite of theirs, especially since they've been so successful at finding the initial entry. But with all the presence from Selfless split evenly here, it's going to put the pressure back onto those side players here. At this point, it's Caboose and DSR, who really, again, you look over towards A there, they don't have any utility to hold that back off. They've got one flash sitting on DSR, but that's it. So if Renegades go through with that, they're actually going to have a really easy path into the site. All the utility right now is sitting on Nifty, and that's way in the back of B. He's sitting, I think, in like the back checkers box right now.
Yeah, but he still has that deep positioning to spot, get a kill. He's going to bait for ZQK, who has that ump. So I think if they go B, it's going to be... but they can go wherever, right? They have guy door, they have guy B, they have 2 guys out middle. Kind of all over the place.
Good spray from CJ, though, grabs their first advantage here, and now they are going to try to go back to the original plan out through A, where, again, you don't have a whole lot to defend it, especially considering that DSR fell back to the car spot. But Caboose playing over here by NBK, grabs one, he still ducks into the spray for the second, and Uber nicely shot at long range there, takes down DSR before he can get anything else done from the car. Rotations are on the way for Selfless, but it's got to be quick, as a lot of the times they just waste too much time in just getting into a position to retake it, and it allows for the Renegades to hold and basically makes that retake impossible. As we can see, again, they're finally out towards mid, and CJ hasn't even started to move up yet. Really, again, the time being wasted. They do have a kit sitting on Nifty, but still, they haven't even started, nor do they really even have great intel about what's going on in that site. So if they're going to go for this, it's got to start right now.
They got to stop team flashing each other.
That's another thing as well. So yeah, CJ rolling back in. He's still able to hold for one. He's traded back out, but now there's all this presence at A main, and they just got to stick on the bomb. Yeah, there's no way this is happening. They wasted so much time forming up for that retake that there was no way they could even successfully pull it off.
Renegades up, you know, just crushing them on this T side, and for whatever reason, Selfless decided to play 3B there with, I mean, no real even presence going towards B. I don't know why they made that read that it was towards B. I really have no idea. And it, you know, ends up hurting them a lot. There's no need to take that type of a risk where you have 3 players towards B in a 4v5 scenario.
DSR holding up close again. They're going to try to go for the Shroud boost up here. They've got to make sure they keep it quiet, as there's already positioning taken up far through A main and in the Squeaky Halls there. So if they made noise, they probably would have heard it. Thankfully, I don't think that was the case. I'm pretty sure they did a quiet boost. So they're not going to hear this one coming. And if they don't check for it, Caboose will be set up to try and do some massive damage. That assumes, of course, that the Renegades even follow through with the A hit. And, well, it has been their kind of favorite site to go to. There have been plenty of times they've just decided to say screw it and go over towards B instead.
Yeah, they just set up in another default. JKS holding B with 1 door. Nifty decides not to challenge middle, just gives it up. And now they have no mid control, so Nifty will probably play around the truck, maybe for a rotate. And maybe they overplay A a little bit too much here, because it looks like they are going towards B. Azra's just going to kind of throw a little bit of a presence and a fake.
JKS now seeking his way in to start this one off. And again, working with the rest of his team as well, but Azra just falls back. Good opening kills, though. CJ gets that one, but that's it. And then Adder goes right back to take down ZQK in the back. So it's quick control for the Renegades here. And Nifty's attempt to sneak back into the mid-garage fails as well. The last 2, there's nothing they can do, so best hope now is posting up for exits, and if not, saving. And that'll allow Renegades to take the lead on T side.
Yeah, it just seems like they just, I don't know, they're CT side cash. They're not doing anything. They're just playing a 2-on-2 like every single round pretty much. I mean, there's no type of trickery or like, you know, where they could, you know, take fights on their own terms or anything like that. They're just letting Renegades do whatever they want every single round.
Caboose, the last one alive here now, just trying to save a UMP with, you know, basically, not even basically, a full utility buy up here. He's even got armor and a kit as well, so he actually escapes with a pretty expensive amount of utility and the gun there. But the rest of his team still kind of on wayline point, as I think they're going to call for a pause right here to discuss how exactly they want to proceed now that Renegades has the advantage and they just can't really seem to do anything to counter that back out. Keep in mind that this half started 10-5, if I recall correctly, and they really haven't been able to pick up all that much besides just one round since we got started with this.
Yeah, so it was 10-5, so now it's, what, 7-1 this half? Renegades just piling it on. Now they're in a position where Selfless will probably... I don't think they're going to force. I think they're just going to pistol half armor, maybe ump half armor, if they have enough money for it. Didn't we see some teams? I think there was like some Chinese teams, and they just umped like 5 umps every round.
When would that be?
That was a while ago.
Was that at the IBET Power?
I think it might have been.
Well, that would have been Tai Lu then, because they were the only Chinese team there.
Just an insane amount of umps.
I don't remember this.
I do. I remember. Maybe it was on Reddit somewhere. Ump's ridiculous though, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people are saying like nerf it and stuff though. That only happened like recently though. That outcry came because that was like a really common thing. Everybody started doing at the major, and then it like became the standard there now. And now everybody's doing it. So into this round, and again, it's just going to be not even half buys for most. Nifty and CJ go for that, but the other two are just going to pick up P250s. He's still, though, getting flashed out, but there's no real follow-up. It's actually CJ that pushes up from B. That grabs JKS right at the beginning of this round. Good nade, though, right into Caboose, knocks at half his HP, and he peeks into it, too. DSR is able to get a trade onto Azur, but holding close back up here. There's a lot of presence from these CTs on the site, but they just cannot do anything. Nifty gets caught in a corner as he's trying to retreat, and that spells his doom. So for CJ, who often finds himself in this position, playing towards B, and is always left as the last man, sort of the insurance policy on B, is basically going to be left with no option but to sit back and save this AK now. And actually, he might just go up and try to find some exits. He's going heading towards truck right now.
Well, I mean, they kept pushing the pace at A and actually trying to fight, but after they kill JKS, they know that's the B lurker. They could take that AK and they could just say, hey, CJ, play here, spot, we'll overplay A or something like that and take like some type of a risk instead of just, you don't want to push just like 2 areas like that, right? Where you push A and you push B. If you get the kill at B, you should play more passive at A where each of you can just kind of, you know, play teamwork wise and, you know, put him into crossfires.
And eventually CJ just get taken down from his backside there, so no save at all. And yeah, nice replay on that. Appropriate rating for that play, if I'm being honest, but taking us into now one of the last. This is going to be like one of the last chances for Selfless here now. As again, like
I mean, they've just fallen apart. And look, all right, finally, no, they're doing something different.
What's up?
They have 3 towards A, so they're pushing pretty early on. Azur watching the door, doesn't see any. And they're getting aggressive A main. And this is good. Like, Nifty has an op. If he's looking at the back, that's going to give them a lot of information. They're going to be able to do a lot off of that.
Nifty's still waiting for the actual push to come back in and seeing if he can sink the shot. But Renegade's also splitting themselves up here, too, and even getting Caboose in there to work with him as they go for that push. But just not seeing the follow-up anytime soon here. Azur is also in Squeaky, ready to move his way back out. He pops open the door first and just shuts it closed as soon as he gets the smoke out. The rest of the T's, though, are heading into the B halls. There's no presence working its way over into this site at all, and everybody's going to be regrouping towards B, where there is 2 players to defend it, but again, ZQK back in the tree room. Very, very passive hold from him, especially if he gets smoked back out. Great timing on this flashbang, though, but he is caught with another one in his hand in the open. So JKS is just going to take him down, no problems at all. CJ holding over here behind these barrels, and it actually works out because this is the first time he's played up on the site in a while, but still, there's no backup for him, even close to that after he loses ZQK, so he's only going to get a double kill and then trade out after that one. The rest of Selfless are here. They are ready to go back in probably as soon as the smokes fade, and Heaven in tree room. But they, again, need to forge their way back in and actually make this a success, because the last few times they've tried it, they've just gotten destroyed due to the weird timings and usage of utility on the way back in. He's tossing out the flash there, and again, smoke just going into T main along with back over here, but nobody's checked for Uber, so Uber got fully blinded, but it literally did not affect him at all because nobody checked that corner, and still the Renegades just shut it down anyway with Adder picking up another 3K.
What a turnaround, Blue.
It's been just an extremely T-sided map here, and it seems like Selfless just didn't pick up enough rounds on their T side.
I mean, now they just have pretty poorly bought round. I mean, I guess it's decent, you know, 3 on 4 is a CZ and an ump, but no op onto Nifty, and it just seems like he's been the best player throughout this game. Like, if he doesn't have his weaponry, you know, what do you think their chances are? But finally, they're switching up their setup a little bit.
Nifty tries to go up over here to the Strong side. Uber, though, having some trouble tracing him there through the smoke. He could see his head peeked out for a second there, but wasn't able to fully follow through with it. He does see Caboose, however, so gets that kill. The nade going in, not going to do a huge amount of damage to him, still bringing him down to 69 HP. And again, after this, after they get the advantage here, Self is still kind of moving around a little bit. Renegades are just going to hold up for a second and run on the timer while they still have plenty of it with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Not wasting so much, though, as the smoke has already gone over there on the forklift and box cross. Nifty getting himself boosted up and tries to go for the jump up and play, but doesn't pan out. He's just taken down by Uber. CJ survives for right now as he's trying to trade some more damage, and nicely done. Gets the double kill, and this could actually, again, spin the round back on its heels. We have to see if JKS can move in, and there you go. I think that's just 2 taps and 2 headshots. Nicely done from him, and Renegades are up to 15, just like that.
Yeah, 2 taps, 2 headshots. And anytime JKS is alive and you're hitting A, you have to know that he's flanking you. He's on that B side of the map every single round. He defaults there. I don't think he's gone anywhere else at the start of this round. I think he's going to go for a mid pick here, though, because he does have the spawn. They gave him the op. And now that they don't have an opper, it's just like, let's get rid of them both. Whoever wants to do it can.
JKS trying to go for that early shot, but the smoke gets in his way. Not really making a connection anyway. Self was forcing into this. It's all UMPs for 4 out of 5 of their players. You still await for DSR to go for that aggressive peek.
That should have been a very easy kill for DSR, though.
Doesn't get it, so that's going to cost them heavily. That's the A site opened up, too. It's obviously going to take Renegades a moment to realize this, as I imagine they'll still deploy smokes and one as if it was a normal take. But as they're waiting out, if they do try to go aggressive in mid again, he'll be able to punish that. Selfless kind of aimlessly wandering around the map here to try and group back up the more central locations so that they can fend this off. But Renegades also not willing to go back in yet. Nifty is out in the open again against A main. Azure finding CJ back in mid. Finally, they re-smoke the fork angle back over there so they can safely cross it. Moose escaped his own death for now, but JKS is still going to pull out the Tech 9 and finish off. And ZQK holds for 1, but he's got 4 more to go and only 24 HP along with the 200 ping he's working with here. So if he somehow did this, that would be a bit crazy. But more than likely in a moment here, we'll see Ustillo close out upon it, and starting down at the half from 5 to 10, the Renegades swing it all the way back against Selfless and end up winning out the map here 16 to 11 on Cash.
Yeah, just extremely T-sided. I mean, no team could really get their footing on that CT side. I mean, even the rounds that Renegades won on the CT side, a lot of it, you know, that 4v1 by Uber, just situations where Selfless should have even had a better T-side than they did. But yeah, just no CT side presence whatsoever, just no real teamwork or coordination on that CT side of Cash.
All right, well, to close out the discussion here on map number 1, we're going to give it back over to our analysts and see if they can make any sense of why this map was just so T-sided.
I mean,
it's all you, player.
I'm having a real hard time understanding what the hell is going on with these two teams. It's just weird. The first half plays out in a really awkward manner where Renegades are playing absolutely terrible on their CT side, and the only reason they're getting rounds initially is because Selfless are managing to lose to pistols because they're not able to just get simple kills. They're, you know, not playing proper anti-ecos and giving away 1v4 in after plants. Like, that's how Renegades got CT rounds, and still that's apparently enough to win the game when you turn it around. So just a head scratcher. And I wish somebody would have told me when I went for Selfless to, you know, actually win that game that we knew ZQK wasn't even in the same continent. Like, that would have been helpful. So I don't know what Selfless, like, if you're going to get a stand-in, at least get a stand-in who doesn't have 150 plus ping. Be a good start.
Okay, so check this out. We got Selfless. They come in here 10-5 first half. Nifty is bodying these guys. Like, he's doing an immense amount of work over there in the Selfless camp. But as soon as Renegades picks up that pistol, that second pistol, it just seems like a totally different game.
Yeah, it's full stop, more or less. And you know, in many ways, Selfless were having the same kind of issues that Renegades were having, except Renegades weren't gifting Selfless opportunities to win rounds on the CT side in a lot of ways. And Nifty, for a lot of that CT, or for a lot of the game, really was very alone in terms of getting frags and getting things done for Selfless. CJ got hot towards the end of the game, but obviously at that point, Nifty had gotten into a situation where his economy isn't good enough to get an op in every buy round and so on, and you saw how impactful he can be with it, right? So his impact on the game in total just diminishes as the economy of the CTs get weaker and weaker. So that's a bit of a shame for Selfless, but I guess we got to give credit for Renegades to being able to figure out how to play that T side, even though they kept it very simplistic in how they went about it, sending Uber into A main alone pretty much at the beginning of every round, AZR, Doors, JKS over towards B, just keeping it very simple and clean. If it's enough, there's no way to go, no reason to go away from it.
Right. If it's working, why fix? You can't fix what's not broken.
Yeah, never change a winning team and all that stuff.
Well, some people in North America.
Yeah, they still do that.
Hey, let's check out this round right now. We got a replay loaded up for you guys. I'm gonna let Vendetta take it from here.
I mean, this is the infamous round 6 where Selfless shows us how it's possible to actually win or actually lose a 1v4 after plant situation, and it's simply just greed and poor decision making. There's no reason for DSR to peek in that kind of situation. I think it's overly greedy of the 2 players running into CT spawn to actually go chasing that early, given how much time is left on the bomb. But you can see there's no way Uber is supposed to clutch that out, but he's able to do it because it gets gift wrapped into him. And the biggest question mark for me just in total is that I have no understanding of why they wanted DSR to get flashed out to take that peek from Checkers, because they can play for time. They can do literally anything else but what they just did, and they should win the round.
Well, even in that situation, if they had just gotten him to tap the bomb, you saw how close the defuse was. That could have been a totally different round.
Yeah, and the problem is, because DSR is the one guy with most HP in that situation, I think it's Nifty who's playing from the outside. He's on at least red HP, so 15 or below, right? He's going to have a hard time doing jiggle peaks in that 1v1, right? If Uber taps the bomb, then it's going to be a risk anyway. So nothing builds up to the fact that, you should have DSR peaking in that kind of a situation. It just does not make sense.
Well, what does make sense is going to a commercial break right now. When we come back, we're going to be hitting up Mirage with Renegades and Selfless. We'll be right back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides. Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
So, we're back here for Selfless and Renegades, and it honestly, after that last one, I'm not going to put it out of the realm of possibility that anything could happen.
I mean, we pretty much saw anything happening there right there. We saw a team lose a 1v4 after plan. I mean, things were happening all over the place in that game. I'm hoping, I'm crossing my fingers that this is going to be a tiny bit more tidy from both sides. And judging from what Renegades did, at least before Yam left, they did manage to beat Cloud9 on Mirage, which is the map coming up. So I have somewhat higher hopes going into this next one.
Somewhat higher hopes. You know what? All expectations there on both sides. I'm sure of it. However, if you win 10-5 first half, You need to get that pistol and close this bad boy out. Close this week out. Make it happen for yourself. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about Mirage.
Yeah, so Mirage, obviously, as mentioned, actually a pretty decent map for Renegades. One of their better maps, even though they've had a bit of a rough patch as of late. So for me, expecting Renegades, even though they're missing Yam now, to be able to do decently, actually. Mirage is one of those maps that everybody knows how to play, right? Everybody knows the basic smokes and whatnot. So even if you're playing on the T side, you should be able to concoct something that's going to allow you to have, be mildly productive. Everybody knows how to do basic mid control. Everybody knows how to do your standard A-tick and so on. So they can work off of that. And with how disjointed and, dysfunctional really Selfless looked on that CT side, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't, if Renegades don't actually need anything special to break through the CT side.
Well, being that both teams are in a little bit of a disarray, it's kind of one of those things. And actually, we've got Eric Stromboli ready to give us a rundown of Renegades Mirage. Take it away, Eric.
Welcome back, guys, to another edition of Stromberg Strategy. We're going to take a look at Renegades JKS. Do you know who he is? I'm sure most of you don't. But we're going to show you some of the good plays he does. On this pistol, Azure and JKS, they get smoke, flash, nade each. Okay, looks kind of standard A-take these days. A lot of people have been hitting this. Nade the spawn, try to push him back. Now, Cloud9, I give them props for playing a nice retake. They're patient. They're not over-peaking. They don't want to get picked off. They wait for the teammates to get in position. But there's one thing you can't prepare for is when someone goes off. And JKS goes off. And this pistol round, he has no armor, no nothing. And he's about in a bad situation. They're about to crush him spawn. But you know what? He's going to get 2 kills with the Glock. Why not? 15 HP, still a 2-on-3 situation. But it doesn't matter. He's killing people left and right. And the entire match, this guy was just headshotting like nobody's business. Gun round, important round coming up. What are they going to do? Okay, so JKS, he likes to play his hall spot. He's going to hold a passive angle, watch for any shenanigans, any pushes, whatever. He's lurking. His teammates make noise. They get a kill middle. Now this prompts him, okay, maybe the A guy's looking towards middle. They got the kill. He's right. He catches Valiant completely off guard. So Valiant's going to remember this for next round. Just keep this in mind. He's going to remember this next round. And JKS, he takes the bomb site. He helps to defend the plant. He gets some kills. Yam is trying to find something to do. He's probably going to get picked off by Shroud, but doesn't matter. JKS is on fire right now. He wants to win. He's hungry. He gets the kill. Clutch round by JKS. Now this round, again, the next round, he playing a similar position, but instead of popping out when they get the kill middle, he's going to wait back, let the play come to himself. Look at that. Valens expecting maybe he'd be A-ramp, kind of sneaking around. He wanted to try to be aggressive. It does not pay off for him as JKS played the patient game, works well. Mixing it up, sometimes you go for the play, sometimes you have to play come for you. I like the move. And now he falls back, he gets Molotov off. It's a 3-on-3 situation, so the round's still not over. But that kill allows Adder to hop on in, get in a good position to plant the bomb. As Azure, these are weird names, Azure is just in connector, has a great angle, gets 2 kills. Shroud does a nice 2 kill, but again, look who's alive, JKS. What are you going to do against him? How do you play against a guy who's on fire? Sometimes you just got to wish that he misses a shot. But apparently, JKS plays it smart. He peeks right before he defuses because he heard the smoke go. If he waited until he hit the bomb, then it'd be a lot harder for him to win the round because Shroud could probably play around the smoke. But as soon as he heard the smoke, he knew he had to run to tap the bomb, and he peeks right before them. He gets the kill, win the round. Great play by JKS, and hopefully Renegades will show more of these kind of round-winning techniques and plays in the future. Back to you, Stana.
Thank you, Eric, per the usual, and I do believe that will be the last time we see Eric tonight. Unfortunately, he's always a shining face. I do appreciate having him around, and you better say the same thing or else.
Oh, definitely so, definitely so.
All right. Well, look, as we kind of go into this Mirage matchup here, Selfless Renegades, we saw sort of a weird storyline in the last one, all kind of craziness across the entire board.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a product of stand-ins and whatnot. But let's really take it to the next level here. Do you expect this map to be as T-sided as Cash, or is there more balance?
I think there's going to be more balance to it. I would expect. I think it's an easier CT side to play on most occasions. Really, I think it's easier to get away, even if you're not as structured at times, which can allow you to get a couple of rounds here and there. So yeah, a bit more balance than what we saw in Cash, because that was pretty abnormal.
Pretty abnormal, to say the least, about these two lineups. There's a lot of abnormalities going on here within this equation, but to deliver that to us will be our commentators in Blue and Dazed. So we're just going to fly on over there for that, and I'm going to throw it off.
You missed.
Look, it was close.
That was like a 1v4 after plant right there.
It's a selfless after plant.
There we go.
He's throwing like a girl in that pink shirt.
God.
Well, back to us again and back into this game, which I'm sure will be interesting, to say the least here, considering the way that Cash played out there. But really, it was just a hot mess for a large portion of that one, especially for the CT sides. No one could really get control of things or get good reads onto the T sides, and the Ts basically had their ways, regardless of which team it actually was.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we'll see more balance here. We gotta watch out for Trace, though. I think he's cooking up a couple more paper airplanes. We gotta.
He's bringing him back for the next segment.
I mean, he's still has the rating papers from when he fell, or not fell, but when you're riding your skateboard. So he's got some ammunition.
So Renegades here on the T side. I mean, they just roll right out into the A-bombs, but look at this big stack from Selfless. They're all in ticket right now towards CT, and they're actually holding right now. They are, but unfortunately, the positioning just isn't really working out for them. Adler's also got an invisible gun there for some reason, but he's going to get taken down by DSR. And while they did find the plant, now they're in a 2v3 against their own favor there. A good shot from JKS, tries to spin around to pick up the next one, but it will be left to Uber. We've seen him clutch, and he almost clutch as well. Maybe any more than just one time here based on this performance in the last map. So can he do it again? Waltzing right back in, tries to stop the defuse. They haven't even fully committed to it yet. He's wasting a whole lot of time. There's the first pickup. Caboose is going to be the last man standing here for Selfless as he rings back out. He can't actually find Uber, and he's going to run away. He no longer has time, so Uber clutches it out, and the Renegades will be picking up the pistol here.
Yeah, Uber can't have some of that magic, or actually can, sorry. Yeah. Recreates that magic. He's getting distracted. I'm getting bombarded by airplanes here, Blue. By paper airplanes.
Anal's hard at work as usual in between the games.
Yeah, hard at work as usual.
Just plotting their next segment. But yeah, a pretty usual second buy from Selfless here into the next round, and we've already seen, you know, as far as the status quo has gone here, that for the most part these rounds have been fairly uneventful. And the team that has the advantage usually carries through with it here. Bazer's popping right through over top past the steps over here in the A-bomb site. Ustilo getting himself on the edge of a smoke, although he's actually hit pretty heavily and has to back up due to that. He'll be down at 2 HP. He does safely fall back away, but now CJ again sneaking out another one, finishing off the job on Ustilo here. Site control is for the T's though, and again, you know, Selfless actually still picking off quite a few kills here. It's not a bad round at all. Even if Caboose hasn't managed to pick up either one of these remaining two, knocking out 3 of them is certainly nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, good job getting those 3 kills. That A site completely open. Azra with nice movement to get into that position. Clears pretty much the entire side of that side of the map by himself. But at the end of the day, Renegades does win that. They're probably going to re-SMG up and just kind of make easy work of Selfless here, who's just going to have USPs, 1 P250 on ZQK. But we need to get you on your Mountain Dew diet like you were before, man.
Wait, what?
Remember when you would just drink like 10 Mountain Dews a day?
Yeah.
The most hype person of all time.
We said I went off it.
Oh.
Just lessening the intake here so that I can drink more at home.
Ah.
See?
I see.
Yeah, getting back onto it that way. So I can have those late night ESCA pug sessions.
B- pugs.
Renegades are waltzing through this round, however, and again, like we said before, pretty uneventful. Unfortunately, Selfless just not able to put up the best of fights. And for DSR and Caboose, they're already completely detached from this hit on the A site, so it's going to be a 3rd round for the Renegades.
Mac 10 hunting with Azure. But yeah, you are right. Azure's, I don't know, Azure and JKS are really impressive players. They usually play really well. It's just, you know, I just still don't understand, man. They have a lot of talent on this team. They really do. Especially when they had, like, Ricky and Yam. I thought they had a ton of talent. I just don't know how they fell so far so fast. from making playoffs to you know, being at like the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, I don't. Their actual standings right now, I think, is something like they only have like somewhere between like 2 and 4 wins compared to like 10 to 12 losses at this point. So
yeah, horrible
record. I mean, there's no way they're making playoffs, obviously.
But you know, earlier we were doing the segment where it was me and Eric, and we were talking, or Sean, or you know, the Bears. We were talking about who we thought was going to make playoffs, and like I was thinking they were going to be battling for that 6th spot. You know, 5th or 6th. Did not expect this at all.
Yeah, the expectations are really kind of flown the other way, and even teams that have players that really never were able to shine in North America are actually have in pretty decent spots. The Razor, like Energy, is one of those teams that comes to mind. We're wondering. I thought it was going to take like a season before they really came together, if the team even survived throughout the season. But they're actually doing not too bad right now. They may be one of the teams that ends up battling out near the very edge of the top 6 that end up getting to go to land. Anyway, into the battle here though, and they don't even check behind for ZQK, so he just grabs one for free. Quick enough trade though from the Renegades there, as JKS does knock him out before any additional damage is done. But the problem is they didn't really do a great job of clearing out the rest of the site, so as they attempt to go for the plant, Nifty immediately takes down Azur. Caboose working his way in to assist as well from the connector, but Ustillo as well pushing himself up, and he sees that up from a mile away. This barrel of it at least, so he has no problem dispatching of these two at mid. Tables turning once again here as the CTs lose so much momentum after the loss of those 2 players here, and out falls to just DSR and CJ to somehow clutch this out. And DSR, wasting no time, swinging himself into the open there, has found JKS off of that one. They smoke out the mid player, and now they're going hunting for the guy that's still remaining on site. Nicely done again from DSR as he catches Uber going for a peek. So you still has got a 1v2 set against him, catches the first one, but DSR picks up the final kill and ends up with a 3K on the round as he comes up big for Selfless to put them up on the board.
Yeah, and that, Renegades is saying, hey, that's a good round to lose. They got the palm down. They still kept 2 SMGs, I believe it was, on JKS and Ustillo. And now they could just reset them right here. And I mean, they have a lot of money. They're even going to be able to purchase the round after this if they lose this round. So Renegades is in a great spot right now.
Renegades here spawning up fully into this round. Still having plenty of cash to work with, but as we take a look for Selfless, again, splitting all of their guys up into just a 2-1-2 basically, and even the one in mid is going to be pretty passive about this, definitely contributing a little bit more to A. That'll be DSR, but we saw the work he was able to do in the last round, so you certainly don't want to count him out, and you probably don't want to lose him at the beginning of the round either. Caboose is probably going to move out towards Cat a little bit here to investigate away from the B site, and beyond that, pretty even split from Renegades as they do try to move out for a little bit of control, specifically Ustillo just getting that position in Cubby here, while the rest of his team forms up for what's probably just going to be an A hit.
Yeah, looking that way, just a straight A hit. They're in that SK setup with 2 A ramp. Nifty spotting A halls from connector jungle area, and Caboose is watching catwalk.
Uber pushing himself. Azur actually moving back in first, but they don't check for ZQK again. He surprises them. The same thing happened in the last round here, finding that double kill, and now DSR just chiming back in from the connector once more, has split the remaining Renegades players 1-1, with one playing in mid and one still out onto the site through the cover of smoke. He gets himself to the platform, will attempt to go for the plant. Great adjustment from Ustillo there, as he was almost a goner immediately against Caboose, and even sprays in for some damage here against DSR. Finally meets his match against the man that destroyed them in the last round, though, and now it's Adder in a 1v2, prioritizing the plant over all else, and he does get it, but nades going on to him. Molly's a little bit too deep there, but it does prevent him from swinging out to the right. They actually think it's back towards that firebox there, but still, DSR, once again, coming out those 2 3Ks in a row here, and they are going to be able to pick up a second in a row.
Yeah, they are, and Renegades has yet another chance, because they did get the palm down. They're going to have a fully bought round here, and they have another chance to break Selfless's economy. Having said that, that setup by Selfless was an exact replica of what SK does. I thought Nifty was upping jungle, was actually DSR playing jungle, but that guy watches halls. Then you have 2 players A ramp. They kind of bait for each other, one hiding in the corner, and then one kind of spotting. And then you have that guy Catwalk, who's watching connector, and then you have that player B. So you kind of have everything covered that way.
Renegades move out for fast mid again, and they get the smoke to cover their push over here towards the top boxes. They also are going to, again, this is just all quick mid control for them here. And at the moment, it doesn't really look like that Selfless will do anything to resist that. They'll just hand it over to them and again choose to battle either inside of the window room connector or cat, where they would have to try and battle out to actually get into one of the sites. And again, it's over here towards A, where things have not really gone so great. At the very least, they counter out to Caboose, who tried to go for the cat push once more. He's had relative success there before, but this time they knock him out pretty effortlessly, which could change the dynamic of the hit over towards B if they decide to investigate in that route, since now they only have the apartments player to deal with. Even CJ pushing out from Palace, so that could swing in either direction. And look at this, Ustillo walking right up against ZQK. Finally, it's one of the T's that ended up surprising him after he's had 2 actually pretty big rounds before by just holding in these positions that Renegades don't check at all. And so now this puts it down to a 2v5 where, again, at this point, Renegades basically have their pick of the litter. They can go wherever they want to across the map. Even Nifty falling back through CT spawn is not necessarily going to be safe as well. Out comes Ustillo from the market there to take him down. And it's just DSR stuck in underpass.
Yeah, and that's the round Renegades was playing for. You know, you win that pistol, you keep the next rounds close, keep getting the bomb down like they do. As long as they convert on one of these upcoming rounds, Selfless' economy is crushed, it's destroyed, and now they're probably gonna, well, we'll see. I don't know if they're gonna force buy or not. If they don't force buy, they might be able to buy the next round. It's not gonna be a great buy, but yeah, so it looks like they're just gonna save. Very light investment, and Renegades was successful. And usually this is what leads to these really good T-side halves. I mean, we just saw it on Cash, and it looks like we're poised to see it again on Mirage.
And they're swinging out pretty quickly again. Like we said before, this is the same thing they did the last round, is out towards top mid really quickly, and now they just have the outright advantage here. So unless Selfless is really good positioning, and specifically if Renegades don't check towards it, it's going to be very simplistic for them to continue to reassert their advantage on this T side and continue to push the scoreline even further in their advantage here as well. Looking for CJ. He knows he's got him in that corner somewhere. He just can't hit the shots. And it's, again, ZQK with these little peekaboo plays. It ends up working out really well every time. Minimal success this time, however, as he still just goes out fragging, gets himself a nice little 3K there in the connector, and everything is left to DSR, who's probably not going to be able to get much done with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 kills here. We'll just wait to see if anyone from the Renegades kind of routes their way over towards him here. And there you go. He picks up 1. You can hear you still walking away, but the angle and the aim punch kind of messes him up there at the very end of it. So that's all he will get. Like I said, just the 1 kill. And just like that, Renegades really back in full control. And for those that have been able to resist dying in these past couple rounds, already building up the money again too. Look at that, 7, 8, and 10K on Azure, JKS, and Ustillo already. Just after, I think it's like 3
Yeah, and they're going up against another save. So should be 6-2 with even more money than that by the end of this round.
Yeah, really strong stuff coming out here. Again, on the T sides though, so this you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt based on what we saw on Cash. If the CT sides for Renegades end up being just as chaotic here, then we have to make sure that the advantage continues to grow up to something, like 13-12, 12, or 13-2, excuse me, 12-3, or like 11-4 if they want to make sure that they can still pretty securely close out on this map.
Yeah, you would think so, judging by how Cash was played. So they're going to smoke window and top connector. And it looks like they might, scout out catwalk with this, which is a good start to any anti-eco. Actually, they just feign the mid pressure like they could go up catwalk, and they're going to go back to A together. Unfortunately for them, this is like a pretty well-stacked site. I mean, they already have presence in holes with CJ, who could shoot people in the back. DSR only has a USP, though, and Nifty long range with a CZ. It might be kind of rough. Renegades really needs to make sure that they trade properly onto CJ and, don't take many deaths off him.
As he just sits here and waits in the corner. They check for him. They do spot him first off. Good peek from CJ, though, as he takes down Ustillo. And now Uber trying to battle it out to make sure that he doesn't get the second here. And in the meantime, they have started to hit on the actual A site. Adder taking down DSR. And actually, CJ getting the dink, I think, over there on Uber, bringing him down to 12 HP. But after the action finishes in Palace, it is rather uneventful out on the actual site itself. ZQK is going to try to surprise again from the backside. He's been sneaky throughout this entire half, as he once again is going to try to do it here against Uber, but he's watching out for it. So we will not see any additional kills except for the one that CJ got on Ustillo.
Yeah, that aim punch is pretty brutal. And Selfless, I mean, and this time it's the, a different story. Last map, it was Nifty, only person who could really get anything going on Selfless, and then CJ later on in that half. And now it's just DSR, who's really been the one to have the most impact. CQK has a couple of pistol kills, but, and Nifty had a couple of kills in that first gun round that they won, but it's been DSR to put the bulk of the work in. Meanwhile, on Renegades, what is Ustillo? 13 frags already.
Yeah, Nifty, nicely found right at the start here. He does pick off Adder a little bit, but it's not the full kill. It is going to go through the wall, which means he survives for now. And we'll see the rest of Renegades moving in to take that mid-control. Azure almost losing his life really early on there, too, as he's caught out by the hands of the op once again. Selfless onto the double op setup now, having that extra power to work with, but needing to capitalize upon it. And Renegades still just playing this, by the book here in terms of them continuing to go for these A plays. Molotov to hold the player over there on Cat off, but DSR and Nifty, both of the operas are going to connect shots here, taking down Uber and JKS. So finally meeting some strength against them over here on this A site, and even in mid too. And now the problems, kind of surface against them, and that this repetition may not really work out great for them unless they can somehow turn this back around here. They got window control at the very least, so they can try and sneak back through over here towards jungle. But the problem, even for Ustillo when going past the murder hole, is that ZQK is waiting right there for it, and yeah, Ustillo didn't even see it. So thankfully he gets past it pretty quickly and only loses a quarter of his health. Now they'll swing it onto the site, but this is where the real problem started. Yep, you just take down CJ. Good trade on the Nifty, though. They prevent the ticket box player from actually doing any damage. Good damage is still done, though, in the trade onto Adder as he's brought down to 18 HP. And Azure just kind of right out in the open there. Doesn't even really get himself behind cover in time over there towards jungle and steps area. Adder's stuck underneath, so at most, I only really feel like unless they peek him one by one, that he's going to get one kill. He gets the first one there. Second one's in the same spot. Molly, though, is going to burn him back down, and Caboose is the one to finish it off, as Selfless just barely are able to win out that round, and they will get a third.
It's the exact same situation that they were in before, though. They're fully bought out. They have 4 deaths. They save the op, even though they win the round. But again, it's the exact same situation. Any round that they lose in these upcoming rounds, they're going to have 0 cash. I mean, that wasn't that great of a shot, guys. All right, I think if we're going to do a replay, it should be Blue's thinking emoji. Like, come on.
We have the technology, so we have to use it.
Absolutely.
Renegades, again, are just going to go for top mid control. Nifty's never really, try to take that much.
He's usually hopping other places. I think the first time we saw him op CT spawn, we saw him op B, we saw him op connector.
Yeah. This has been a pretty consistent thing for Renegades to do, though, is just smoke this off and then go for the control at top boxes. So it's a bit surprising we haven't seen someone try to go for timing shots on it before. Hope that they can meet the impact here, but even so, Nifty is pretty unsuccessful in it. In fact, he gets lit for about half of his HP and has to back away. Still heavy defenses on A, but there's not really anyone playing in like Market as a shift player that can rotate quickly, and because of this, look at Ustillo. He's already gotten himself into the window room and has opened up a huge divide, which I don't even think the CTs are going to do. He's going to walk up here in a moment, assuming he doesn't get flanked from the back, which he definitely won't. And hello, there's Nifty.
It's a knife.
He does have CJ. Oh, he's got to be careful there as he goes for CJ. Oh, it's a little bit messy, but dang, he makes it work. He does get the double kill there. Very well played out from him. Saves quite a few of his teammates, possibly from getting maxed out by that guy as well. And JKS and Azure just continuing to push forward. They knock out ZQK. Caboose gets pushed out into the B-bomb site. And for DSR, well, hiding over here and get right to see if he can hold on. He's not even looking the right way here either, but his opponent hasn't seen him. There you go. It took Uber a second, but he finally found them, and at the end of the day, it's a relatively clean round for the Renegades there.
What a way to lose the round. 5v5 CS, some guys in CT spawn.
Walks right through here, and like I said, nice 2v1 that he does manage to pull off. Goes for the far guy first. A little bit messy in getting it, but it does succeed. So closes out there and pretty much opens the site wide for the rest of his teammates to push back in and secure the round. Selfless onto just an upgraded pistol round with armor sitting behind it on most of their players. Kabuski at the very least gets a UMP. Nifty again pushed out from the window early on since he doesn't really have the presence this time. CTs will just start to smoke things off and delay this as long as they can.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to force buy here. Just kind of a last-ditch effort. I mean, it's looking bleak, Blue.
Yeah, it's looking like the Renegades are taking pretty swift control, and even in this round 2 where they do have the force, the impact not being found. Caboose down very low and has been forced to fall back. JKS waltzing in and finding what's pretty much an open A site. There's only a few key areas he has to check out besides that, so in a second he's probably going to call for his teammate just to come in through connector. Try to block back off on Cat, or just take the duel since JKS got ZQK out there, so all that's left is Caboose. And they did damage to him earlier, so they should have a relative idea of where he's hiding out at in a 4v1. Not much he can do, and as he turns towards the bench, well, there's Ustillo, waiting to shoot him right in the head to take him down. Money's huge now for the Renegades. They're good for the rest of the half, even if Selfless wins out for all of the remaining rounds here. 14.1k. It was almost max money from 12.6k on Ustillo, and JKS being the first one that I talked about there, and then anywhere between 8,000 and 8,600 for the other 3. So looking great, and Selfless after that force, not buying anything except for 2 flashbangs on Caboose. The shuffle out towards mid. One of them doesn't even make it out of the window here. Another one through connector. Good flashes onto Adder, but those are team flashes, I think, that are hitting him. And Adder and Uber are kind of working together here. Caboose found one, but then gets clotheslined by JKS as he just swings out from Palace.
Just get in there, Ryu. Just this is your chance, man.
Show how it's done.
Revitalize the career.
Is he in the coach slot right now?
I think so.
Can we hold tab and see? Oh, well, it's not showing his because the spec slot's taking up the first one.
Oh, okay.
I think he is there. It just doesn't show it sometimes after the second person.
Just get in there, man. Just sorry, one of you guys.
We'll take a tribal vote. CJ, though, pushing himself up. He does pick up at least this first kill. ZQK not only getting Adder, but also Uber here. However, elsewhere on the map, Renegades are still finding some small victories, and the JKS took down DSR and basically got control of the A site. But the bomb is really far detached from all of this. It's sitting outside of the B Halls approach over there by top mid, and the CTs haven't realized it yet. JKS just kind of hopping through A there and trying to use his advantage to the best of his ability, but he also doesn't want to over push and just lose his life for no reason here. Looks like Azure again, since JKS still has...
QK should be able to hear him from here if he is running.
I think right now he's expecting him actually to come back, so he might not have caught it initially.
He might have just caught like the tail end of it, but I think he could hurt him.
And there's nobody. They're actually going back into mid, too. As you can see, Nifty going back over there. He's kind of weaning back and forth. Caboose still playing fully in B, so they will be able to get the plant with basically no one contesting them, especially with Nifty getting hit on the molly there. It sends him even further back into the window room. So they've got time to not only plant, but they're probably going to have like 5 to 10 seconds as well to just set up in post-plant positions if any of them want to move away. The smoke goes off, blocks out connector, but still leaves room for Azure to impact. And, well, it's not going to be Azure that's impacting. It's actually JKS that finds it. Azure, though, against ZQK, he's only got 5 HP. Easy kill for Azure to get. And now Nifty, well, he'll attempt to pull off something here. He knows where Azure's playing from, as he does against JKS, too. And some early damage done to Azure here. Just as a note, he does not have a kit. And with the Molotov going down, even more time is going to be wasted. Azure and JKS really smart about this. They're just not going to directly challenge it. They believe in the Molotov, and it works out as Nifty's going to back out and save. Actually, Nifty mind-gaming them a little bit there at the very end. Made it look like he was going to just walk his way all the way through underpass so they could chase him, and he just pull off the 1v2, but it's irrelevant.
I mean, you don't lose that.
Yeah.
They have like 13K a piece. Wow, that's a lot of money.
And like I said, towards the beginning
buy for days.
Hmm?
You could buy for days. Days and days on it.
Like I said at the beginning of the half, it was really going to come down to if Renegades could pick up, I think getting into the double digits here, they're looking a lot more secure. If they show troubles on their CT side, just like Selfless has continued to do on this map, just like they were over on Cash, if they can push this any farther into these last 2 rounds and make 12-3, then they're still in good hands, especially if they win the pistol there. But ZQK close up again with that shotgun. He found impact on it towards the beginning of the half, but not this time. Azure knocking ZQK out. And once more, it's the Renegades off to an early advantage here. And they'll start to take mid-control off of that early kill, too. But actually, Caboose swinging back down. Hauser wasn't ready for that, so there's the even trade. Now we can see what the rest of the team is going to do. Once more, you do have the players sneaking back out. In fact, both Ustillo and JKS get kills at the same time. Nifty on Cap, though, able to trade Ustillo's death out. But now the rest, or at least 2 out of the remaining 3, are going to swing their way into B, where it's currently only DSR there to defend it. But he's had himself some good rounds in this half so far. And waiting over here, right behind on Cat, picks up 1, but does go down immediately after that. And Nifty was flanked back out. They brought him down to 2 HP. He still may be able to take down JKS, but Adder's going to be the real challenge over on the other site. And not only that, but Nifty's just using so much time and trying to be careful for this flank against him. And as he does wait it out, JKS just gets the headshot against him anyway.
Shot.
Hopping into it and then immediately firing it off.
You know what's the most demoralizing thing about Selfless?
What?
They still got to play Cloud9, NRG, Immortals, Luminosity, and then also Winter Fox and Complexity. But still, like 4 of their matches are really tough matches.
Yep, and their record currently does not sit in a very remoralizing place. Oh, Adder just hitting the shots through the wall now.
I always try that. I never am able to.
He saw him hopping into that though, so that was actually a good read on his part, as he knows he would have just gone to the corner. And again, right off the bat, it's been like this every round. Renegades just easily get the 5v4 right from the start within the first like 10 to 20 seconds here. Adder going on the chase, even catches CJ as he tried to run over there towards T-Spawn. That's another one. They did lose Ustillo, but now Uber walks into Connector, finds Caboose getting over aggressive. JKS will move out here, probably get himself a couple shots from ZQK to confirm that his position is sitting back over there in Ticket. And DSR also hiding. I mean, they're not even playing to win the round at this point on Selfless. They're just playing for self-survival here as they just hold that position and allow them to trade out 1 kill. But Renegades are just hunting here. They just want to get these last few kills, end the half out with a 12-3 advantage that they're almost certainly going to get at this point. If Selfless still can somehow round a comeback on T side, then both of these teams will have proven to be quite a mess. The bomb has gone down to ZQK. Is going to kind of hop into his own death. Adder ends up getting the last kill there. And indeed, it is a very dominant first half for the somewhat Australian squad now. 12-3. Stick with us, guys. Second half in just a moment here.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the ESL Pro League. It is the last time this evening. We're coming back here after a break here now for the second half of our final map of the evening between Renegades and Selfless, who at this point is looking like Renegades is probably going to hold good control of this, but at the same time, Cash was very T-sided and completely T-sided in some respects here, but with 12-3, in theory, Renegades shouldn't have too many issues closing out here.
Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty easy, I think. I mean, Renegades was, in my opinion, probably better on Mirage when we've watched them play than Cash as well. And I mean, if they win the pistol, it's probably over just by that. So there was some breaking news, though, Blue.
What was there?
Yeah.
What's the update? Tell us the news from the
right,
front.
you said it's a shrug on Twitter.
Not even a struggle, just a shrug.
Shrug.
Whatever that means. I've actually
Rough
never,
out there.
I've never heard the struggle before. That's a new one.
It's a shrug?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. I mean, I knew it was just struggle shortened, but
yeah,
I've just never heard anyone use it.
I say it on my stream. I guess you don't watch.
Wow. Sorry. Well, we're getting into it now, folks.
Probably say it on my YouTube as well. You guys want to go check that out.
This the Live on 3 has started. And Renegades, if they do win this pistol, it's pretty much all in the bag.
I asked our director about how much it would cost for the bronze package for me to sponsor the stream. And then I would just be able to plug my YouTube whenever I want.
At any point, yeah.
Yeah, at any point.
It's randomly in the middle of like
no matter
3v1
what.
clutch when
Like,
it's down to a 1v1.
Oh, every time that you're hyping something up because you know it's going to be on like a top plays, I'm just like, youtube.com/GoDays. Every single time.
Well, I mean, now you got to pay them because you just... Now look at this from Renegades. They're trying to set up smokes, and Ustillo's just walking down. He finds CSR, and he gets ZQK. They've got the mid push, but Azure here's there's Stom with a Bigfoot over here in mid. Caboose and Nifty at the very least trading out those 2 kills, but Adder, actually, I thought he was going to pick this up, but no. They're able to stomp their way through over here onto Cat and pierce the veil. So now Uber trying to hide back out and keep things together for his team. It's been brought down to a 2v2. He's got to be careful, though, because in a moment, he's going to get flanked from Market if he doesn't watch out for this and get this kill on a CJ. That's going to come right now from Nifty. He finds it. Down goes Uber. And now Ustillo has to end up with a 4K to clutch this and allow for the Renegades to keep their lead going. And oh, he walks right past CJ. Doesn't fire off the shot yet, but they're lined up in a double stack to take him down. So he hops out the window instead, trying to fight this battle close up. It works for the first one and the second one. So Ustillo goes massive with a 4K. And it will be the Renegades that push through and take the pistol.
It took everything out of me to not shout out, to not plug my channel during that.
That's look at this, beautifully done. So yes, the Renegades indeed do win the pistol, and now they get to push forward here. Selfless, not even...
They even save.
Mm-hmm.
That's super conservative.
I mean, they got the plants, so I guess it was going all in on the third round.
Yeah.
They don't even buy smoke or anything. They're trying to overwhelm the site, which is usually what you see happening in the second round after that, but it's just the pistols this time. And probably out towards top mid. It could actually work out since Uber's going to challenge that with a UMP at that range, but we'll see in a moment how Uber tries to play it. It's all quiet for the first couple seconds here. I think they're waiting for the underpass player to get in better position. ZQK sneaking up, and now they do start to swing out there and push themselves into it. And Uber, you have to actually check for this too, so he might have quite a surprise for him when he swings out, but Ustillo sitting back in here, he's going to find one, looking for more. His teammates helping out with it. ZQK does surprise a bit from underpass, but after that, it's shut down pretty quickly. And Nifty, well, he got himself in the A-bomb site, but without the bomb, there's not much to be gained, besides maybe picking up a couple of extra kills here.
Good luck, Nifty.
You got any Deagle tips over on the YouTube channel there for Nifty to use right now?
Hit shots like that.
He's hitting one. He sees more. Hold on now. Gets that one. He knows Jackass is somewhere there towards the bottom right, and he's got the Cat guy back way over there at the very back of the actual push. So Renegades cool themselves here for a moment. Nifty's going to get a little bit more aggressive, though, moving into this. Dodges the flashbang. No re-peek yet from the Renegades. Keep in mind, they need to come towards him, as they still have the bomb there controlled by the CTs. The smoke's going to pop its way back out. Adder trying to drop back down. I don't know if he saw Nifty go back in, but yeah, they just spray into it there just to be safe, and it works out as JKS finds Nifty and takes him down. So the Renegades will shoot up to 14, and this will be, you know, very possibly one of the only gun rounds that Selfless get coming up here.
Quite possibly. So they get fully bought out. But man, CJ's even struggling a lot. CJ hits some nice shots, man. He's usually pretty impressive with how well he can aim. What they just set up, they have, looks like it's going to be an A take with just one person top mid. So Nifty's top mid. He's going to try to make a play around Catwalk, and then they're probably just going to contact A through the smoke.
Moving up towards it here. Here's the thing, JKS waits directly in front of this here, so we have to see if they are going to be able to quickly counter him back out. As you can see, they're still getting prepped for it with their own flashes and whatnot to toss out from this. But the smoke's going to fade in a moment, so he does it the back way. And they can hear that move pegs ZQK with a flash to the face, but it doesn't work out as both Nifty and ZQK are going to hit those opening kills. CJ finding another one too, and it's really quick, but it does leave itself into a 2v4. Adder's trying to wrap back over, but it's going to take a really long time for him to get into a position. And by the time he arrives there, we're already going to see good positioning for the post plant being taken up. That'll make it really hard for this to happen. Adder did manage to take down CJ, though, but now they also are aware that the flank is coming, so they can position to counter that back out. It does appear, though, that Renegades are still going to go for this. They're not necessarily giving up upon it, but with the elimination of Adder, Azure, he, again, still trying to push himself up here, and at the very least look for one or two more players that he could try and take down, but it's just not happening. So now he makes the economical decision to fall back, save the round, and let Selfless go up to 4.
Signs of life, Blue. Coming out from Selfless. Yeah, it's a very, you know, common strat that we generally see in ranked S a lot. One top mid, everybody else go A, and he just walked out of halls. I mean, nobody was spotting it at all. Just gets underneath balcony. before anything even happens to get that entry. And usually when that happens, you're probably going to win the round. So ZQK flashing middle. It's a quick mid control and just a 1-3-1. 3 top mid control right away. So we'll see if they opt for, smokes and whatnot. Azure gets a nice kill, though, at upper B. He clears all of that out. Bombs there as well, right outside the window. He's not going to be able to spot it, but they do know that's, controlled. And now that makes it a lot more difficult for the T's. And it makes it more difficult for them as well because they didn't really spot much. They don't know how many people were upper B. There's only like one person pushing, so they can't immediately run into A or anything.
There's going to be a boost up here for Azure on Cat, too, so they've got to be careful if they head over there towards Connector. Caboose may see this, though, and counter it out, but no, it's Azure that gets the better of it now. He's the only one that played with armor there, too, since he saved on the last round, so good that he's the one that gets to take the contact here. In the meantime, now, Adder, the player with the second AK, just waiting patiently in the ladder room. And the T's, if they go in towards A, that's a trap because the B players are already kind of in a position to start a pinch really early on here, along with there being Uber, who starts it off really well, tapping on a CJ here, bringing him to 38. Molly's going to have to bounce its way in here, and thankfully the distraction of the stairs players works out so the Nifty can just walk right up and take down Uber. But now JKS hiding up on top. He's not going to commit himself yet. He wants his teammates over there in Connector to impact first. He's got Nifty cornered, but at long range there, those shots just aren't going to hit, and they send him to swing out in the open. And on the round where they only had one AK to start off, saved by Azure there. They end up winning it outright and now pushing themselves up to 15.
See, this is the time that I would love to have team comms. Times like these. Everybody else everybody else wants the comms to hear like Cloud9 versus like whatever, Liquid, and it's like a really close game in situations like this in Pro League. I want comms in these. I want to hear what Selfless is saying to each other right now.
You just want to hear the tilt?
I don't know. They're all like really nice guys.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they can't tilt.
True.
Everyone tilts at some point or another.
I mean, I've never tilted, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay. But Renegades, again, just really scouting for intel here. They're actually very, very mobile at the beginning of the round, and because of that, it's kind of let CJ walk right up through the Connector here. Hasn't found himself a peek to pick up a kill yet, but Uber, let's see if he spots it. Right around the corner, he sees his foot, but oh, CJ still gets the headshot just in time. But now, actually, Selfless, look at this, 3 kills. Azure only trading into 1, leaves us to a 4v2. You still can't get anything done, and now it's just Adder in a 1v4, who's got himself outside over here on Cat, but smoked out in Connector, so he's not going to be able to spray them down on the cross out from there. He's got to push himself forward into the window room, and CJ might have even heard the jump down. He lines up that kill at the very least, so starts himself on the path to victory. But Caboose Smart just goes into that smoke there to make sure he doesn't get taken down and basically gives Adder these individual 1v1s where he also has the angle to work with too. He's going to walk right up, and there you go. Caboose just gets the easy shot to the back to close the round.
Yeah, good job by CJ, just kind of walking around middle, finding any of these openings. I'm not sure who it was at window, but when he ran back to jungle, it was just an easy decision for CJ to just kind of go up Connector. Just kind of giving up a lot of information when your Renegades there around that window area. I believe it was Uber. Uber's actually playing the opper spots just with a rifle, though, if you've noticed.
Yeah.
He just took over Yam's positioning.
And Caboose.
So I can't really like blame him in that sense because Uber does not play middle often on Mirage. Like I'm telling you right now, he probably almost never plays it.
It's a really awkward transition that was probably thrusted into.
No, he was. It's just a 1-to-1.
So now Ustilo is going to swing back down early on here as Renegades just trying to get close up to look for these advantages, seeing if they can eco upset again. They don't have the AK to work with this time, though, to kind of kickstart things. So at the moment, DSR. Azure, though, finding that trade, but that's towards ramp. And at the moment, we're unsure if Selfless are even going to follow through with a take in that direction. Azure picking that up, but now the rest of Selfless kind of looks like they are going to group over there in the apartments and try to make a push out in that direction, but there's a 2-stack from Renegades looking to specifically stop this. Adder and Uber over there on the site, playing in the site, and I think just on the other edge of Van there to look for this type of a hit, so they've got to be careful if they go through with that, as they could just walk into a trap, and it is going to be literally everyone going together on that one. CJ may bypass it, but he's also going to be a late entry to mid, so if all 3 of these guys go down, then more than likely CJ's going to end up being a bit of relevant. But thankfully, he does catch Azure getting a tad over-aggressive there in mid and punishes him, and they catch Adder repositioning, so he's going to be out in the open. Uber doesn't get anything done. Adder sneaks in for 1, looking for more, though, but ZQK jumping over catches him, and now it's JKS, and while he has scavenged an AK, more than likely he's going to look to save that.
just looking for exits around jungle. But yeah, he definitely will save that for the next round. What's the money looking like on Renegades?
I don't think they'll have enough to buy yet.
DJ, money.
There you go. Ah. Okay. Careful now. don't wanna make the folks at home sick.
Yeah.
They might be alright actually.
No, I think they'll buy for sure. Especially if they save this AK, because he could drop 2 Astilla.
But no, I don't even think anyone's gonna get close enough to him in time. Unfortunately, the number 5 player is still going pretty slowly over and around here, so it's not going to catch him in time. And Selfless do end up picking up. The biggest problem, of course, for Selfless here is the fact that these rounds are still close, and, I mean, ultimately, right? It's only 1 round for Renegades, so this is still going to need to be a flawless streak for them. 9 rounds straight now that they win, and it's only OT that's guaranteed at that point, not the outright map victory. And Renegades going right back into another buy round here. It is fully invested, pretty much full utility across the board, along with all M4/AKs. So they've got enough to play with, and now it's on Selfless to win things out from here and try to keep their gun rounds consistent, which was one of the big issues there on the last map. CJ, though, finding himself Ustilla, who just kind of waltzes his way into the T steps there, and it's no problem at all to right off the bat get a 5v4 advantage. Most of them, in the meantime, they still have 2 stacked outside of the T steps or in that general area. Azur tries to go in the same way that Ustillo did, and CJ's probably just going to hang out here now for a couple more seconds. He's getting fed kills left and right, and there's no reason for him to move. No flashes or anything to try and support this push out either. So just attempting to go for it, thinking it's going to trip up the guys on Selfless, but not the case. And at the moment, Renegades, at least in this gun run, are kind of digging their own grave.
Yeah, now it looks like they're just going to do a full smoke take on A, but Adder is going to meet QK, gets that kill, and now Nifty and CJ turn around, trade off of them, but they still have 2 towards A.
DSR now makes quick work of one of them, Uber trading it. Now he's got himself a 1v3. Didn't even realize that there was presence in mid, and Caboose will finish the job, taking them out. Selfless swinging back into it. They're just under halfway there, and it is going to come onto an eco round for Renegades here.
Can't wait for overtime, Blue. Look. It's the best.
Thinking. So the Renegades. Jesus.
Oh man.
They tried to get aggressive this time. As you can see, there's a 2-man palace push, but it's CJ challenging it, and CJ's been really good in these situations where they try to get kind of sneaky on him. So he's not going to have any problem taking down Azur, and if Ustillo follows through, probably taking him out too. They've already got the top mid control over there for Selfless. And not only this, but again, the world is their oyster, considering the fact that Renegades don't really have a big investment. It's just P250s and a single CZ sitting on Adder, so there's not really any reason to fear much. Uber has an okay spot. In fact, with the smoke fading, it was looking like he was going to be able to tap onto one of them there before they went to the connector. He can still do it, but DSR suspects something there, so he actually swings back over and gets the better of Uber before the reverse is true. Now JKS, really the only one that's going to defend connector from now on. And Nifty, even moving back here to look for Ustillo, finds him, prevents the bomb from going down early. And with taking him out, well, it's just these 2 guys, or excuse me, the 1 guy in jungle remaining. And then Adder back over there at the B-bomb site. No kills at all. And with the 5v4 alive here, it's certainly going to be a good victory for Selfless to swing up to 8, making sure that they keep their buy strong, continuing forward on this comeback. Adder gets dispatched of there too without any room for a trade. So now pushing themselves forward past the halfway point. And again, money at pretty much an impenetrable point here too, even if the rounds start getting a little bit dodgy with them only winning it with like in clutches with 1 or 2 players left alive at the end. They're still looking good, and for Renegades, they still have to sort of buy out every time as they're still in this kind of vicious cycle. But full M4s this time, and for those that did buy the M4s, they've got full utility. It also includes the op on Uber, and he's immediately going to move out, not only dropping DSR at top mid, but that's also the bomb going down right from the start too, so huge advantage, and I think it even got kicked forward a little bit. So if Uber stays out there peeking, it's actually pretty rough for Caboose to try and go get that, so they have to use the smoke to cover it off instead.
Yeah, I mean, he just peeked middle with a Molotov out and no smoke towards the window for whatever reason. Uber just hopping around window, looking towards Cat, I believe. They only have one player towards B. It's a double connector setup, one window and one towards A.
Well, he's going to send CJ back early on here, too, as they were trying to sneak back in. They did get Nifty out to Tetris, though, and he's already gone kind of investigating things here on the site, getting really far forward, now up to the sandwich already. Good thing he hasn't spotted JKS back by the firebox, otherwise this could have really put a dent in the defense early on, but it's still going to make it awkward when they actually do follow through. As at the moment, he may just walk right up, catches one to the back, and he checks for the steps, too. Good trade from you still, though. Stops him from doing even more damage, and now sees CJ coming out from the Palace. He's a rough player to challenge, though, and now he pays attention over here towards the connector. JKS, he's a surprise, too, from firebox. Ustillo gets the intel out. JKS shuts down another one, so it's on ZQK to try and clutch this 1v4. While he may surprise initially, he's lost that now. Picks up one, but at 2 HP, there's so much more to go. However, there's 2. He's got a lot more work to do, though. And with only 25 seconds left, he still has to try and find room to get the bomb on the ground, and that's just going to waste an additional 10 seconds here.
He has another molly, too. Look. Rip.
And there it goes.
And that's the round.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to have a hot, 7 seconds or something when this goes away. So in he goes, trying to push past it here, but ultimately there's no reason for them to peek him, and Adder just grabs it anyway. So the Renegades, as we pretty much expected, they're coming off of the half, will take control of this match here and push through to a victory here on this map this evening.
It's a shrug.
It's a shrug.
It's a shrug for
Selfless. Yeah.
It's a shrug.
Like you said, you just need to get Ryu back in there, man.
I know. He's just gotta kick him off the comp, one of those guys, and just say, "I'm back." Deal with it.
IGL coaching is not a thing anymore, so he's gonna just gotta be the IGL. But for now, guys, we're gonna close out the night back over at the analysis desk. Let's send it back over to those two to get their final thoughts on this evening's games.
Final thoughts and some final rounds there from Selfless. Not looking so hot on Mirage. Did not quite go their way. But Renegades, though, on the other hand, looking good.
Looking much sharper than what they did on Cash, absolutely. T-side as well, played it very cookie cutter, but, still just showing that they're able to execute it when needed.
What about, okay, so we asked this before the round, or before the map.
Yeah.
We discussed balance between CT and T-side between these two teams.
Yeah, and I said it would be, more balanced than what we saw on Cash, and, it held true. Selfless got 2 more CT rounds this time around than what they did on Cash, going from 1 to 3. So there was more balance in that sense, but obviously it was just a struggle, uphill battle the entire time, really, for Selfless. And when you get off to a bad start, you're not able to string multiple rounds together, break the economy of your opponent. It's always going to be a bad time. So, I think they just gave themselves too poor of a start to actually have any sort of fighting chance in this.
Well, misery does love company, and I'm sure that's what Selfless is feeling right now, but it's not the end of the road for them. They will have some shot at vindication in some future matches.
Yeah.
That's the way that works. But in case you did just miss this past one, head over to youtube.com/ESLCS so you can grab that VOD and watch a little bit of Renegades over there on Mirage. They seem to
got their mid control going.
Yeah, a little synergy there in the middle area.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Well, honestly, it's that time. It's the end of the week. And just like any other day here at ESL Pro League, we're going to recap today's matchup. So let's go ahead and take a look at that now. SK coming out on top in a dominant fashion there over the Misfits. We did see that earlier. And with the Renegades Selfless story, as it is told, you see that now. We just watched them on Mirage 16-8 and then Cash before that 16-11. Now, if we switch over to the secondary stream, Luminosity and Winterfox going the distance. 19-17 on Cobble. Slightly unexpected given the current status, if you will, of Winterfox.
Current state of Winterfox. That was definitely unexpected. I was kind of taken aback by that. But kudos to the New Zealanders and our Kiwis and Aussies really for grabbing a big W.
Your political correctness, you fit right in here in California. All right, let's take a look now at the standings along the North American region here. SK, Cloud9, Liquid still sitting in your top 3 commanding positions with Luminosity, Energy, and Optic trailing behind them. And then that's where the race really starts, I believe, is about the Energy all the way down to roughly Misfits, Renegades. That's where your real hunt is. Those are the teams still trying to vie in there and get these wins in so that they might be scrambling at the end of the season, but they don't want to find themselves too far against the wall.
Yeah, exactly. You can already see a bit of a change when we started the day. Misfits was at 6th spot. Now they're at 9th with those 2 losses versus SK. Immortals already kind of hopping up 1 spot with the first map down versus Energy. So a lot of room for changes here as we go forward. It's going to be really fun to see how it all pans out.
Well, let's take a look now at your home soil here, and let's look at the European standing. This is all you.
Yeah, no, finally we actually have a a different team in first this time around. Mouse Sports falling 2-0 yesterday. That allowed for North to actually take that top spot in EU. Then we have Navi, Astralis, Virtus Pro, and Hellraisers, somewhat surprisingly, following them to grab that last playoff spot as for right now. And that is actually with fewer games played than teams like FaZe and so on. So a pretty impressive showing for them. NIP, they're on a 6-game win streak as of right now, so they're starting to pick up pace, which is good for them. And still, somewhat surprisingly, G2 at the very bottom of the league. Not what we would have expected at the start of the season.
Super bizarre.
Yeah.
In theory.
In theory, yeah, obviously different in practice, but
Yes.
there's still time. Obviously, their hopes of making a LAN finals at this point is starting to get a bit worrisome, but I think they look at this as a long-term thing, right? They're not going to freak out.
Well, in case you don't know what the LAN finals are, and in case you have no idea because you just tuned in here at the end of the broadcast, you missed the big show. This all culminates into a LAN final in Dallas in June. We have 28 teams battling it out across the globe for their share of $1 million. And to get in the real money, you need to make it to those LAN finals in Dallas. So go ahead and head over to proleague.com/Dallas. Get your tickets. You know what, Vendetta? What was your first big event you went to?
My first big event. Well, okay, so obviously in the scale of CSS big events, right?
They had those.
Yeah, we had a few, right? The Experience in Roskilde, Denmark in 2007. That was my first one, first big one.
And you can imagine that the experience is, exemplified.
Amplified by about 1 million times. And I had a ball back in 2007 when it was just very, very, amateurish in that sense. And every event I've been to, as part of the broadcast team has just been a blast so far. So if anyone has the opportunity to take their time to go to Dallas that weekend, they should definitely do so.
Well, that does it here for us on ESL Pro League North America Week 5. As you'll see there, our lead commentator, Blue, looking fantastic as usual. But that does it for us here. We'll see you guys next week, and we'll be back then. Goodbye.